Bordeaux's Folly, Book 1 in the Obsidian God series. Written by Eric Berndt. Copyright 2023 by Eric Berndt. Audiobook recording. Copyright 2025 by Eric Berndt. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Shade in the Light. Tolly Ignacio stared southward across a waterless pond. A brace of pond skimmers lay by the waterline, dried and curled like broken straw. Around the pond, a clearing of fallen enic tree trunks and ash spread out a kilometre in each direction. Tolly sat on a charred stump at the pond's edge, charcoal muddying up her coveralls as veiled sunlight warmed her olive skin. Far off and nearing the horizon, a coupling of topwalkers led their younglings away after having their fill of sodden ash. The creatures were fantastically tall, the foals walking on 6 needle-like appendages, while the adults walked on 10. Each of them walked only a portion of their available legs, resting the others for the long walk across the burnt forest, always staying ahead of wildfire. The resting legs raised high, doubled as heat sinks, on which expanded foil-like ridges, siphoning off the worst of the day's sunlight. It was from this perfection of nature in these harsh wilds that gave people the idea for the firecrawler. Tolly came to see this family of topwalkers as often as she could, whenever her firecrawler passed through this valley at this particularly familiar pond. The pond had been waterless for nearly a day, its normally jade waters having only recently dried, and the pitch beneath her feet was still warm from when the last wildfire rolled through. The topwalkers, pond skimmers, and several other hardy creatures emerged from their places of refuge after the fires passed by. Tolly looked up at the faded stars, barely visible through the atmosphere lit by early morning sun. She thought about how beautiful this scene would be if she had been here before the wildfires passed through, draining the pond and leveling the forest, as it did every week or so. "Ignacio, what are you staring at?" Tolly heard a distant voice say from atop the 3-story tall firecrawler behind her. Looking up, she could see Connor's head, nearly as small as a pond skimmer from where she sat on the ground. His head poked out over the crawler's mid-level railing as he said something else that was lost in the distance between them. "You're too far, Connor. Just open a bulletin," Tolly yelled back at him. "Hold on, signal's out again," he barked. "I'll be right down." Connor's head burst back out of sight, and Tolly heard the dull whine from the firecrawler's access elevator's winch. Tolly let out a grunt as she tried to recenter herself. Her focus wandered back towards the topwalkers, the pondless pit, and the ashen ground blowing in the wind. After a minute or two, the lift screeched to a halt, as did any hope she might have still had of concentration. The lift slammed unceremoniously into the ground, kicking up a slew of ash and dust. Connor stepped out before the doors had a chance to open fully, squeezing his way through the slowly widening gap. He took off in a gallop across the moistened, fallen logs, stumbling twice as he headed towards her. Tolly swiveled on her stump, turning to face him. "This should be good if you had to come all this way." Connor came to a full stop, gasping for air. He leaned down on his knees with sweaty palms. "Shit. Are you in pale shape? Did you need something, or are you just out for a jog?" Tolly said. Connor straightened his coveralls. He began, wincing for breath. Tolly started to stand, thinking she could slip away as he struggled. He raised a finger and pointed downward for her to sit. "I thought you could use more Connor in your life." He chuckled through grit teeth. "Besides, I know you've been aching for more time with your only friend on this rust bucket. Am I warm?" "Dismal," Tolly mocked. "Now let's hear it." "The captain," he started again. "Groen is looking for you." "Looking for me?" "Yep, he asked me to track you down. Seems important. And you ran all the way down here for that?" "Communications are down. No bulletins in or out. That's why he asked me to get you," Connor said, his voice finally calmed. Tolly let out a relieved sigh. The last time the captain had called her like this, he had just put a quick bolt through his forearm. The communications array, however, was something different. "That's it?" She grumbled and asked if Connor had sent Philip, the smallest and most junior crewman, to clean the filter last week as she'd asked. He shook his head. "No. Just get him up there." It's likely the area's overheated and needs a reset after all this direct sunlight we've had this season. Let's just hope the control board is not fried again, or the captain will ship me back to Resigned at the next stopover. Will do, Commander, Connor said, giving her a half-cocked salute. Although technically the second-in-command aboard the firecrawler known as Perun, Tolly shied away from using any sort of title. She had been brought on board nearly 2 years ago, back when she had dropped out of vocational training at the academy. The Perun's captain, who also happened to be her blowhard, mountain-sized Uncle Groen Ignacio, had invited her as part of a sort of familial obligation. Maybe he felt sympathy that Tolly's mother was dead, her father was God's new where, and her sister had put everything she could into raising Tolly and sending her to the academy in the first place. Whatever fate had for her, she was here now, where she figured she would be spending the next decade of her so far hapless life. "I've asked you not to call me that," she said, testy. Okay, skip over the part where you bite my head off. When can I tell the old man he can expect you? Well, this moment is ruined, she said, gesturing outward to the pond. She stood. Tell him I'm headed straight up. Right, Connor said, tossing another playful salute. Connor turned and trotted back towards the crawler's lift, his lanky limbs flailing as he strode. Connor, she yelled after him, get Philip up to those filters. Gods be damned if I have to get up there myself. Connor gave her a thumbs up as he slipped back into the lift. Tolly started back towards the firecrawler, but not before getting one last look at the pond. This patch of ash felt different now, but she just couldn't understand why. Tolly looked down to see that a sprouting had popped up between her boots, a small coiled green twig poking out from under the ash. Looking around, she could see more sprouts had started to break through. As she headed up the slight slope toward the crawler, more and more enoch sprouts rose, multiplying as they did after each fire. In a matter of days, the forest would return, the pond would swell, and the pond skimmers lucky enough to have buried themselves deep beneath the last wildfire would dance again across the water's surface, preparing for the next blaze. Tolly, my dear, said Uncle Groen as she entered, seated at his office desk, between bites of his smoked meat sandwich. Take a seat. Captain, she said, sitting across from him and using his formal title. Whether he liked or disliked that as much as she did, he never showed. Groen was large for a man his age, with a long shaved upper lip. His beard hung nearly a foot from his chin and was woven into a series of knots and braids. Tolly always thought he looked how an ape might if you dyed its fur white. Charts and other disparate papers were crumpled, torn and scattered across his desk. Several days' worth of coffee mugs, some knocked over, their contents long ago absorbed into the paper's fibers. On the wall screen, a map of the surrounding Malfjorda Valley was split by a blue-lit string of markers, destinations for their next stops. Groen started to speak again. Interrupted by a piece of stray pastrami that made a break for his windpipe, he held out his hand and pointed to a glass of water on the desk just out of reach. With the back of her palm, she maneuvered the glass around a roll of maps and over to him. Captain, if this is about the communications array... Tolly started. He gulped. No, not that. Communications are fine as far as I am aware, he said, glancing at the green connection status on the wall screen. Connor, she thought. She would get back at him for that. Then why? No, I've called you here because I need to size you up, he interrupted. If she didn't look confused before, now she definitely did. It pained me to see when your father left, felt a sort of l'appel du vide, that one. Never could sit still for long. I guess I'm not too far off from that myself. And you know, Tolly, I would never leave you in a situation I didn't think you could succeed in. What did he mean, leave? Now. What do you mean, leave? She pressed. I've only got a year left on my contract with the guild. She saw where this was going. You can stop right there, she interrupted. Now it was his turn to look confused. I'll save you the trouble of letting me down gently. You know I'm not cut out for this work. I know it. The entire crew can see it. Tolly's heart fluttered as she spoke. I will spare you the trouble and just get off at the next port. Whoa, that's not what What I'm trying to say is if you want my job when my contract is up, it's yours. I've watched you work. I know you can handle the crew, especially that Connor boy. Oh. Tolly froze. Of all the things that had just been racing through her head, this certainly was not one of them. No need to answer yet, Groen grinned a wide, bearded smile. You have just under a month to file the paperwork for your promotion. That is, if you don't think I should give it to Connor instead. Or perhaps Philippe. Tolly was stiff in her chair. As much as I'd like to see those half-wits fail, she thought. What about Marco? She asked. He's got seniority. Sure, he's got seniority, but his heart's never really been in it, you know? Groen shrugged. Besides, silver is all he's ever wanted, and they're a package deal now, something I might now go out after myself. With only a distant thrum of the engine to be heard, the long moment of silence was interrupted by the appearance of Connor's face on the wall screen. Bulletin's back up, sir, Connor said, the translucent sapphire hollow of his head flexing as he spoke. Excellent to hear, Ensign Henrik, Groen began, speaking to Connor's three-dimensional face. Now get the Perun battened down. We're southward in 30. Connor nodded, his visage flickering out of existence. 30 minutes, sir, Tolly asked. Might as well get a move on the next harvest. Thinking, God's willing, that we might make it back to port a little early this time around. Might even make it back to Risen for the festival, Groen said. A festival, sir? Tolly asked. Seems some dignitary of sorts and her entourage are making a stopover to our little backwater world. The whispers on the bulletins were deaf to why, though. Did they say who the dignitary was? Nope. He took another giant bite of his sandwich, some crumbs tumbling into his beard. Gods, I can't remember the last time anyone important came to town. Matriarch Lathe must be bored near to death up in her white tower, attending state function after state function. I know I would be were I her. Tolly smirked. I'll bet, given a chance, you'd die to live up there with her, or at the least eat yourself into an early grave. You might have me there, especially with her, said Groen, laughing and wagging the deteriorating sandwich in her direction. The gods aren't that kind, Uncle. She was laughing now too. After the giggling subsided, Groen said, ushering her out the door, No. I would rather spend my days down here in the dust with you, my dear. That night, back in her quarters, Tolly stripped out of her coveralls and sprawled out on her bed. The hangman flyers from the morning still flitted about in her head. She could even feel the slow breeze come in from across the pond, or was that just the crawler's air recycler? She thought of the conversation she'd had with her uncle. She thought of him retiring, an odd thing to consider. The idea of him sitting in one place for more than an hour perplexed her. Maybe when he did retire, he might travel. He might go out and see the other worlds in the Federation, or even farther than that. There was plenty to see in the space beyond their solar system, worlds that she'd only ever heard of in stories or history books at the Academy. One day Tolly knew she would go out and see the stars, but for now at least she was stuck in the dust, and as luck, or what an outside observer could misconstrue as luck, would have it, Tolly was set to become the matriarch of her little corner of the planet, even if it never really stayed in the same place for long. Tolly was undoubtedly grateful to Groen for inviting her aboard the firecrawler these last 4 seasons. Hell, it wasn't as if she had much else to do ever since she left the Academy. A bitter stain on her past, Tolly was glad to have moved on from it. The one silver lining from her time at the Academy was that it was where she had met Connor. As lanky then as he was now, Connor was always one to cheer her up on those occasional times she needed support. In fact, when Tolly had been passed over for her degree for the 3rd year in a row, it was Connor who had tugged on Uncle Groen's heartstrings to invite Tolly onto the crew in the first place. It had been rough at first, transitioning from a planned path, from when she first dissected a pond skimmer in junior academy to a life surrounded by gruff men aboard a firecrawler. But somehow she had managed. The firecrawler Perun was, like it or not, her home now. A gigantic bundle of poorly managed parts, the Perun was a miracle for even staying together for as long as it had. The triple-decker factory on dozens of articulated spider-leg-like stilts was a marvel of engineering. At least it was when it had been built nearly a century prior. And Tolly, at 26 Earth Standard years, had decided she would be the next captain of it all. For now, at least. Excited about her decision, Tolly had to tell someone. She rolled over and hit call next to Connor's face on the wall screen by her bed. It wasn't until the call was ringing until she realized that she was still lying on her cot near naked. Quickly, she scrambled over to the edge of the bed to slip something on. "Yeah?" Connor asked a groggy husk. "Oh, forget it," Tolly said, reaching to end the call. "Hold on," he said. She could hear rustling in the background, succeeded by a dull thump. "Ow," he croaked. His face had slipped out of view of the wall screen. "You're an idiot," said Tolly. Connor's face slid back into view. "Sorry, slipped off my cot. You were saying?" "Captain's retiring," Tolly said bluntly. "Gods, really? Never thought I'd see the century he'd finally retire. You're sure? Who told you?" "He sure is. Told me in his office before the crawler went legs up. I'm not sure he's ready for retired life." It's a strange thought, him trapped in one city for the rest of his life. Never setting foot on the Perun again may halve his life expectancy. "Strange? I guess so," she said, bemused. "I trust he's doing what's best." "Speaking of what's best," Connor continued. His voice grew louder, and he sounded suddenly more awake. "Any spark on who's set to replace him?" "Well," Tolly cringed slightly. She hoped he didn't see. "No way," Connor barked. "I would say congratulations, but you would just snap it back at me." "You know me too well." "Well, gods, congratulations anyway. The Perun will love to have you." "Better be a decent pay raise in it for you from the ministry," Connor said, referring to the state-run organization that leased the crew and firecrawler rigs out to respective captains. "That's the thing. Signing on as a captain means the paychecks stop. I'll be living solely off of profits made from each harvest," Tolly explained. "Gods, no wonder old Groen is always so uppity running into each harvest," he said, using a moniker for the captain he would never dare use in any other company. Tolly went silent, the thought of the pressure she was considering taking on suddenly penetrating her calm. It was all she could focus on. She let out a heavy sigh. "Tolly," Connor said. "No!" She could hear him, but it seemed like his voice was coming through a locked door, down the hall, around the corner, and outside the porthole of a sinking ship. She tried to answer, but nothing rose to the surface. Connor, having known Tolly for years, now sensed what was wrong. "Tolly, listen." His tone changed, coming at her like a flood. "Tolly, there's no need to get bent out of shape over this. You said it yourself. The decision is long off. You don't need to make it tonight. Bullying yourself into a corner here is not going to help you make any decisions." His words hurt, but Tolly let him continue. "All you need to do now is sleep. You and me, we can weigh the pros and cons in the morning, okay? Once you see it laid out in soot and sod, I'm sure I can make you see that you will be perfect for the position. Just hang in there," he urged. "Thanks," Tolly said, finding her way back to the surface. "There, that's better." Connor grinned. "I get the appeal, being the captain and all. I'm just not sure I'm cut out for it," she said. "You say that now. Besides, if you don't take it, I sure as shit earth will." "And if you did, we'd be a roasted-out husk in a month," she smiled. "Easy now. And I was going to give you a raise as captain." "Yeah, I'd bet you were—" Tolly was cut off by a barely audible crash coming from the deck above. An alarm chirped thrice and sent a panic through her chest. "What was—" Tolly started to say when the bulletin dropped. "Connor, Connor!" Tolly's heart leapt from her chest and she rushed to the door. The door panel was dead, so she busted open the emergency lever above the doorframe and cranked it. Grunting and flexing, she slid open the door. From down the corridor, alarms sounded and amber warning lamps flared, turning the walls into glimpses of sudden sunset. Across the hall, Silver and Marco, working together, were prying open the door to their quarters. "Any news on what this is, Tolly?" Marco said between grunts. "No word, bulletins are down," said Tolly. "Again?" Silver chirped. "I'll bet we have Connor to thank for that." "We don't know that, dear," Marco said. "Well, we'll have to blame someone for this," Silver said, as she squeezed out of their quarters. Marco followed close behind her. The three headed down the hall, letting the flashes of warning light illuminate their way through the dim space of the interior corridors. The sun had risen higher in the sky, its light still struggling to worm its way around corners and into the deeper areas of the vessel. Tolly came to a halt when she reached the nearest viewing deck. Stepping out onto the glass-domed space, she knew something was very wrong. "The Perun's not moving," she said, her heart sinking to the forest floor. Marco's eyes widened. What do you mean not moving? Silver asked, catching up and pushing pasted them. She means the legs have stopped. We are at a standstill. The explosion, whatever it was, seems to have ceased all locomotion, Marco explained. Silver's eyes widened also. What's worse, Marco continued, is that a storm front, he said, pointing to the clouds rolling in from across the valley. I have been tracking that storm for days. It was on my recommendation that we left the last site early. If that mass passes even near us, the rain will come. With the rain, Silver said, picking up her husband's thought, the ash will liquefy, and if that happens, the crawler will sink with no hope in green old earth that we'll be able to dig her out before the next wildfire passes through. What do we hope to? Marco started to say. We find the captain, Tolly affirmed, surprising herself with a burst of willpower. We find the captain, and we get the power back. Thunder hissed from across the ash as if on cue. The three flinched. A cracked whip of lightning trailed behind, lighting their faces between the orange flares. More bodies ran through the halls now, as others freed themselves from confinement in their quarters. One familiar face stopped briefly to yell at them to hustle to the mess hall. Captain's called a general meet, Philip said. Expects us to be there in 5. Philip didn't wait for a response, disappearing as soon as he'd appeared. It was probably a good thing. He didn't stay long enough to recognize the horror that paralyzed their 3 faces. Marco was the first to speak. Well, the kid said it. We better get going. The captain will know more. Hopefully, he's already got a way out of this. He grabbed Silver's hand firmly, tugging her toward the hall. Silver grabbed Tolly's and pulled her with them. When the 3 of them reached the mess, the most expansive room on the ship now seemed somehow small. Gods, they're packing in like cattle, Silver scoffed. Most people I've seen here ever. Are there really this many crewmen aboard the Perun? Tolly said, momentarily thinking back to her taking over command of the Perun and feeling selfish. The whole thought now made her feel silly. No, Marco said to break some of the tension, must just be a convention in town. Tolly knew the number. There were precisely 213 crewmen aboard the crawler during peak season. But as this wasn't peak season, and the total was somewhere closer to 60 or 70, most of the crew was spread out evenly between night, morning, afternoon, and evening shifts, with most of the actual work handled by automation, so it wasn't uncommon to be understaffed even during the slow seasons. But knowing and seeing, she felt, were 2 very different things. Tolly recognized Philip and some of the crewmen standing around, gossiping with him. For a kid not even 17, he sure made friends fast. Tolly, Marco, and Silver squeezed past a few large men, cowering by the doorway, and moved over to Philippe. And then we'll have to leave the whole hall to burn, one of Philip's cronies finished saying, yelling over the alarms. It won't come to that, Marco interjected. I'm sure the captain's already got a solution cooking. The alarms ceased and the lights flashed back on as the hum of a generator kicked in. The crew seemed to relax, and the ones by the door stopped forcing their way in. Groen stepped up on a tabletop, and a crewman, who Tolly was surprised to see was Connor, handed him a bullhorn. Can everyone hear me? The captain's voice wailed, causing a cringe to ripple through the crowd. He handed the bullhorn back to Connor, who quickly fiddled with the controls and passed it back to the captain. Better? His amplified voice echoed comfortably about the room. Now then, Groen started, you've all no doubt been speculating about the cause of the blast. And I wanted to clear up right now that the blast has not caused any lasting damages. Tolly caught that one, lasting damages. The blast occurred in an auxiliary rotary, one that directly controls articulation of the portside graspers. The damage to the rotary has been isolated and is being assessed as to what can be done to rectify it. However, there is a better than good chance that the portside harvester will be down and out for the season. Groen paused, his voice suddenly becoming heavy. Now to the shit. The blast wasn't the main issue, merely a side effect of the overall ailment within the Perun. The damage to the auxiliary rotary showed us, and thanks to Connor, our new acting head of general engineering, for finding this. Tolly was taken aback by this. Until this evening, the head of engineering was Brewster Hearns, definitely not Connor. What happened to Hearns? Barked a crewman who was too deep in the crowd for Tolly to see. What happened to Hearns? The captain let out a heavy sigh. Mr. Hearns suffered fatal injuries while trying to isolate the blast to the auxiliary. Without his sacrifice, I'm afraid the Perun would already be well on its way to a burning wreck. The crowd began to roil at this. Chatter started to rise, forcing the captain to slam his boot down on the table. I am sorry, but there will be time to discuss and mourn later, Groen said firmly. He tugged at his beard. What was I saying? Ah, yes. The damage was just a sign of larger problems within the crawler's upgrade field generator, which has suffered a breach in the main coolant line in an unshielded section of the lower deck. Tolly felt her hair rise on the back of her neck. She could sense where this was going. Now, while this damage is repairable, it does present a problem that will need a clear decision. A decision I don't believe I, even as your captain, can make. We have tried to shut down and isolate the generator, but I am afraid we will need to patch the coolant line before proceeding. To make matters worse, as some of you may be aware, a storm front is set to pass through our position, and I aim to have us moving before it does, because without the upgrave, we won't be able to dig ourselves out, and I don't believe help will arrive in time. I have requested assistance from the nearest research station, but so far they are grounded by the storm. It looks like we're on our own. Friends, what I need to ask of you is not easy. The generator cannot be patched without those doing the patching taking in a lethal amount of radiation. I am afraid we must decide which 3 souls will be taking a one-way ticket to the gods. It will take at least 4 to make those repairs, Silver shouted. Right you are, Steward Fisk, Groen said, his grip tightening on the bullhorn. I will be the 4th. Chapter 2. Weight in Wealth. Get the hell out of here, Kalmos. A voice drawled from behind the bar. The bartender, a thin man with a poorly dyed beard, was staring back at him with an all-too-familiar grin. It had been 30 years since they last saw each other, but here he was, a mirror of his past self, only far more wrinkled, Captain Garfield fucking Pates. Patey, Saul said, taking a seat at the bar, ignoring the sneer on the man's face. You've a lot of nerve walking into my bar, Kalmos. He said, I'll be pale if you think you can sit and drink here. Swore I'd kill you if you came around again. And when was that, Garfield? Saul asked. Let the past wither, lest you wither with it. I've done my fair share of withering, as you can plainly see, Garfield sniffed. Plainly? Saul didn't object. It was apparent that the man had fallen far. It had been 3 years since Saul last crossed paths with the now ex-captain. The two had been serving aboard the TMN Diggory, a modest medium-haul freighter of the Terran Merchant Navy tasked with running goods and passengers between Turanda, back before the planet's repatriation and rebranding, to Dramunsk and the herd world of Horus. During the mission, their ship had been contracted into running a particularly sensitive haul that neither Saul nor the captain had been fully aware of at the time. One of the contract stipulations installed an Admiral Gleanson as commander of the Diggory in place of Captain Pates. Bridge officer Saul Kalmos managed to drive a further wedge of disrespect between the admiral and the captain and ensure his own promotion to lieutenant, the captain's forced retirement, and ultimately Saul's posting as the new ship's commanding officer after the cargo was safely delivered and the mission closed. Saul understood why the captain might hold a grudge. The establishment in which Saul now sat was nowhere near as disheveled as Pates. The walls were lined with polished marble, as were much of the corridors of Flotsam Station. Despite that, the bar exuded little sense of sophistication. You self-righteous scab, Garfield said stoically, gesturing to the insignia on Saul's jacket arm. I see you've been promoted again in my absence. He shifted his gaze to eye the rest of the jacket, which Saul routinely wore unbuttoned and open. And I see you still can't bring yourself to follow sovereignty naval regulation. You always were a slob. Come on now, Patey, Saul said, like you could act this suave. Besides, those airless sovos don't come around this lonely station much, being way out on the edge of the Federation boundary. True, most of the trading is over on the Vassar side of the Terran sovereignty, tending to their Golden Alliance. It's any wonder why I picked this bar to weather my days, Garfield said, sliding a frosted glass over to Saul's side of the bar. And whether you have, look at you, Patey, you're nearly bones and dust. Health plan out here must be far inferior to those precious regulations you still cling to. Saul smiled and took a swig from the mug. Ha, still a twit, Garfield scoffed. It's those regulations that keep you where you are, and I where I am. Then why cling to them so dear? You sorry son of a bitch, can't you see that you're being shit on out here? No need to get yourself excited, Kalmos, he said with an eye roll. Without those regulations, without tradition, it would be a quick hop and a skip into the black for our beloved empire. Empire? Saul choked. Careful now, Garfield, you're starting to sound like me. I believe those empirical sadsacks prefer the term Councilia Republic. Go tell that to your wet nurse, Saul. There's no one out here to hear us. This station is lifeless aside from the regular scum that enter my bar. That and the Rockies. It's why I picked this hole in the midst of black. To be away from the Sovs and the likes of you. Those scum are how you pay your bills. Not quite. Those scum hardly pay. It's the Rockies that pay for this station. They provide the mineral lifeblood that keeps the lights on. It's the scum's job to move it into human-occupied space, into the Sov, into the Herd Federation, even into Odini space. You see, without this station, this hub, the rest of civilized space, starved of resources, spirals into villainy. It's those regulations you so quickly dismiss that keep the whole machine oiled. The Rockies, the Fells, do all that. Keep the whole thing humming. I've heard stories, but coming out here is a different thing entirely. As a race, the Fells are ingenious. Relations between them and us humans aren't always spot on, but matters of trade keep us a community. Just this day, I heard the TMN Parabad brought aboard a cargo hold full of Quell diamond. Can you imagine? The hold of that ship must be worth more than this entire station, personnel included. That much Quell diamond? You're sure? Saul said, surprised. Quell diamond, mined on the subterranean levels of the station, was said to be the hardest pre-dark matter substance in existence. It wasn't attainable by any other race, not the mercantile Vas, nor the militaristic Kizabar, the enigmatic Alphan, and certainly not a species with such unevolved mining techniques as humans. Due to their particular mineral-like physiology, the Fells possessed the ability to shift between states, resembling both liquid and solid rock. This, along with earning them several unbecoming monikers such as Rockies, Stonemen, Gurlum, imbued upon them the unique ability to commingle with solid matter, filter out, and retrieve different elements at will. In the hands of any other species, this superpower would likely result in the complete destabilization of the whole interspecies economy that existed across the Rift Quarter. Still, the Fells possessed a particular trait to balance this out. As a species, they possessed no individual identities. Like other species, they existed in separate bodies. But unlike others, they saw little need for personal possession and identity. They subsisted entirely off of one fractured collective mind, all acting in concert. This single-mindedness made diplomacy and interspecies relations difficult. I'm sure, Garfield said, interrupting Saul's lapse into deep thought. Now I know you're not thinking of anything stupid, are you? Stupid? No, Saul said, his mind still drifting. Tell me, has the Quell left the station already? Stop getting stupid ideas. I have a reputation to keep. A bit of bar banter is all you'll get, and even that is severely pushing it. Saul thought for a moment. You said it was the TMN Par Abad that brought the haul in, yes? Yes, Garfield nodded. Captain Peafrey at the helm, I do believe. Ideas rocketed through Saul's head. How many guards likely encircled the ship's berth, what he could do with a haul like that, what the street price for the Quell would fetch. But ultimately, he had no way of moving such a commodious commodity off the station. Tell me, what berth is the Parabad in? And why would I tell you that? Garfield's eyebrows dropped. I've got a mind to chat with this Captain Peafrey. Maybe see the haul for myself, Saul said. You know, just to bask in it and all. Saul finished his beer, stood and adjusted his jacket, careful to avoid buttoning it. So long as that's all you're after, Garfield continued, but you misunderstand. I meant, why would I tell you? Far as I can remember, I still loathe your very existence. I see little reason to offer you such enticing information. You have me there, old friend. I don't suppose a proper payoff would change your mind. A proper payoff? Garfield paused. If it's a payoff I were after, I'd get that now just by turning you over to the authorities. Saul cocked his head, waiting for the but. But, there it is. But I could be persuaded, provided the right level of apologetics. I know. What'll it be? A swig of Vasca? A good home-cooked malatang? Or, I know, a ticket off this rock? Please, Calmus, what do you take me for? Surely even a shit captain such as you must know what I'm to ask. Saul raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected it would take a turn like this. Having served as a halfway decent captain, ever since his posting, Saul had only ever toyed with the idea of breaking free of sovereignty influence, even if it were just to taste a little independence from their rule. Now, however, he found himself skirting the edge of a cliff. He knew Pates was about to ask for his ship back. Well, Saul started, I can see by that look on your face that whatever it is you're about to ask is begging to leap out. So let's have it. A job. A job? Saul cocked his head. He hadn't expected that. A posting, Garfield affirmed, and a ticket off this rock, as it were. You see, as far as this bar has led me from life's problems you're at the helm of causing, it's just not comparable to a life in transit. I demand, I ask, despite our past, for a posting amongst your illustrious crew. And no tricks, no tossing me to janitorial and the like. You give me a ticket off this station, a posting on your crew under an assumed name. Gods know I can't use mine for obvious reasons. Saul considered for a moment. Accepting this man's offer hadn't come with the strings he expected. Was he to give Pate's station aboard his ship for little more than the small infraction of forging sovereignty documents? Consider it, Pates cut him off. And make that day-shift bridge crew, none of that nighter garbage. You want to serve on the same command, same crew, same shift as me? Me, the one who you say sabotaged your career in the first place, marooning you in this far corner of human space. Saul knew there had to be a catch, but didn't care to press it. Perhaps it was reckless or stupid, but maybe he felt he owed the man a little bit of recompense. Saul took a step toward the bar and reached for Pate's arm. Consider yourself once again crew of the Sovereignty's finest, TMN Diggory, he said, shaking Pate's arm. May the gods have mercy on you and yours. Yes, well, Pate said, noticeably astonished. Well, when I woke today, I hadn't considered this shitty bar wouldn't be the death of me. That makes two of us. Well, maybe not the part about the bar, Saul said. Now what can you tell me, Bridge Officer Pates? Make that Aiden. Bridge Officer Francis Aiden. It was my mother's name. Aiden? No, it couldn't be. Your mother, she wasn't Francine Aiden? Saul asked in astonishment. The very same. It wasn't my father who was the officer in my family. A story for another time, perhaps. And you feel this name is less conspicuous? You've a point, Aiden said, considering. Damn it to hell. The woman died when she caught wind of my dishonorable discharge, something my father had never forgiven me for. If I can give her one thing in this life, it'll be this. The name stays. He cracked a bottle of something expensive-looking from the top shelf. The name stays, Saul echoed. The two lifted their glasses in a toast, the clink ringing out in the mid-afternoon emptiness of the bar's imitation oak paneling. Aiden choked back the bit of dry Vasque liquor he was noticeably unaccustomed to drinking despite his tenure behind the bar and managed to get out two words, Berth 44. Chapter 3, Hidden Shoals. Dive into the darkest waters, step out into the black, and above all trust yourself, Miran. Miran-Yi Nagoya ran through the words in her head as clearly as if her father were there speaking them to her. She knew that despite him being long since passed on, his wisdom held. His words always had a way of centering her when she found herself frustrated and angry. Now, more than ever, she would need those words as she found herself in an interrogation room on the Dream of Earth, capital ship of the fleet. It had been several years since she had last been in one of these rooms. She'd forgotten how dimly lit they can be. There was a winding squeak from the air recyclers, and the paint on the walls and the chair she sat on had begun to chip. The whole place had a mild, ever-present stench of burning metal. It's past time to change the bearings on that air recycler, Miran said, trying not to take the whole situation too seriously. The man sitting opposite her in a tightly fitted naval jacket had 3 woven insignia, a triple chevron denoting his rank as captain, a circle strung with the 11 stars of the Federation, and an auroch with wide horns roaming green pastures, a symbol of their shared fleet, known as the Cattle-Heart Flock. His face was freshly shaved, his yellow hair trim and greased back, and his posture reeked of a man drilled by tradition. He was handsome too. Miran-Yi Nagoya, the man said, his arms crossed on the table, with one hand resting on the other's wrist. His free fingers rapped the table with boredom. You know why you're here. Let's drop the preamble, Soren, Miran said. It's not like there's much point to any of this. Captain Djukovic, Soren said, correcting her. And for this interrogation, I would hope that you might defer to my appropriate title. Sorry, Captain, she rephrased. Proceed. As I was saying, you know why you are here. But for the sake of the recording, let's lay out all the facts, shall we? Miran nodded. 38 hours ago, the last of 12 reported missing persons disappeared before starting their daily shift. Is that correct? Soren asked. Miran nodded again. He continued, and the first of which went missing not more than 3 weeks before that. Now, those missing were all living aboard this ship or serving in your private guard, some with families on board as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct, Miran confirmed, and so far no exhaustive attempt has been made to uncover their whereabouts to the best of your knowledge. Also correct. These men and women, they were all crew members. They are vanishing without so much as a trace, except for the frightened gossip of their families. We have hundreds of thousands of families, just like on-board ships, throughout the Cattle-Heart. We must look to someone for answers. Someone is responsible. The Cattle-Heart Flock, a nomadic flotilla of 198 military frigates, corvettes and other warships, mobile habitats, factory ships and other mixed-use vessels of varying ages, housed a vast collective of humanity, as did other similar flocks in the Herd Federation. These flocks, subservient to no terrestrial footing, roamed the space between stars, only stopping at the Federation's few worlds for the occasional resupply of commodity goods and transfer of personnel. It was the endless traveling, from watering hole to watering hole, of these flocks that gave the Herd Federation its name. The millions of bodies skipping from ship to ship that called the flock home represented a blend of unique cultures from throughout the human-holed worlds. On these long voyages between systems, sometimes spanning several years, it was to each other that they sought reliance. Outside in the unknown, they had to depend on their neighbors. I know, Miran said, notably frustrated, and you've no one to blame but myself. You understand protocol, I know. You've drilled protocol and procedure into me endlessly over the years, Soren said, his tone shifting to understanding. You have mentored me, and for that I am grateful. But that will not prevent an inquiry as is demanded by Federation law. So clap me in irons then. I'm not sure what good that would do you. We have families to answer to. You are their matriarch, their leader. You must be our light of guidance. That's what they elected you for. Locking you away would do no one any good, Soren pressed. Miran knew she could simply get up from her seat and walk out, leaving formality behind. Though sitting here and submitting to an inquiry she hoped would hold some weight in the scheme of things. She could see that Soren was having a difficult time masking his bias. As the senior-ranking available military officer, not stationed on board her own flagship, he was bound by duty to perform the interrogation regardless of personal entanglements. And he was right. She had known for several days that the ultimate blame rested on her shoulders. She was matriarch after all, governor and sole ruler of the whole Cattle-Heart flock. As such, she needed to act like it in desperate times such as these, not just in calm waters. What she wouldn't give to hear her father's advice right now. Part of her wanted to escape, to back into a corner, bite and gnaw and pass the blame to someone else, as she had done when she was small. She knew that would be stupid, knew that at times like this, the people deserved a leader. Her father raised her to be better. She nodded for Soren to continue. You are bound by the herd to resolve the issue, to discover what has happened to our missing, said Soren, barely hiding his discomfort. Failing that, you and only you will be held accountable. What say you? It's time we get to the bottom of this, Miran said. Soren nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer and happy to have the whole mess over with. He stood, tapping his tablet to release the interrogation room door lock. Where do we start? Soren asked. First, we have a party to plan, said Miran, though I suppose we'll need to keep this whole business of our missing quiet for now. That would rule out any from my crew, since they have far more ties with the families of the missing. Best we get a group of your finest over from your ship, Soren. You're forming some sort of secret task force, Soren said. Precisely, secret being the operative word here. Send for them in a day. I'll have quarters set up for them in one of the Dream's commerce levels. Not a prying eye in sight, except for a few service bots. And our orders are? Asked Soren. Gather information on the missing and their families, their close ties, and see if you can't turn up a body or two. And above all, do be discreet, Miran said. Soren nodded, turning to leave. Oh, and Soren, Miran asked after him, you did well today. He smiled before disappearing behind the doorframe. Miran let out a long breath. Her mind wandered amongst the missing, her duty, and began to lead her down a path of frustration over things she can't control. Until she remembered the preparations that still needed to be done. Her flock was currently in orbit around the Valen system, one of the outermost in the whole of the Federation, let alone human space. Out past what her star charts could tell her were the realms of the trader Vass to the galactic east, whom she had had many dealings with in the past, and the isolationist Kizabar to the galactic north, whom she knew little of. The other side of the charts far outside was referred to as the Rift Quarter, a region of the galaxy dotted by open paths through space known as rifts, were unknown to anyone she'd come across. They had arrived in Valen several weeks ago to give her troops a much-needed break from ship life to explore the world's lush farmland and mountain ranges. It had given some of the flock's older ships time to take advantage of Valen's orbital shipyards to conduct much-needed repairs in the safety of dry dock and specialized atmospheric chambers, some of the repairs having been on record for years. The flock also took this time to stock new forms of crops and livestock unique to Valen's geography. They stocked all sorts of commodity goods too, loading their holds with a vast array of items to sell. And they would need them. The cattle heart and Miran had been summoned. An event that happened once every 10 years was set, and a convergence of a flock with a terrestrial Federation world was coming. Miran had only a few days more to ready her fleet and recall her citizens before they began their journey to Bordeaux's Folly, a peculiarly named world, though Miran knew not the significance. Preparations were being made for a gaudy display of martial prowess and extravagant cooperation, unity, and formality between the visiting factions of the Federation, all culminating in aerial and ground-level processions known simply as parade. But this wasn't the only reason she had been summoned. Parade being a welcome result of two factions meeting, Miran and several hundred of her commanders, ship captains, and intelligence officers were set to attend a summit in the world's capital of Risen. There, they would meet to discuss matters that the local matriarch, Brenna Lath, had described to her as of dire importance and extreme sensitivity. All this while she was dealing with those missing. She would have to take extreme care if she wanted to keep morale up while also getting to the bottom of things. Chapter 4, Wading in the Shallows. Do I have the opportunity for you? Saul boasted to a shift worker at Flotsam's station's space dock. I'm not telling you shit, old man, the dock clerk said in a grating Hirokian accent. Now, step back from the console. Your breath is smudging my wall screen. Saul stepped back and spread his hands, turning to leave. I told you he'd be no help, said Aiden, following behind. Saul stopped and turned back to the dock worker, a finger raised in protest. It's a simple question, my brother. You tell me where the Pa Abad's captain is, and I'll make you happy you did, Saul said with a crooked smile. Fucking right you will. Besides, nothing I can be offered. I'm a man, I provide what I need. Don't need nothing from nobody, brother. His eyes narrowed. Look, Saul started, leaning in for a closer look at the clerk's company badge. Carl, they call you? Glory me, he can read. Carl the dock worker spat. Aiden snickered from behind Saul. Now, Carl, he said, with barely masked condescension, have a look at the insignia on my jacket. You can see plainly what that means. Carl paused, looking at his wall screen, and studied the triple chevron below a gilded lily. He raised an eyebrow. It means nothing out here, Grandpa, Carl snorted. It means that I have the backing of the sovereignty's illustrious Hirok merchant navy and that of our dear Queen. Queen's far from here. Besides, you navy dogs can hardly ever be seen anywhere on the inner station. What's that supposed to mean? Means you're alone on this station, brother. I'm nobody here to have your back. Besides him, of course, Carl said, gesturing to Aiden. And he don't look navy. Newly reactivated, Aiden said with a slight nod. Yeah, and where's your jacket, boy? That as it may. The clerk continued. You're two. Look around. Dock's full of dockers. Brother, Saul waved. I think we've got off on the west side of Tasteful here. There it is again. Brother. Take your brother someplace else, Carl mocked before brushing them away. Tact just leaks out every hole on you, doesn't it? Aiden jeered to Saul as they walked out of the office. They walked over and stood on the edge of berth 40, looking out at the uninspired drab-grey portside hull of the freighter, the name Pa Abad poorly scrawled from midship to cone. Though nearly a kilometre outside the dock field, the massive freighter looked as if it were close enough to reach out and touch. Several smaller craft tended to refueling, while others scurried about applying patchwork over scars carved by meteorite and debris impacts. Such damage regularly studded a vessel of that size, especially during an in-system trip, though it looked like the Parabad had lapsed a few cycles on maintenance. Aiden whistled. Sure as rotten old earth, that ship's hauling a serious payday. If only we could pop across the way to take a peek, Saul joked. That's not entirely out of the question. Come on now, Aiden, have you been holding out on me? Like you held me out in the sun with Admiral Gleanson. Saul snorted. I deserve that. And more, held you off a cliff, just for a chance to chase Gleanson's coattails. And look at me now, out on the fringes of the quarter, looking to turn pirate, just for a quick payoff. Tables turning and all that, Saul remarked. Deserved it you did, Aiden chuckled dryly. Pull off this heist and you'll have made it up to me, nearly. Several hours later, Saul sat slurping a forkful of noodles at a street cart on the mess level. Aiden had gone off to meet up with some local contacts, or as he put it, dig some rats out of their holes. Saul shot back the last drop of savoury chicken-flavoured broth and slid the bowl away. The cart's chef took the bowl with a bow, an ancient custom which Saul thought was a pointless reflection of the old earth and its dead customs. These days, people were just people. Sure, they still served the sovereignty's lords and ladies, but out here, that didn't seem to matter. As Saul stood to leave, Aiden entered, a dirty-looking man standing behind him. Earth be damned, you nearly ended this old man's life, Saul said. Wouldn't be much of a feat, Aiden said. Eating at a place like this, you're clearly aching for a quick end anyways. Who's your friend, Aiden? Saul asked. Name's Charles, the dirty man said through a thick East Asian accent. He extended his hand to Saul. Charles here has the lowdown on ship manifests here on the docks, Aiden said in a vaguely triumphant tone. I may know some people, Charles said, or I may not. And you'll be taking a portion of proceeds from our little venture as payment, I take it? Saul asked. Seems so. Charles grinned. Let's have it then. Slip the manifest to my terminal. Not so quick. I cannot simply transfer you what I do not already possess, Charles said. Don't already possess? Saul raised an eyebrow. You see, dear Captain, Charles here knows people. People that can get us into where we are itching to be. People? What people? Saul said incredulously. Code breakers, muscle, dock workers, Sovo informants? You know, people. People you need for this heist of yours, said Charles. Saul considered for a moment. If he got in bed with a local thug like Charles, there would be no turning back. The whole matter would lurch from the hypothetical out into real space. Sure, he had started the wheel turning when he hired on Aiden, something his first mate Titus would not be too pleased about. But now he was considering abandoning everything he had worked for over the last 3 decades. Since his first days of service, deep in the back of his mind, Saul had known he was serving a navy he never believed in. He had pledged himself to a flag and a monarch that he had never seen in person. He had been passed over for promotion several times before learning to play the dirty game, ousting Patey and assuming his position. Why should he serve a system that rewarded the vain, the treacherous, and the stagnant? Maybe he was being foolhardy, but at least for once he was about to decide something for himself. "A heist we have then, brothers," he said. "Come, there's a lot to do." Chapter 5. Lipstick on a Pig. Miran sat in the grass beneath a mammoth red oak. Her back rested against its bark, plucking weeds with her fingers. She tossed the weeds, one by one, into a pile by her feet. To anyone passing by her spot in the dream of Earth's central atrium would have been able to tell something was on her mind. The atrium's ceiling extended 30 meters above, with the solitary red oak standing nearly the full height. The tree was a symbol of her flagship and to the line of elected rulers that she found herself in. Each flagship in all the flocks of the Federation had their own species of tree, a vestige to remind them of home, however far out in the black they found themselves. It was a reminder to be human when everything around them was anything but. She ran her hand up the bark, its coarseness grounding her. Miran knew sooner or later she would need to stand up and face another day. A caretaker for the tree and the garden that encircled it entered, stopping momentarily at the sight of her. Miran waved the woman in, figuring now was as good as any to get moving. She gave the trunk one last pat before opening a bulletin to Captain Djukovic. "Soren, is everything ready?" she asked. "Indeed it is, my matriarch," Soren said. "Just briefing the team." "Hold on with all that," Miran said. "I would like to be there when you do." Miran followed the dirt path out of the atrium until she was confronted with the steel-paneled floor of the Dream's main thoroughfare, a wide arterial corridor that housed most of the flagship's storehouses and shared amenities. Not being a commercial ship, the Dream had little in the way of shopping when it came to most luxury goods. But several stores had a modest selection of the latest Federation fashion, recently updated through their proximity to Valen and the rest of the Federation through them. Amongst the rows of shopfronts, several noodle bars, cafes and cookeries, giving off powerful aromas, were packed with patrons eagerly awaiting their first meal of the day. In a corridor off the main thoroughfare, Miran entered through a storefront marked as under construction, into a small room lined with building materials neatly piled into precarious stacks. Between the stacks, thick bundles of cabling ran from the flagship's main line into several ancient-looking terminals staffed by a few familiar faces. "Matriarch on deck," Soren said, standing to attention. The two of the three others in the room followed suit. After several moments and after rousing herself from her work, the last of them did the same. "Before we begin, I wanted to iterate on our main objective, secrecy," Miran said in a formal tone. "What we are trying to do is get to the bottom of our missing comrades in the most discreet way possible. True, I could have directed this upon the flock's security forces, but I couldn't risk a leak upsetting our calm on the eve of our meeting with Bordeaux. That being said, I trust each of you will use your utmost discretion to keep this between us." "At ease," Miran said, returning the salute. "Where are we?" "Sergeant Welly and I were just revisiting personnel records," said Soren, ushering Miran over to one of the terminals. "Using these ancient terminals was your idea?" Miran asked Soren. "It was mine," Sergeant Melissa Welly said. "These old beauties don't have wireless uplinks and have the benefit of bypassing most monitoring protocols within the Dream's network architecture. Normally, something like this would be highly illegal. Except, of course, if you have high-level assent from the Matriarch's office and an ongoing construction permit," Soren said. "If it's secrecy you're after, though," Melissa said, patting the side of her terminal, "this'll do." Sergeant Melissa Welly, as a systems expert, had features reminiscent of Miran's own, indicating a distant shared heritage. Though, being so many generations removed from their homeworld, it was hard to say for sure. The other men in the room were familiar as well. Miran recognized civilian Stanley Dominado, an independent data analyst for hire that regularly took jobs with her office, and Lieutenant Carlin Bullman, Soren's right hand. "Now what was it you had to show me?" Miran asked. "We've had a chance to run through the personnel records as well as work reports for non-naval crew, supply shipments, and transfer forms for all ships within the Dream of Earth's sphere of interaction within the flock," Soren said, gesturing something to Welly. Now, I don't know what you were expecting to find, said Welly, but everything's above board. That's not even the half of it, Stanley interjected. Simple disappearances like this wouldn't be as frightening if those missing had any sort of trackable abnormalities in their day-to-day behavior. I'm looking for any pattern that indicates those involved had any sort of dealings outside the norm. Failing that, whether any of their relatives, colleagues, or other close relations had the same. So far, nothing. That's odd, Miran said. Stands to reason we should see some sort of common pattern. Precisely, Soren confirmed. The victims are from every manner of demographic, age range, ship level, and department. And no instances of missing shifts aside from those already classified missing persons, said Bullman. It's almost as if the perpetrators were targeting citizens at random, Miran pointed out. A serial killer, Soren suggested. Or something with a similar MO, Carlin said. Scary, Miran thought out loud. Still, there should be something, some shred of evidence left behind. Nothing so far, Welly said. It's almost as if the victims walked off into the dark of their own accord. Be that true, were none of them were spotted by our flock's security network since being reported missing? Miran asked. That's the weird part. We found several of them prior to going missing, walking out of their last known locations into the main thoroughfare. Then nothing, Stanley said. What do you mean nothing? Miran asked. He means nothing, Welly clarified. The networks in each of the areas were disrupted for several seconds before each victim's disappearance. After the network recovered, it's as if they were simply never there. No telemetry, no tracking, no bioscans. Nothing. That's not possible, Miran said, knowing the exhaustive level of security woven throughout most ships in the flock, hers especially. Welly shrugged. That's it? We have nothing? Miran said. It looks like we're in the dark on this, Soren said. Miran stood in place, puzzling what to do with this information. What if it's an external cause? Bullman asked. What if it wasn't one of our citizens that caused this? Not likely. It would be next to impossible for anyone to sneak aboard the flock through customs or through cargo, Soren said. What about in dry dock? Bullman asked. Soren went silent for a moment, considering. I see where he's taking this, interjected Vele. But if anyone tried to sneak aboard during our layover in Valen, they would have been caught by the network's persistent bioscans. Not if they came aboard a damaged deck, it wouldn't, Miran said, suddenly remembering the Hammerfist. One of the older ships in the flock, the Hammerfist was a heavy corvette, currently undergoing a retrofit to its cargo and infirmary levels. The ship wouldn't be ready for several weeks yet, far past the window in which the larger flock meant to linger in Valen, with the Hammerfist catching up once repairs were finally done. Miran filled the team in. Welly and Dominado erupted into a flurry of taps on their terminal windows as if in a race. Miran opened a bulletin to the Hammerfist's head officer, a Captain Ronald Felder. The call went unanswered. She felt her blood begin to boil, not appreciating being ignored by one of the senior officers in the flock. An abrasive man, however, Miran still valued the man's wisdom and tactical prowess. Got it, Dominado exclaimed, having found it first. He ushered her over. If you will, my matriarch, look at this. Miran hunched over the terminal, squinting at the record of a manifest transfer Stanley had pulled up until the man zoomed in. Several lines down read a single weight transfer of untagged goods. The weight approximating that of an adult human, she knew that she had her answer. A stowaway, Miran said, suddenly furious. At least one, Dominado said. We have no way of knowing if there's more. Miran slammed her hand on the table beside the ancient terminal, its window sputtering with the shock before equalizing. Dominado leaned back in his seat, uncomfortable being so close to his leader's anger. Miran looked at him. His eyes reminded her of her father's, bright, blue and silently judging. She sighed, forcing down her rage. Looking down at her terminal, she noticed a bulletin had opened several minutes ago with Lawson Ha, her appointed head of parade preparations, thankfully on mute. She read the text on the bulletin before responding, I'll be right there. Everything okay? Soren asked, being the only one in the room willing to risk her fury. Everything's a peach. Matriarch business to attend to. There is a parade to plan after all. I can count on you, Soren, to continue the search, said Miran. As always, Soren assured her. Good, she said, her frustration finally subsiding. I'm off then. Soren and the rest of the team nodded. I want this murderer caught, Miran said, glancing back at each of them before leaving. Their eyes wide, each saluted her. Even Stanley raised his hand to salute in bewilderment, who as a civilian had no business doing so. She smiled at that which he returned in kind. Lawson Ha was tapping his foot like a hare, wallowing in impatience out on the main thoroughfare. He was reading from his terminal, periodically glancing up, waiting for something. His eyes finally locking onto Miran as she approached as his frown deepened. Do you have any idea what I've been dealing with in your absence? Ha berated. Miran let out a sardonic laugh. Ha disapproved. Explain it to me, calmly, Miran directed Ha. Well, where to begin? Ha said with scorn. He breathed deep as if about to let out a gale. Your office has yet to grant my staff access to the flock's travel itinerary and our date of arrival in the Bordeaux system. They have refused me administrative access to fleet funds and personnel allocation to begin planning the atmospheric fightercraft parade formations, among other things. Resource allocation has neglected several key components for the construction of parade floats. The medical department has yet to review my event proposals. The Serpent team's practice space has been out of commission for the better part of a week. And to top it all off, a hateful man in cargo is giving me the runaround on allocating cold storage for festival trade goods, leaving them to thaw on deck. Miran furrowed her brow, unsure whether the man was finished. When she was sure he had, she said, Ha, you know the drill. Come to me with one problem at a time, and we'll solve it together. A barrage of issues all at once is no way to get anything done. Now you see what I've been dealing with, Ha said, flapping his arms in exasperation. Miran considered his word vomit for a moment. The Serpent team, you said their practice space was in disrepair, Miran said, picking an issue at random. That's the part you heard, Ha squealed. Come, Lawson, let us see if we can rectify this first. Then we'll move on to the rest of your list, she said, grabbing Ha by the arm, directing him through the crowds and onto a lift to the recreation levels. You realize your personal parade float is one of those affected by missing materiel, do you not? Ha said in the quiet of the lift. Miran was perturbed by this. One thing at a time, Lawson. You'll never slow a charging bull without weakening it first, said Miran, recounting one of her father's phrases. Lawson rolled his eyes. The lift softly slowed, opening to a wide gymnasium spanning 3 open levels. One of the only rooms in the flock, sporting entirely wooden floorboards and sound-dampening wall patterning. The recreation level, among other things, served as the sole practice space for the flock's Sepak Takraw team, the Alders. Miran knew immediately the problem that afflicted the space. Her nose curled in disgust as the aroma permeating the air recyclers. Mold? She asked. Mold, Ha confirmed. And a persistent sort to say the least, said a slim, aged-looking man stepping to meet them. Fisgar, pleasure seeing you, Miran said, cordially addressing the elderly coach of the Alders and her former mentor, Fisgar Nietzsche. A man surprisingly spry for his advanced age, Nietzsche, having been a founding teammate of the Alders, had moved on to serve several roles supporting the team over the last few decades. He was one of the last remaining vestiges of the previous Matriarch's administration, of which Miran had seen little reason to move off into the sunset. Matriarch, Nietzsche said, bowing past his knees. Miran appreciated the ritual, but in the years since her appointment had seen little reason to continue such silly displays of fealty. Coach Nietzsche, tell the Matriarch what you need so we can resolve this. We can't have the Sepak players benched this close to their upcoming match. No, we cannot. It's a shame it's gone on this long, I agree. Though I understand, the Matriarch has been busy. Miran felt the man's frustration, but chose to ignore it. Out with it, Miran said as politely as she could muster. What is it you need? As you can plainly smell, the recyclers are in a state of disrepair. Nietzsche gestured to the large vents that checkered the upper walls. This being a unique room in the flock, in having such an accumulation of living matter, has special needs to prevent the formation of unwanted biomatter. It is an ecosystem out of balance. We need new recyclers, Ha answered for him. The old recyclers can no longer cut it. Replacing them is our only option. How long will that take? What will it cost? Miran asked flatly. Herein lies the main issue, Ha spat. If I had the necessary privileges and access to funding, this would have been resolved days ago. But seeing as how your office has locked me out of everything, the new recycler units have been sitting on Valen Station, gathering dust, waiting for the funds before being loaded. Miran looked down at her terminal and tapped a few commands. There, she said, Lawson Ha, you now have unfettered access to the whole of the admin suite. Use it wisely. Lawson Ha nodded, his fingers erupting across his terminal as a river unleashed from a bursting dam. That's 2 problems solved, Miran said. You've a moment to catch up with the team, Nishi offered. He didn't even have to ask. Miran was already walking toward the locker rooms. Having been a member of the team in a past life, Miran always felt a draw tugging at her to rejoin her team and simpler days. Okay then, the older man said, hurrying after her, leaving Lawson behind in a fugue. Entering the locker room, Miran felt like she was coming home. She remembered years ago, herself sitting on the slim steel benches in anticipation of an upcoming match, rushing out alongside her teammates to see her father cheering from the grandstands. Brings you back, doesn't it? Nishi said. I remember a young woman quick to anger, eager to prove herself, but always devoted to seeing her team work together. He placed a hand on her shoulder, as he had in the past as her coach, only to remove it, remembering himself. Apologies, Matriarch, he said. It's an adjustment seeing you ascend as you did. Sometimes my old mind forgets. No apology needed, she said, turning to him. Miran quickly realized they were not alone in the locker room. Older members were giving her their total undivided attention, each in varying states of undress. It's me that forgets myself, she said, a little embarrassed for her intrusion. Nonsense, Nishi said, directing the team to stand to attention. Their hands swung to meet their chests over their hearts in unison. At ease, she insisted. It brings me great pride that I am lucky enough to have called myself a member of your ilk. Playing on these courts, with these people, under this man's tutelage, I count them amongst the happiest times of my life. Second only to my naming day as matriarch, of course, she lied. It was in this gymnasium that I learned to follow, to lead, and to trust in my kin, despite any disagreements we had. Here we were family, here we fought together. Hail the matriarch, the team said together in the Federation's customary salute. It's strange, really. She had never considered, when it was she saying the same pledge long ago, what it must be like to be on the receiving end of such devotion, to be matriarch in that moment. She nodded back in admiration and continued, but ahead of you is a new challenge, to prove yourself, not amongst the teams of the cattle heart, but as our ambassadors against the best Bordeaux's Folly has to offer. In this I trust you will succeed. Hail the matriarch, hail the herd. They roared again. That was lovely, Nishi said later as they left the locker room. I only hope they live up to your example. Don't we all, said Miran sardonically. Don't we all? She thought of herself. Where to next? Miran asked Ha as they reapproached. Cargo, last stop of the warpath, he said, hurrying off without her. Guessing he meant for her to follow, Miran picked her own pace and trailed behind, wading through the vexed crowds out on the thoroughfare created in his wake. All Miran could do was shrug. Lawson Ha may be a miserable man, but he got results. She only wished she would never have to rely on him in a war zone. Arriving on the cargo level, Miran found that Lawson had already been at work stirring up discord. She spied him across a wide hangar, silent in the distance, waving his bird-like arms at a man trying in vain to ignore him. As she made her way to the scene, a large creature stepped into her path. In her haste, she stepped face first into the thing's outstretched, robed arm. Flustered by the sudden detention, she struggled to free herself only to look up at an apologetic Vas. Its facial fronds drooped with embarrassment. My deepest apologies, Matriarch Nagoya, it said, its hands still outstretched and searching for hers. I meant only to thank you for taking us on board for this auspicious occasion. The Vas, whom she recognized as Hala Alteretla, head of their small group of merchants that had boarded the Dream just yesterday. They, like Miran's flock, were on their way to Bordeaux's Folly in an exchange of goods and culture. a tradition of their people that had far outlasted humans' entire tenure exploring the quarter. "I'm sorry, Hala, really," Miran said, taking his hand between hers. "I didn't mean to bump into you like this." "The fault is mine, for we are guests," Hala apologized, his fronds shaking like dry branches in the wind as he spoke. Hala, like 4 other Vas that followed behind him, took pride in his fronds. Large, twig-like and malleable antlers that jutted downwards from their cheekbones split down the middle to reveal a fleshy beak. The tops of their heads were plucked bare and painted with the marks of their merchantdom, and as members of the highest order of merchants in their empire, the Omayemo house. Their robes trailing behind them hid what Miran had heard described to her as a haunting ordeal of craggy folding limbs similar to their facial fronds. Eyes, black and flecked with chalky streaks, stared back at hers. The only humanly thing about them, their hands, were 4 finger-like appendages adorned with twisting gem-laden rings. Miran could imagine that she looked as alien to them as they did to her. Matriarch," Hala sputtered. "Is something wrong?" No, I'm just a little preoccupied, as you know," Miran said, catching a hint of Ha's screaming match through the crowd. "Parade won't plan itself, you see." Of course," Hala affirmed. "You are a distinguished leader that we can see. I did not mean to keep you, only to transmit my thanks on behalf of my kin for taking us on board and bringing us to your far-flung colony. It has been many years since last I found myself wandering the fields and waters of that world. Your people's presence amongst mine is always welcome," she said, remembering ceremony. "Humans and Vas have been and forever will remain friends and allies." Hala nodded at this. "You can go now. I see more urgent matters that demand a matriarch's gentle touch," Hala said, his fronds rattling with what Miran assumed was humor. Miran made a half-cocked smile and nodded back, bowing slightly as she did. Hala and his podmates bowed as he did. Miran, realizing she was still gripping the Vas's hand, let it go apologetically. He raised his arms as if permitting her to leave. Miran surged across the hangar, trying to keep her frustration from boiling over once she reached the men who were now shouting in each other's faces. It was clear to her that none of the other cargomen wanted to intervene, showing relief once they saw her coming. "Gentlemen," Miran barked, "surely there are better ways to go about this. Matriarch, cage your dog." The enraged man spat between grit teeth, who she recognized as Lieutenant Handon Kide, a name that sounded suddenly far too familiar. "You putrid swine," Lawson fumed, "your lack of respect is boundless." "I'm willing to forget your words, Lieutenant Kide. Gods know these are stressful times," Miran said, tempering herself. Lawson nearly swooned at this, somehow vindicated in his tantrum. "You too, Lawson. I've had a sufficient supply of your bile this day," said Miran. Disapproved. "Fine, whatever," the cargo man said. "What is it that I can aid you with, Matriarch?" "Lieutenant Kide, I apologize for my assistant's intrusion into your department," she said. Kide let out a poorly masked scoff, which Miran tried to ignore. "Intrusion's far from it. Your man has been browbeating me about these boxes on several separate occasions, and I'll tell you the same as I told him not 3 days ago." Kide paused as if something weighed heavily on him. "Cold storage on the Dream is full. The same goes for the Calmwater, the Woodward, and the other heavy cruisers. We're bursting at the seams here between our regular ration supply, goods taken on for parade's sake, or the cold tanks that we had to drag in one by metric fuckton to provide our gracious Vassa guests with a cozy place to rest their heads. Save from the cold environs on the biofactories, we're all full up." "All full up? How?" Ha said incredulously. "I have the readouts right here. Schematics for these cold storage rooms show far more space available than is registered in your department's manifests." "You impudent little man," Kide spat. It was then that Miran recognized him and his name, Kide. Kide, or Lyndon Kide, was one of the missing persons that Soren and the task force were trying to find. The man had lost his husband. He was hurting and was doing his best to contain his rage despite Ha's petty incursion. Ha shoved his terminal in Kide's face, to which Miran grimaced. Dodging it at first, Kide's eyes locked on the screen, tracking it as prey. Something he saw didn't sit well with Miran. To Ha's surprise, Kaid grabbed the terminal out of his grip. "What is it, Lieutenant?" Miran asked, uneasier now. "It's just," Kaid said, pausing in confusion. "I mean, I've walked past these crates dozens of times, read their labels, moved them even. This doesn't make any sense." "Lieutenant?" Miran asked. But it was too late. Kaid had taken off at a jog, pushing through the small crowd that had formed around them and towards one of the cold rooms. Ha, shrugging back to Miran as he chased up behind. Miran cautiously followed. Kaid weaved in and out of several aisles of crates, muttering as he did. "Where are they?" he yelled to himself. Miran was having trouble keeping up. She didn't know where Ha was. She rounded a corner to find Kaid, a crowbar in his hand, standing in front of a small stack of packing cubes. "Are these them?" Miran asked, stopping behind him. "Yep," he said. Ha lurched to a stop behind her, panting like a dog. Maybe Kaid wasn't far off with that analogy. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Ha prodded, but Kaid was too drawn by the crate to care. Kaid slammed the tooth of the crowbar into the side of the crate, peeling back the polycarbonate lid. As he did, the cold seal burst, spouting a cool white mist that quickly turned foul. Miran drew her blouse up over her nose, resisting the urge to be sick. Ha wasn't so quick, turning and retching over the side of another crate as the stench hit him. Kaid's crowbar clanged to the ground as he slumped against the crate, weeping. Miran peered over his shoulder, wary of what she was about to see. Looking inside the cold storage crate, Miran found several crumpled shapes that were only just recognizable as bodies. Gore was strewn about as if torn apart by starved wolves. In amongst the carnage, Miran could make out the disfigured faces of several of the missing persons, one of which matched her files for Lyndon Kaid. Lieutenant Kaid reached his arm in, brushing the blood from his husband's cheek. The stench was unbearable now. Miran couldn't help but take a few steps back. Ha was already several yards up one of the aisles, his back against a crate, trying to detach himself from the situation. Miran felt sick to her core as rage welled up from her feet. How could she have let this happen? How could it have gone this far under her watch? What the fuck was going on? Her terminal buzzed, Soren's icon showing on the screen. She knew she shouldn't answer it, but given the light of the new evidence, she knew she had to tell Soren. "Soren, Miran tried to speak, losing herself as she stared at the still sobbing Kaid. His pain was too much for her, and she found herself stepping further away, down another of the aisles, slipping around a corner. "Matriarch," Soren said, an oblivious excitement in his voice, "we found something." "You what?" Miran started. "Soren, something's happened. I'm afraid I've found something too." Soren's enthusiasm drained, sensing her own displeasure. His tone shifted to concern. "What is it? What did you find?" he pressed. "Nothing I want to mutter over bulletin," she said slowly, trying to keep her calm. "Soren, get down here." She tapped several commands on her terminal. "You now have authority access over the security forces. Get down to the cold storage level in cargo. Have them set up a perimeter, and by gods don't let anyone in here." He paused for a moment before answering. Miran could see him waving to the others of the task force to get moving. "I'm on it," he said. "What can I expect?" "Nothing good," Miran said, moving to end the call. Pausing, she asked, "Soren, what was it that you found?" "Oh, that. Well, we managed to data mine one of the records from the disrupted bioscans," he said, a touch of enthusiasm returning to his voice. "It's not much to go on, but the bioscans found a trace of something not quite human." "Not human? Soren, be blunt," Miran urged. "It's alien, sir. We're not sure what, but Welly and Dominado agree. Something not 100% human is walking among us. Has been for several weeks," Soren said. Miran had had enough. She had seen several good people brutalized on her watch while she loitered around making party preparations, all on the eve of one of the biggest meetings of Federation bodies since her coronation day. Failure wouldn't even cut it. She had robbed her people of any semblance of good leadership. Murderer be damned, it was she that had lost. A surge of adrenaline hit her in the gut, and without ending the call, she hurled her terminal across the aisle. Miran could see Soren's surprised face just before it hit the wall of a packing crate. shattering into a shower of glittering shards. Just as she knew she couldn't take any more, a gunshot echoed throughout the cavernous room. Miran stepped back around the corner to see Kaid, an arm raised, clutching his smoking sidearm to his temple. His body hung there endlessly before slumping over the wall of the crate containing his husband. Chapter 6, Sea Legs. "I just don't see how that's going to work," Charles said with an unflinching grin. "He's a point there, Captain," Aiden chimed in. "Your plan is creased to all hell." Saul paused, taking a look at the people who sat around the room. Aiden sat smugly across from him, his hand rapping on the table. Charles sat off to one side, hunched over, his hands tented and trained in thought. With him he had brought 4 others who were scattered out amongst the room's derelict furniture. One of the 4, a purported codebreaker named Taika, tossed a dusty sepak ball off the ceiling with annoying repetition. Saul leaned forward on the table from the place he had been standing and ruffled his mustache in thought before speaking. "I think you loads are missing the point. We only need to get into the outgoing shuttle bay." "Why not just go straight for the whale's maw? We walk up and knock on the Parabad's door," Charles asked. "Don't be stupid," Aiden scoffed. "The whole place will be littered with dockhands, station attendants, not to mention stand-up merchant naval types like ourselves. We can't just walk in. We'll be seen." "Maybe being seen is the point." Carl, the mouthy dockhand from earlier, chimed in from where he stood at the doorway. "Who invited you?" Saul asked, trying to not appear flustered. Carl motioned to Charles, who returned a nod. "He's your man on the inside?" Aiden asked. "That he is," Charles said, not bothering to look over at Aiden. "A damn fine asset to have." "An asset?" Saul scoffed. "Maybe he'd be useful if he could keep his temper off the stove." "Hey, what's it to you, brother?" Carl mocked. Saul ignored him and instead stared right at Charles. "You told me only those trustworthy would be here." "Trustworthy? Well, that's a matter of perspective." Charles motioned for Carl to come closer. With a smug grin, Carl slammed a stack of papers on the galley table. "There be your trust, old man," he spat. Saul and Aiden both grabbed a portion of the stack. Saul read a few lines: crew compliments, docking schedules, ship manifests, all sequential, assumed untraceable and recently unencrypted. Aiden, who was holding the last page, said, "Dead Earth, that cargo weight ain't right." "Give it here," said Saul, feeling suddenly like a jealous toddler with his hand outstretched. Aiden shrugged and handed him the slip. Saul read line by line. It was a manifest time-stamped for 3 weeks before the Parabad was scheduled to dock at the station. It read, "Gross weight, 9 tons. That's—" Saul paused. Charles, who was looking over his shoulder, suddenly showing a sign of interest, said, "Should be at least 3 times that." "How much volume?" one of the unannounced men in the corner asked before adding, "Name's Luan, logistics." 200 cubic, Saul said. "Then 4 times that for diamond," Luan answered. 5, Taika said, with a certain level of nonchalance. 5? No way this code monkey's thinking it's 5, Carl ungracefully interjected. 5, Taika affirmed. 5 if it's Quell diamond, denser than the common variety. "He's right," Saul said. "Quell is manufactured in solid cubes, not mined and left loose. Less airspace that way." "Solid cubes? Wily golems, those fells," Luan scoffed. 3, 4, 5 times makes no difference. Ain't no way that's moving as a solid piece. "So we need a method of transporting the cube as a solid chunk then?" asked Saul. "You're not listening," Luan said. "That bet is too big." Taika looked up from his terminal, suddenly following Saul's line of thinking. "A shuttle then?" Aiden said, suddenly getting it too. Saul nodded. "Earth be damned still. You get that piece of Quell out of the ship's hold, then what? Drag it off into the sunset?" For a logistics man, Saul was concerned by how little the man knew about logistics. "We push it out into space and pick it up later." "And how do you plan to do that, brother?" Carl asked. Charles nodded to one of the last men left unintroduced. The man stood, peeled back his coat and pulled out a slender device. "With this," the man said, tossing the device onto the table. "Hail Mary, Sophon," Charles said, apparently the only one in the room who knew what the device was. He tried to get to his feet, but instead tumbled off the chair to the floor. "Mind explaining what this is?" Saul asked, nudging the device with a rolled-up stack of manifests. It's an OMS, Sofen said, a certain pride ringing in his voice. An O-M-S? Saul asked. An outgrav or outward gravity material supplanter, Sofen explained with a grin. Earth to hell, it's a bomb, Aiden said. The men sitting around the table jumped. Aiden leapt behind another table. Taika, Luan and the other man in the corner took cover as well, while Charles just shut his eyes from his place on the floor. They were shouting now. A cacophony of threats echoed in the tiny space, and a knot of anxiety formed in Saul's gut. He had been the only one who hadn't taken cover except for Sofen, and he knew that should it have been a bomb, he was too close to have stood any sort of chance of walking out of the room with his life, let alone his legs still attached. Saul waved his arms in an attempt to stop the bickering. Easy, boss, this one's just a dud, Sofen explained after a long tense moment. Real ones still had some tinkering. Well, good warning you gave then, asshole, Charles said as he stood and brushed off his trousers. Earth and hell, this place is filthy. Couldn't have picked a cleaner place, Calmos. Yeah, a right good shit you've made here, said Carl, stepping back into the room from his hiding spot just outside the doorframe. You expect us to work with this clown, Aiden muttered. This clown, said Sofen, can blow you all back to the solar war if I'd like. Now, Saul interrupted. He hated playing the part of the father, but it was obvious to him that someone had to maintain control. Now, Charles, Saul continued, can you rustle up a few more for muscle? I believe that's why I'm here. The last man in the corner stood. He was bald, with tanned skin and a half-smile of broken teeth, a sight you didn't often see nowadays except in the poorest reaches of the sovereignty. They call me Olivio, he said with a smile, moving around the room and shaking the hands of everyone involved. Several hours and a few more hasty introductions later, the motley team stood in a dock corridor, several bays spinward from the Parabad. Whose shuttle are we stealing anyway? Charles questioned as he hurried like a pup beside Saul. Great question, said Saul, before opening a bulletin. Taika? Hear you. Busy. Taika crackled back on a spotty connection. Busy? Aren't we all a little busy at the moment? Aiden squawked. Taika, come in. Busy better mean what I think it means, said Saul. The bulletin fell silent. Taika, Saul pressed, tapping his terminal. Taika's gone sweet on us, Luan spat. Easy now. Let this surgeon work. I've got a lot of data to sift through, and it would be going a lot smoother if you'd all just have a little faith, Taika affirmed. Besides, the only sweetie here is Luan. Taika continued with a mocking, I'm Luan, I'm in logistics, before trailing off into a mumbled pantomime. Quiet rage washed over Luan's face. You earthing little Luan began to say. There, Taika said, popping up a schematic on the team's terminals. The schematic was of an older Federation-made Joma 2K6 class transport. Curious, Saul said, noting a certain detail. Indeed, Aiden agreed, nodding. What is? Luan questioned. Seems this Joma's had some custom features added. Yeah, like what? Luan asked. Extra booster, a set of suspension pods, biolab, and what I find most interesting, seems they've swapped the escape craft for a set of launch thrusters and rift-based gravity dampers. Luan paused for several seconds. And why's that curious? Because, brothers, Carl said, having joined the open channel some indeterminate time ago, Jomas are usually only space freight movers. They normally burn up in Atmo. This one's had some special love. This puppy's gonna sing. Earthing hell, Luan, Taika cut in. What business do you have calling yourself logistical Luan? Wait. Hang on. Taika paused. And how is it that you knew which vehicle he'd pick anyways, Carl? Good point, Saul wanted to say. Instead, he just raised an eyebrow. Saw it on the dock schedule. Got my ears to the floor, you know? Carl responded. And when was it you were going to mention it to us? Aiden said. Just was hoping you lot had come to the same conclusion I did. Well, that's just great, already keeping secrets amongst yourselves, Taika quipped. Tell me, Master Codebreaker, what did you say your last name was? Luan prodded, a wick of triumph in his lips. Pan, Taika said bluntly. Luan choked. You little... Earth to hell, Taika toyed. That's your name, isn't it? Pan. Logistical Luan Pan. Nope, Just doesn't have any ring to it. Luan abruptly left the call. Now you've gone and pissed him off, Aiden said. And such a feat it was, said Taika. Can we cut it with the schoolyard bullshit and get back to it? Charles said. He's right, Taika agreed. And besides, you've got a pair of station sec coming up the corridor spinward of you. Then you better hurry and open this hatch, Saul said. Just a second. And there. Joma's just through the hatch and down the hall to the left, Taika said as the hatch unlocked with a hiss. Don't say I never did anything for you. Yeah, now keep it quiet, Saul said. That goes for you too, Carl. Nothing from me over here, brother. Out, Carl said, signing off. Now Charles, Luan and Aiden. You know the plan. Stick to it and we'll all have our payday. Saul didn't wait for a reply, instead of stepping into the hatch and continuing down the hall, determined. Let's just hope Olivio and his guys hold up their end, Aiden said, hurrying behind, and soften. Gods, didn't that guy just run you the wrong way? I don't know. He seemed all right to me, said Saul, though maybe I'm just not as jaded as you. You've a point there, Cap. Let's just hope this bomb of his works. Would you two shut the hell up? Said Charles, pushing past them. Radio silence, heard of it? Gods, you two are like a pair of mating gulls. Luan followed, passing what seemed like agreement with a sullen shrug. The group entered the shuttle through a helpfully open loading ramp. Anybody home? Aiden called out. Earth and hell, just wake the whole station, Charles screeched. Hey, no one's on board, look, Aiden said, offering up his terminal. A few blips showed in the center, which was obviously them. Aiden scrolled outward to see the next closest life signs, which was nearly as far as the terminal scanners would allow. See? Aiden said. Yeah, Charles conceded. Just don't go shouting over bulletin or station sec, will be coming down hard. And where did you get access to the station scan feed from? Aiden didn't answer. Ignoring the question, he found a seat. Finding the cockpit, Saul buckled himself in. These older model shuttles, though robust, this one in particular, didn't necessarily possess any sort of artificial gravity generators. Instead, the safety of the entire crew rested in good, time-tested nylon straps holding them in place. The rest of the crew followed behind, strapping themselves into free seats in the cramped cockpit, or just outside in the equally space-deprived main hold. Taika, signal station and let them know we're ready to launch, Saul said. Aye. These station jerks won't see the wool over their eyes. Taika responded. Station control, this is Shuttle Joma 2K6, the Herald, requesting permission to break station contact, over, Taika said, changing his voice to remove all traces of his Sun accent and leaving his bulletin open for everyone to hear. Joma Herald, can you repeat that? We have you here for a departure not 3 days from now. Can you confirm? Said a bemused voice from station control. Yes, oh yes indeed, Control. We've an urgent matter to attend to, if you'll just release the docking clamps, Taika insisted. Joma Herald, I know you know the proper procedure. All transit requests must first be sent through for sovereignty approval. No exceptions. You've already clearance for lift 3 days from now. What's the hurry? He's getting suspicious. Aiden leant over and whispered to Saul from the co-pilot seat. Saul typed a quick message on his terminal and hit Taika's icon to send. Everything all right? Without breaking his conversation with station control, he responded, As Earth was green. He's got this, Saul assured the group. A silent Luan shrugged from the hold. Control, I realize that this early departure might incur some fees on our part. Why don't you check with your superior? I can wait, Taika said. Joma Herald, is that a bribe? Control said, still neglecting to show any emotional involvement. I wouldn't dare suggest such a scenario, Taika said, thinly feigned disbelief in his voice. Joma Herald, please hold. There was silence on the call for close to 5 minutes before Control returned. Joma Herald, you are clear to begin undocking. Bearing for departure is 32 degrees angled spinward. You have yourselves a fine day, Control said before ending the call. What was that? Aiden said, confounded. Seems the pleasant gent in Control spoke with his superior, Taika answered. And they're letting us lift. Just like that, Saul said. Well, with the proper authorization codes and... He paused, switching his voice electronically to that of an older woman with a Scottish accent. The right voice modulation to go along with it. Anything is possible. Earth be damned, Saul said, impressed. Well, let's get our feet in the water then. Sergeant Aiden, would you loose the docking harness now? It's Sergeant now, is it? Aiden snorted, reaching for the controls. Well, Diggory's already got a first mate. And besides, when all this is over, you're going to need a rank, Saul explained. The Joma pushed off, its maneuvering thrusters firing in silent cacophony, seen through the dash wall screens. The shuttle pitched, arcing its bow away from the docking tube, and quickly moved to a wider orbit of the station, just inside the shipping lanes full of slow-moving inbound and outbound freighters. Aiden made a small adjustment to the trajectory to nudge them in the direction of the dockyards. How is the Diggory's steely first mate anyways? How is Titus? As steadfast and stubborn as ever. Gods only know how he's going to take all this. Perhaps it's all better left unsaid, Saul said, only now realizing that he'd neglected to consider Titus's, let alone the rest of his crew's opinions before the event he found himself in. This is all touching, but are we there yet? Charles barked. It should be coming up, just past this next arm of the station, just over the next rise, Saul said. There it is. Coming up on the Parabad's starboard now, Aiden said, assuming co-pilot duties. We'll bring us bow side then, and try not to be seen. Hey, Calmos, Charles said, his voice from behind almost too close for comfort. Know when we'll be arriving? Afraid I've gone and forgotten to take a wee break before now. You're joking, Luan scoffed with incredulity. Could be, Charles said. Want to check? Aiden reached into the compartment to his right and pulled out an empty water flask. This better do it, he said, flinging the flask over one shoulder. It drifted towards Charles in the null gravity. Charles batted it away. Hey, watch where you're putting things, Navy boy. That's rich. Not been reactivated for a standard week, and I'm already a Navy boy. Aiden smiled sardonically. Joma docking in 3, 2, Aiden started. The Joma slid up alongside the Parabad's aft hull, gliding to a halt with an audible thunk. Saul extended the shuttle's docking tube, which made contact with a solid point on the ship's hull. From what I can tell, boys, you should have made landfall somewhere between the cargo hold and the ship's crew mess. Pray no one heard that, Tyker said over a spotty connection. 1. The shuttle's docking tube began pressurizing, finishing when the monitor outside the door read, ambient, green. That's it, Aiden said, pulling open the outer door. The crew now faced the standard jet black of the Parabad's outer hull. Each ship, military or otherwise, was painted black to blend in with the background of space, making them more difficult to track. Olivio? Saul said over the bulletin. Olivio, you and yours in position. Just about there, Calmos, Olivio said through a spotty connection. My boys and I are just getting into position. Should be ready to start this brawl soon enough. Saul's plan was about to begin. He had asked for more muscle to stage a riot in the main transport hub, just outside the berth where the Parabad had docked. Saul knew that the crew of the Parabad would rush to watch, even waking their off-shift comrades to join, especially since they had been on this haul for months and craved any distraction. There, Olivio said, men are just approaching each other now. Give it 2 minutes and you'll have your distraction. The two groups of men approached each other at the center of the hub, each wearing jumpsuits and sporting tattoos from rival long-haul crews. Saul watched on the shuttle's wall screen, which was showing a live feed of the hub. Just as the men were starting to get heated, a loud rumble echoed through the station. The men and everyone else in the hub looked around in confusion as a secondary explosion ripped through them, knocking many of them off their feet and blinding the camera feed. What the hell was that? Aiden said. Tyker, what did you do? Luan questioned. Wasn't me, though hats off. That's sure one hell of a distraction, Tyker admitted. In his heart, Saul knew who it was. Soften, he wailed over bulletin. Soften's icon appeared on the shared channel. You rang, he said, and Saul could feel the pride emanating through the line. Explain yourself, Saul continued to fume. Needed a distraction, didn't you? Brawl idea was never going to cut it. This way? No chances, just success, Soften gloated. You self-righteous bastard, Saul bellowed. There were people in that hub. Innocents. Ain't no one innocent when it comes to the Sovos. Even you, Soften said. Saul's heart was about to burst from his chest in rage when he had a sudden realization. He motioned to Aiden, who let the bag containing Sofan's other bomb drift slowly to the floor. I expect by your silence you were thinking of ditching the OMS I supplied you with, Sofan continued. Not to worry, this one's the same one I brought to our little meeting. You'd have better luck cracking your suits with Charles's wife's Shitake Malatang than with that. Then why give us it at all? Aiden said, confusion showing on his face. Just to see what happens, I suppose, Sofan said. See if you've mettle enough for what comes next. Next? Saul asked, but Sofan didn't respond. You'll think of something, he said instead, before leaving the channel. Damn it, Saul said. Well, we didn't get all dressed up for nothing, Charles said, handing Luan an arc-light cutter that was already powered on. Saul nodded and took up another cutter. It would take them the better part of 30 minutes to cut through the Par Abad's outer hull and another 10 or so of carefully peeling back and rerouting the inner workings of the electrical systems to not set off any alarms. Olivio? Saul said while continuing to cut. Here, boss, Olivio said, his voice sullen and slow. Hail Mary, Saul said. How many of you were caught in the blast? Most of mine are down. The blast took 'em out. I've 3 plus myself left, not that that does much good. Can you continue? I need you to get your men to the Parabad's bay doors and start running interference. That's the thing. Security's on site. They're scouting through the wreckage. What's funny is that Bastard's distraction worked. It's got the Parabad's crew out in full force, tending to the survivors, even for some of my men. There's irony in that, I think. Be that as it may, I need a lookout. I'm on it, Olivio said, mustering himself to rejoin the matter at hand. I've sent 2 of mine to hunt down that bastard. The rest of us will man the wall. You've my word on that. Olivio's icon dropped out of the channel. And then there were 5, Taika said. No member of the team responded and instead continued cutting in sullen silence. After they cut their way through, they slipped into the man-sized opening and right into the crew quarters. Olivio was right. Sofan's distraction had worked in clearing out the crew. Saul shuddered at the thought of how many had just lost their lives because of him. He tried not to dwell on it, forcing himself back into the moment. The 4 moved into a set of rigid, uninspired corridors in an equally unremarkable ship. The Parabad had been built from what Saul had guessed to be 3 mismatched common freighter designs of Federation origin. Hats off to them, Saul thought. For a fledgling bunch of nomads on the edge of civilized space, those Freddies sure had their hands firmly in the sovereignty's purse. After 20 minutes, they came to a set of conspicuously reinforced blast doors. Aiden whistled. Ever see cargo doors like this on a freighter hauling everyday goods? Better be something big behind these. My children have been wanting a new pony, though they didn't feed the last one, Charles said, and Saul couldn't tell if he was serious. Made decent hydrogel, though. Aiden made a get-a-load-of-this crazy gesture. It has to be the diamond. No other place on this vessel they'd be able to stash them, Luan chimed in. Glory me, it speaks. Charles spat. What, Taika finally let your balls loose? To hell with that guy, Luan said. Cheer up, boys. Payday's just behind this door, Saul said, trying to distract them. Taika, can you hear me? We've reached the second access. Mind lighting our way? Sure, Taika said. And make it snappy. This hallway is giving me the shakes, Aiden said. The doors made an ancient thwack, then lurched open as if they were being pulled along by a team of sloths. Now, Saul said, checking his scanner. Can't be hard, but let us find the quell as quickly as possible. The 4 of them spread out, walking through gaps in the stacks of magnetized shipping crates. I'm not seeing it, Charles bellowed from somewhere on top of one of the stacks. Me either, Luan said. Seems we may have been duped. Keep looking, Saul assured them. It has to be here. The manifest makes no sense otherwise. Guys, Aiden said from somewhere near the center of the stacks, notably confused. Is it at all possible that diamonds were just a clever mislabeling on the Sovo's part? I suppose. What are you getting at? Saul said, walking to him. It's just that I've got a few crates here, matching shipping tags, identical weight once you add it all up, marked for sovereignty officials' eyes only. And what's the problem? Charles asked, leaping from the top of one of the stacks and drifting down in the low gravity. Quell wouldn't be in multiple crates. As I said, it would be formed in solid cubes, Saul said. So what? Easier to move now, no, Luan said. Don't need that psycho's bomb after all. You're not getting it, Aiden said. He grabbed a pry bar from his suit's belt and peeled back the side of one of the crates. Underneath, a glass-like veneer shone through, accompanied by a turquoise glow. Earth be damned, Saul said. Gentlemen, Tyker's voice interrupted. Been monitoring radio traffic. Seems you've a group of Station Sec coming for you. Just then, Olivio's icon popped back into existence. Calmos, come in, he said. We've trouble. Report? Saul pressed. Seems a few Sovos have slipped past us. The count is 3, out of uniform, which is why we didn't catch them. They're headed your way. Got it, Saul said. How much time do we have? Not enough, a voice said from behind them, near the cargo bay doors. Saul turned to find 3 individuals, a woman led by 2 men aiming the barrels of their hand cannons at them. Not 10 seconds later, Olivio, 2 of his men, and a battered Sophon being dragged by his torn collar entered, their barrels leveled at the ones before them. One of the men took a swing at an oblivious Luan with the barrel of his gun, catching him above the brow. Luan dropped to the ground. Guys, Tyker said, I don't mean to interrupt, but… Yes, Tyker, what is it? Saul said, trying not to make any sudden movements. I don't know how, but I think they found me. Tyker began to say before his line switched to static. Well, Saul said, instructing Aiden to drop his pry bar, looks like you've got us. Chapter 7, Captain Ignacio. Tolly couldn't believe it. From his place on top of the table, Groen's unwavering voice boomed over the loudspeaker. He was steadfast, dedicating himself to be the first of those sacrificed to save the Perun, forcing Tolly into a strange place between furious and heartbreak. Her mother had left her, then her father, her sister ever more distant this last year, and now him. Standing across the hall from him, watching his lips flap into the loudspeaker, it was all Tolly could do to not throw up. After offering to retire and leave everything and the firecrawler to her, she thought, how could he not at least consult her? In a moment, her animosity in her switched over to guilt through fear and on to sullen sorrow. She was paralyzed. Philippe placed a hand on her shoulder, which she pretended not to notice. He said something to her, but all she chose to hear was a garbled mess. After a while, he stopped trying to reach her and removed his hand. Groen eventually stopped speaking, handed the loudspeaker off, and stepped laboriously down from atop the table with Connor's help. It wasn't until several crew members had left the hall, clearing a space in the middle, that the world began to normalize. Groen was speaking to Connor still, and Tolly had half a mind to rush over and smack him in the jaw. Disquiet started to boil back up again, but before she knew it, Groen was staring straight back at her. His eyes tore through her, and she could feel herself starting to weep. Enough was enough. The first step was hard, then they came quicker and easier. From across the hall, she sprinted towards him. Groen opened his arms wide, his eyes wetter than hers. When they met at the center of the hall, her uncle embraced her, squeezed tight with his tree-trunk arms. He towered above her and nestled her head below his beard. She had never felt so hurt, so betrayed, and so loved. She tried to fight it, tried to get out even a syllable. Every word translated only into blubbering. Damn you, she was finally able to say. God's damn you. I know, my dear, I know, he said, his words deep and sullen. The tears finally slowed, and she pushed her way out from him. Tolly craned her neck up at him. Her eyes burned straight through his head. If there were any other… He trailed off. She swung, landing a closed fist in the center of his chest. Groen winced but barely flinched. Tolly swung again. This time her fist landed in Groen's open palm. It felt like punching a pillow. Tolly opened her mouth to speak, but everything rampaging through her threatened to come out all at once. Groen recomposed himself before answering. I know you're upset, my dear, but I assure you this is nothing other than dumb, crushing luck. He smiled a trademark smile and continued, I told you, along with the other crew, as with as much haste as was available. These are some hard decisions the crew needs to make, and it would not be in my character to withhold it. He paused, wiping a tear from Tolly's face with a wide, bratwurst forefinger. I, for one, know you will make the gods proud as captain. And do go easy on Connor. He's just been forced into a job he didn't expect either. Connor stepped up beside her, and Groen released his grip. Tolly looked over at him and saw that he had been crying too. He must have just realized this as well, quickly drying his own eyes on the sleeve of his coveralls. You two will need to work together, learn from each other, and try not to kill one another. I've only been here for 18 months. I have no idea. You'll do fine. I've already sent in the paperwork to the Federation office anyways. And besides, the Perun is almost entirely automated. She mostly runs herself, Groen said, cutting her off. I'll make sure she eats her vegetables, said Connor. Groen turned and lumbered towards the door. You'll do fine, he said again, before stepping out into the hall. Well, come on, Connor said, turning to Tolly. The captain will need us on the command deck. On the command deck, Tolly looked out on the ashen landscape. The sun was entirely up now, the sky a mixture of smoke and clear sunlit patches. Less than 2 kilometers south, a patchwork of inky storm clouds was rolling in. A thick veil of rain hung like wires in the space beneath the clouds, blanketing the ash fields below. Silver was right. If they didn't get the upgrade fixed, and soon, the crawler would be buried along with her entire crew. Groen's voice came from the wall screen behind her, and she swiveled to see him. Behind Groen, Tolly could see a line cook named Dixon, whom Tolly had met only once before, and to her surprise, both a nervous Philippe and a steely Marco. These were Groen's volunteer heroes. Groen turned away from the wall screen, nodding to the men standing with him before turning back. Before he could say anything, Tolly opened a bulletin to every wall screen in the vessel. My family, he said, the pale blue image not doing him justice. And we are family after all. I have been in this line of work, and on the Perun in particular, for more years than I'd care to count. I have spent time with every one of you. And I am brazen to have spent my time amongst such admirable folks. Although such a fate seems cruel to have been thrust upon us, I would fully accept it time again if it meant sparing at least one of you some level of sorrow. It is with a heavy yet steadfast heart that we do this, and I am glad to be accompanied by these heroic people at my side. Groen turned back to face those standing behind him. Master Dixon, you have been a powerful source of humor and explosively gut-wrenching pot roast over these last 20 years. Somehow you never fail to laugh. Tolly noticed that Silver had just joined them on the bridge, her eyes red and makeup smeared. Engineer Marco, you have always been a steadfast voice of reason. We consistently clashed over policy, technicalities, and the meticulous work that you put into carrying the Perun along for so many seasons. You made me a better person and a better captain, whether you knew it or not. Silver was sobbing now into Connor's arm, tears soaking into grease stains. And Philippe, you have been the youngest to ever serve on my crew. You are wise beyond metal, and I'm sure you make your parents, if even the gods, proud. Your ingenuity and stamina astound me, and you can be assured that you have made your mark on this old firecrawler and this company. Tolly was weeping again, but managed to keep it contained to a few tears that dripped down through the grated floor. You men have made your crew and the entire herd federation proud by your service. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and know that you are saving lives today. Groen's broadcast had come to an end, so Tolly switched off the feeds to the rest of the vessel, leaving only the wall screen in the command deck on. Tolly looked around the deck. At least 12 of the 17 crewmen on the deck were openly weeping. Captain, Groen said. It took Tolly several seconds to realize he was talking to her. Yes, sir, she said, not knowing what else to say. There's no need for you to call me sir anymore. You truly are the captain now. Become it, he said, accompanied by a warm smile. Yes, uncle. Groen will do just fine. Tolly could hear rustling from behind him. Groen's head rocked back and forth a bit, letting out a few high-pitched grunts. Damn, I haven't put these environment suits on in a few years. Fits a little more snug than I remember. I've seen pictures. You've gained a few pounds, old man. Tolly snickered, a tear running down her left cheek. Old? I guess you're right. Or you might say I'm in the best shape I'll ever be, he snorted. Tolly loved that about him. He could always make the best of the worst kind of situation. Gods. It feels good to be retired. Dear, promise me you'll try it one day. Don't work yourself to death. I mean, hopefully your retirement lasts a bit longer than this. The four men finished suiting up and squeezed into the separation airlock that led to the inner reactor. After several minutes, the air was scrubbed out and the internal doors to the reactor chimed open. Marco stepped into the tubular cavern first, making a beeline for the reactor override at one end. At the same time, Dixon and Groen carried in the sizable industrial-sized patch kit to the middle, and Philip headed for the coolant shutoff at the opposite end. The coolant line ran through the center, spraying radioactive ejector all over the chamber walls and all over the crewmen. The environment suits, not designed for such high radiation levels, would only last for so long. "We're dead men walking now," Marco said, checking the radiation reading on his suit's chest indicator. "Marco," Groen said, his nerves showing in his voice, "how long did you say these suits could last in here?" 30 to 40 minutes if we're lucky, 20 if we're not, Marco replied. "That's depressing," Dixon said. "Coolant shutoff is ready," Philippe shouted, apparently trying to keep the other three focused. The four men would have to time the repairs just right. They would have to shut the coolant flow down just long enough to apply the malplastic patch to the main trunk, but not so long as to risk the reactor overloading. Typically, in optimal conditions, repairs like these would be done over days, with the reactor shut down for the entire duration. Now, with the threat of the outside storm, the reactor needed to keep pumping out enough power to keep the crawler on its feet and walking, or risk it sinking altogether in the soft ashen floor. Also, if that wasn't bad enough, the gods had blessed them with a storm rolling ever closer. If that storm happened to roll over them without the reactor at full strength and the upgrade drive back online, the power suck that it is, the Perun would be overtaken by a mudslide several kilometers wide. "Begin shutdown procedure," Groen said, directing Philip to close the line. The coolant spray slowed but didn't stop entirely. Dixon was hastily unpacking the patch kit, his hands a flurry as if he were preparing the nightly meal of poulet surprise. The two men knelt over the trunk, enduring the constant spray impacting their visors as they set to work on the largest of the openings. The spray went everywhere throughout the cavern, impacting their suits and the walls like light summer rain, finally draining through the grated floor to fall 20 meters to the ash plain below. Groen lit a plasma torch and followed behind Dixon as he carefully diced and applied the patches in varying shapes and sizes. Some of the patches were tiny, mere centimeters wide, while some were nearly large enough to pass a football through. Some of the patches were slipping, failing to adhere, or otherwise flying off in the torrential spray. "Captain," Connor said. His voice was so close to her it seemed surreal. "Captain, the reactor's core temperature has risen by nearly 10 degrees. If you don't get the coolant flow back on in the next 10 minutes, we'll suffer an overload that will trigger an automatic core dump." "Give them a little longer. Without those patches, we'll never make it back to port," argued Tolly. "If it comes to it, I can re-engage the coolant from here to preempt an overload cascade. Then we can try again," said Connor. "There isn't time to try again, Chief Engineer Henrik," Groen spat. "If we stop it now, then we might as well give up." The patches began to take. "They're working, Groen. Keep hitting them with the torch," said Dixon. "Connor, I think your readings are off up there," a pensive Marco said. "Engineer Marco, say again. How are my readings off?" Connor said. Only static played back. "Marco, is everything okay?" "Marco?" Tolly asked, leaning forward toward the wall screen. She could see Silver, who was now seated on a bench by the door, sitting on the edge of her seat. Sorry, answered Marco after several long seconds. "Just rerunning the numbers. Something's going damn strange with the controls down here. The reactor is collecting far too much heat than it should be, and the barometric pressure is off the charts." "Oh gods," Groen said, sensing what was coming next. Tolly's heart sank in her chest. From across the deck, Ensign Olivia Vardone called for Tolly's attention. "Captain, I am sorry to distract you, but you must see this, sir," said Ensign Vardone. Tolly could almost taste the urgency in her voice. Tolly looked up and was horrified as to what she saw. To the south, outside the command deck windscreen, the storm had nearly reached them. Black clouds roiled overhead. A skirt of hail and rain battered the ashen landscape behind them. The firecrawler kept a substandard 80 kilometers per hour pace, and the storm was making it seem like they were standing still. "The storm front will reach us in less than 5 minutes, Captain," said the ensign. "How long do we have?" Groen had opened a private bulletin to her. "Uncle, I'm scared. I'm not sure I can do this," Tolly responded. "Tolly, how long do we have?" His voice was firm now. "Less than 5 till the storm hits. A mudslide shortly after that. Are we going to make it?" Tolly urged. Groen declined to answer. "Dixon, how are we doing, old friend?" Groen asked. "The gods would be proud. Just 7 patches left to go," Dixon said. Marco chimed in next. "Core temperature is nearly at critical. If we keep pushing it much longer, the core will tear a hole straight through the Perun." Silver squealed and began sobbing again. "He's right, sir," Connor said. "Marco's right. Core temperature is nearly at the max threshold. If we don't dispel some energy soon, the storm's not going to matter." "I can restart the coolant flow," said Philippe. "No, Philippe, hold your position," bellowed Groen. 6 patches now, Dixon chimed. "Uncle, I don't know what to do. Please, tell me what to do," Tolly pleaded. "Just keep going," Groen barked to Dixon. 5, now 4, said Dixon, then correcting himself after 1 patch fell off. "No, gods, 5. "Uncle?" Tolly screamed. "Reactor core has reached runaway," Connor and Marco said in near unison. "Gods," Silver said, her eyes struck in horror. "Tolly," he said to Tolly on their private channel. "Tolly, my dear, it's not looking good down here. We won't have these patches ready on time, and the storm's nearly on us. I'm afraid we've failed." "Uncle, please tell me what I should do," she pleaded back. "You need to dump core, Tolly. It's your only chance," he said softly, his voice almost soothing. "But if the core is ejected, you and Marco and Philippe and Dixon, you get ejected along with it. The storm is nearly on us. If you dump now, you will have enough residual power in the batteries to keep the environment systems on for the next few hours at least," he said. "But I can't lose you." She was weeping again. The crew around her was staring, on edge, waiting for some sort of direction. Groen waited several moments before answering. "Tolly, good news. An emergency ping I sent early got through the storm. An evac response shuttle is inbound from Malfjorda Station. They should make it to you before the worst of the storm hits. Tolly, can you hear me? Tolly, you're going to be rescued." "Tolly," Groen pleaded. Tolly was paralyzed. There she was, the youngest captain of a firecrawler. She stared out at the oncoming abyss. Overhead, a sea of roiling, hateful clouds brought nothing but the promise of death and sorrow her way. How could she fight it? Fight nature? How could she, someone so unfit to be captain, hope to find a solution to this mess? Tolly could feel herself letting go, resigning herself to her own fate. But it wasn't her own fate anymore, was it? She was a captain now. Groen had seemed to think that being a captain meant something. He had spoken before of the pride he felt for his crew, for his time spent as their leader. Groen was right. "I can do this," she thought. Steeling herself, Tolly could hear Groen pleading on the bulletin for her. "Tolly, do it now," he pleaded. "You need to dump the core. I can't do it from here. You are the captain. You need to do this. Dump the core." The storm was on the firecrawler now. Tolly could hear loud whirring coming through the bulletin, and she knew that the mudslide was now at full force and rushing between the firecrawler's legs. The deck yawed and pitched as the Perun struggled to maintain its own balance. Tolly reached out for the wall screen terminal in front of her, keyed in the emergency override command, and hovered her finger over the launch button. "I love you, Uncle," she said. Before waiting for a response, she pressed the release. The core and the entire cavern, airlock, and several parts of the lower deck began to drop themselves away from the firecrawler's belly. As the core containment dropped, one of the men on the feed screamed before the wall screen stopped broadcasting. The airlock and some large sections of floor grating plunged below the muddy flows, impacting and damaging many of the firecrawler's legs and, in some cases, breaking a few of them off. And as the core dropped, halfway before reaching the bottom, it exploded. The firecrawler was sent violently upwards as it struggled to retain balance with its few remaining legs. Tolly and most of the crew who had remained conscious were now hanging onto anything they could grab as the windscreen suddenly became the floor several meters beneath them. The Perun, unable to right itself, tipped over and began falling towards its front side. With a muffled crunch, the remaining structure slammed into the mudflow below as if it were cement. The last thing Tolly could see was a muddy, ashen wall breaking its way through what had been the north-facing windscreen, heading straight for her. Chapter 8, New Day Mourn. For a while the world was black. The first sensation Tolly was aware of was the rattling aluminum gangway swinging back and forth overhead. Then the dull roar of turbines. Finally, and loudest, was the searing pain that started at her cast-covered broken arms and wormed up to the base of her skull. The cot Tolly lay in was drenched in what she hoped was sweat, in what she knew could not have been her own bed. On a shuttle headed for an unknown destination, she struggled to sit up, arrested by the restraints that wrapped her chest to the cot's side rails. Tolly wailed for someone to free her, wincing from the pain. A medic that had been attending another crewman nearby her cot rushed over to check on her. "Miss," the woman said, before adding an unsettling, "shit." The nurse turned the valve on a bag of fluids that hung above Tolly's bed. "Sorry for that," said the nurse, overwhelmed. "We're a bit short-handed. That's a muscle relaxer in the bag. Should help you through the palest of it." All Tolly could do was groan. Again she struggled against the straps. "Groen, where's... I have to..." she said, delirious. "I don't know a Groen," the nurse answered. "I think there's a Greg 3 cots over. Is that who you're looking for?" Unpacking a fresh needle from its wrapper, she forced it into a man's arm on Tolly's right. The man didn't react. "This one right here, though. Connor? Heimar?" she proposed, reading his name off of a wet and smudged patient chart. He wasn't so lucky. He took a nasty bump on the belfry. Lucky to be alive. "Henrik," Tolly struggled to say. The nurse walked back over to her. "You, however, miss," she said, snatching up Tolly's chart, "Captain Ignacio. Gods, you're a young one, aren't you?" She grabbed Tolly's arm and lightly squeezed. Tolly yelped. "Yes, just as I thought. Broken clean through," said the nurse as she stepped away. "Wait! Where are you going?" Tolly called after her, her own eyes wide and trained on the grated ceiling. "I've got to see to those worse off than you first, dear." That reminded her of Groen. Oh gods, Groen's gone, she thought, isn't he? Him and Marco and Philippe and Dixon, all gone. "Wait," Tolly pleaded. "Drugs will kick in soon, Miss Captain. You'll see." She started to trot off before turning back. "And someone should be by shortly to change your bedding. But you'll probably be asleep by then." She hurried out of sight, and Tolly realized that she had been truthful about the drugs. Quickly, and with an unforgiving tingle, the drug enveloped her. What seemed like minutes bled into hours. And as Tolly became aware of herself again, her bedding had been changed. The rumbling of the turbines and rattling of the grating had stopped. The pain in her arm had vanished. Tolly tried to sit up. No straps, but there was a bitch of a migraine. Tolly winced at the light that filtered in from the hospital room window. She raised her arm to shield herself and noticed the casts had been removed. "They do decent work here," a slender silhouette said as it hovered over from across the room. "Expensive, but decent." "Blaine?" Tolly said, holding back tears. Blaine drew the curtains, and the silhouette of Tolly's older sister suddenly came into view. She came over and sat on the left edge of the hospital bed. Tolly was bewildered to find she was in a private hospital bed. Expensive, she thought, and she had undergone sudden and complete bone regrowth. Very expensive. "Blaine, what am I doing here?" she asked. "You lug. I heard about the accident. There's no way I would let you sit in that pit of a Federation trauma ward. I got you in here. Spared no expense." Tolly raised an eyebrow. "I'm paying for this, aren't I?" Blaine smirked. "Sort of. The Federation came through with compensation astonishingly quick. It's almost like they thought you were the captain or something." That's when the memories came flooding in, the deaths of Groen, Marco, and the other men, the destruction of the Perun. "Oh no, Connor." Tolly turned to her right side, expecting to see Connor passed out beside her. Instead, nothing. Just a white wall. "Where's Connor?" Tolly asked, trying to sit up. "Sit, Trolley," Blaine said, using her kid name for her. Tolly got one whole leg out of bed before Blaine landed a flick on her forehead like she used to do when they were kids. The flick rippled through her migraine and rebounded off of the back of her skull. "Ow!" Doctor said bed rest, so sit. I'll go find Connor, she ordered. Blaine stood and walked toward the doorway. Captain, she asked. Captain, Tolly shrugged. Blaine disappeared through the open door. Nearly an hour passed, and Tolly was getting restless. All she could think about, all she could see, were the faces. Faces of crew members both in the reactor tube and on the command deck with her before the collapse. She could see Groen's face the clearest, the whites of his eyes wide in the seconds leading up to the explosion. The look of horrified defeat washing over his face on the phantom blue of the wall screen. She remembered seeing men tossed, torn apart, impaled by the explosion as chunks of the floor rose upwards through them. She remembered Silver, poor Silver, her eyes bleeding with tears in the loss of Marco. She remembered it all as it came back to her all in one painful sequence. The whole thing was overwhelming, and Tolly knew she was going to puke. Blaine, who had just dragged Connor in behind her on a mobile cot, rushed over to her and pushed the bedpan into her face. Tolly dry heaved several painful times while her sister held her head. "That's disgusting, Captain," Connor said, sitting up in his bed. Tolly looked up at him bewildered, a clump of hair glued to the sweat on her forehead. "Don't start, Connor," Blaine said, heading over to wheel his cot up beside Tolly's. "Now you kids play nice," Blaine said as she left the room. "I know what you're going to say," said Tolly. "Do you?" Connor sat up in his bed. "How many crewmen were hurt? Can we reclaim the Perun?" she asked. "Too many, and no hope in hell. She's likely buried under several feet of mud, and that's nothing compared to the new growth that must have sprung up in the last 2 weeks. Best we can hope for is that she's just buried. Worst of all, the Perun's a burnt wreck. 2 weeks. Yeah, Blaine didn't say, he asked. Tolly just shook her head. Well, shit, sorry. I suppose someone had to. Either way, it looks like you're now captain of nothing. Not to worry, the Federation will likely have you reassigned before next season. Tolly was surprised she hadn't thought of that. It was somewhere at the back of her mind, buried under and stifled by what had happened almost 2 weeks ago. I guess you're right. You'll be reassigned too, surely, she said. Don't count on it. You were a full-fledged captain when the Perun went belly up. I was only acting chief engineer. Any crew would be chomping at the bit to have you. I wouldn't say that. In my short tenure as chief, the firecrawler suffered a catastrophic loss of property, crew, and most importantly, the entire load of harvested vitriol. I don't see any crew clambering to have me, at least in the present. No, I'll likely have to settle for a junior ensign rank again after this. You've got me there, she said. No sense dwelling. That's what the nightmares are for. Besides, did anyone tell you? There's a flock in town, said Connor. I've been a little cut off from the outside in here, Henrik. Tolly smiled sardonically. She had just come out of a 2-week coma, after all. Yes, right. Well, Matriarch Nagoya has brought the whole cattle-heart flock to our backwater by request of Our Lady Matriarch Lathe herself. The whole fleet's in orbit right now, has been for a few days. There's going to be a parade and everything. Tolly knew of the cattle-heart flock well. One of 5 major flotillas under the Herd Federation's control, the flock was nomadic and renowned for the fantastic trade goods they brought with them. She could only recall one other time the flock had come here in her lifetime, but that was when she was only 4 years old. She and Connor talked for a few more hours before Blaine came back with a nurse and a smile on her face. Thankfully, her recovery was over, and she was about to be discharged. Connor was less lucky, having another day before he was let out. Groen's funeral was 2 days later. Held on a hillock at the end of Market Street and on the outskirts of Blaine's and her home district, Libourne, the service was surprisingly small. With most of the crewmen's families absent, dealing with their own lost loved ones, left only a handful of attendees. Tolly was just glad at least some had come, so that it was not just her and Blaine alone. More bizarre was that Brenna Lathe, matriarch of the planet, was standing on the other side of the congregation from her, as Tolly tried not to make eye contact. Connor had come, and with him his mother and father and youngest sister Eleni. Silver was there, although Tolly felt as though she shouldn't have. She was seated on a chair near the front, sobbing into a handkerchief. Tolly suspected that Silver's grief over losing Marco was the real driver behind it. A handful of captains of vessels, nearly identical to the Perun, as well as captains of trade ships, were in attendance as well. There was another man Tolly didn't recognize. He was wearing burgundy military finery in the colors of the cattle heart flock. On his jacket were several rows of epaulets, indicating a high rank in the flotilla, possibly on the cattle heart's flagship, but Tolly couldn't say for sure. He was a handsome man, with an angular jawbone that every so often Tolly would catch sneaking a glance over at Blaine. Blaine was hard as stone, her expression unchanged since this morning when she'd wept in her room by herself. She had loved Groen, Tolly knew, but could not discern just exactly what was walking around inside her sister's head any day. To say nothing about this day. Blaine had always been reserved, at least around her. Tolly could remember a time when they were both very young and their mother and father were still around, that Blaine had shown some joy. However, ever since their mother died and their father faded away, her sister had been changed. The two of them had been left alone together for a long time, struggling to survive on the fringes of the city on whatever their father remembered to send their way. Sure, there was Uncle Groen, but he had always been out of touch with what was happening in the city and in their lives. It wasn't until this past year that he had finally made an effort to be in their lives. What help Groen did send, every few seasons when he was in port, Blaine would stash away for Tolly's education fund, which she had kept hidden from Tolly until it came time to use it. And so Blaine, working 2 jobs at the time and with some sparse help from Groen, Tolly was able to attend the academy. Blaine had sweat to give her sister the chance at a life that was never available to her, and she had succeeded. Even after Tolly had been expelled, Blaine still showed her the same calm fortitude that she always had. The funeral ended before Tolly realized, and she found herself standing alone, staring at a patch of fresh soil. Connor and his family had gone, most of the others in attendance had cleared out as well, and for a moment Tolly imagined herself back in the mess hall aboard the Perun after Groen had just given his last speech as captain. She hadn't realized that Blaine was staring at her, her own eyes puffy, and her tears long since dried. "I'll have to stop by the market quickly before we head home. I'm going to make us something special for lunch. How does taro curry sound?" Tolly nodded numbly. "I won't be opening the cafe today. We can just have a you and me day," Blaine said. "Sounds good?" On her way home, Tolly took the surface route around the city. Her train headed out of Libourne, crossed over Kingsborough, through the eastern wall, then Le Cave, then back around to Libourne. Libourne, a small industrial neighborhood, was lined with below-ground factories on an island flanked by rivers, the Bloc and the Gramond, on 2 sides with the massive South Sea that ran the southern length of Risen on the third. The factories were buried under a mixture of high-rise dwelling complexes and general-use park spaces. Summer was at its height, and the sun never completely set, just kissing the horizon beneath the northern mountains before heading back up at the start of every day. The factory levels below housed several subterranean farm complexes to supply the small city with the food it needed. There was also farmland above each squat factory to maximize arable land. Most days of the year, the sky was a dusty white, the smoke from the constant wildfires getting trapped in the upper atmosphere. On these days, the sun would filter through as a vibrant red jewel. Along with the farms, the factory levels supported a wide array of manufacturing, much of which was devoted to the construction and maintenance of everything from shuttles, loop trains and upgrade cargo transports to various types of farming equipment, most notably the firecrawlers. Tolly's home was one of the few left near the ground, not otherwise sold off decades ago to make way for more manufacturing. She would often see workers on their way to or away from a shift in the subterranean city when they stopped by Blaine's cafe, the Elysée, which she ran out of the lower level of their 2-story home. Tolly had worked what seemed like an age ago in the Elysée, and now, standing back in the vacant cafe, the seats were empty, the cups shelved, the doors locked. Still, somehow the place felt crowded. Groen was sitting in every chair. Over by the checkout, Marco was ordering a latte triple foam. Philip was behind the counter, twisting dials and lowering the steam arm. Behind her, Dixon mopped up the rainwater that had tracked in through the doorway. They were everywhere. Their thoughts, their fears, they were plastered on the walls and ceiling. She turned around, and Connor was there beside her, rigid. His eyes were fixed on the bay window that wrapped the southern and eastern walls. Tolly knew what had grabbed his attention. She turned, and a wall of mud exploded through the window, glass shattering towards her. It was then that Blaine walked in. Tolly reeled to face her. Her brow was moist, her heart pounding through her teeth. Are you okay? Blaine asked, one hand on the open door. Yes, Tolly wanted to say everything that was trapped in her mind. There was so much that it fought to get out all at once, but could not do so. Yes. Blaine shut the door and placed a tan paper bag on the nearest table. Tolly, are you sure you're all right? I mean, are you okay? She asked, because it's okay to be shaken up going through what you did. I see them everywhere, Blaine. I can't get their faces out of my thoughts. They even spoil my dreams. Tolly confessed. I see that. I see you are suffering. But why do it alone? Alone? I'm not alone. I have you. At least I hope I do. Sure, of course you do. I'm not saying you don't have me. I would assume, going through what you have, that there's only so many that can sympathize with how you're feeling. She paused, then said, Go see Connor. I will, promise. But not today. Well, curry will need an hour to simmer. Go get some rest until then, she said, hoisting her bag. Tolly spent the rest of the day in a haze with a small respite during an expertly spiced bowl of saffron taro root curry. Afterwards, the high faded and she slumped back into silence. She dug herself a pit in her comforter, crawled in, and said an indifferent farewell to the midday sun. Chapter 9. The Deal Goes South. Rifle barrels leveled at every head in the room. Those held by Saul and Aiden were aimed at station security. Saul's former muscle fixed their sights on both Saul's side and at the officers. Station security aimed theirs squarely at him. You've gone and fucked us, Kalmos, Charles spat, his attention now solely trained on the half-open crates of cargo. Earthing hell, it's clams. Pacific razor clams, Aiden snorted, reading the crate plaque, and lobster. And a dairy cow in stasis, Luan said. Saul needed them to focus. He knew that a lapse in concentration now might just be the gust to push this whole thing over a cliff. Now, Saul started, we've two options, the way I see it. You've won, said an out-of-breath, pale-skinned woman wearing an indigo jumpsuit, her voice resonant behind her faceplate. Yeah, says who? Luan said from his seat on a crate, where he was nursing the gash across his forehead. Sergeant Lisa Hutaino, Merchant Fleet. Hutaino announced in a hastened sense of ceremony. Well, look at that. Cap, she's one of us. Aiden said sardonically. The sergeant had the lean build and characteristic short-cropped hair of anyone who'd grown up outside of a planet's gravity well. On either side, she was supported by a man in half-buttoned naval garb, as if they had been sleeping when they'd got the call to come down here. Couldn't help but notice you're out of uniform, Sergeant, Saul said. Could say the same about you, Captain, she said, fixing her gaze on him. Enough. Enough, Charles squawked, finished with his inspection of the crates. Someone better tell me what the options are here. Big man says 2 options. Lady say 1. Out with it. He shifted his gun back and forth between Saul and Hutaino. Saul could tell he was growing more nervous. You've got 1 chance. Drop your arms. Come with me. No one gets hurt, Hutaino said with calm decisiveness. Or, Saul objected, we could all turn, go our separate ways. This cargo's not what we came for anyway. We'd be better to leave well enough alone, go back to our regular lives. The way he said it, he almost felt like he meant it. That's where I'd disagree, Olivio said. I've already sacrificed many men. Earth be dead and their families scorned if I lose anything else. I've me and mine to look out for. You understand? Careful, Cruz, Hutaino interrupted. You seem to be forgetting those charges I had you up on last time. This would be your last strike. Cap, hey Cap, Aiden whispered without turning his head. What about Taika? He's still with us, no? Saul's expression remained steely. He could feel the cannon in his hand wavering. He couldn't remember the last time he'd held it this long, let alone fired the damned thing outside of a gallery. Sergeant, Saul said, bringing her attention back to him. You've got a man of mine, a chatty fellow, good with terminals. I've got a criminal, a data thief, Hutaino retorted, and a delinquent dockhand, though I don't see what interest you should have in them going forward. If you were smart, and I feel you might be, You and your men should lay yourselves slowly on the decking and deal with the consequences. Not earthing likely, Aiden whispered again. What's that? Huatano tested. I said not in a green earth's chance, Aiden spat. Now you're just antagonizing her, Luan chimed in, standing up from his crate. He struggled for a moment to keep his balance. Huatano just shook her head. You seem to think, miss, Olivia interrupted, you seem to think that we are his men also. I don't rightfully care what you think I think, Cruz, she said, her patience waning. People. There's no way this is going to end without at least a bit of population reprioritization. The thing is, whether you all want to stick around flashing barrels at each other or get to it, Charles said, his anxiety morphing into a blood fever. It won't come to that, Charles, Saul said. I'm sure there's a way we can all get out of here without all killing each other in the process. I know the good sergeant here wouldn't want that. You've got to the count of 5, Huatano held up one hand, 5 fingers outstretched, to lower your weapons. She's not serious, Aiden said, unconvinced. Huatano's fingers dropped to 4. She's serious, said Aiden, changing his mind at once. You've got to have some steel ones, Charles said. Now, Sergeant, I know there's a way we can… Saul started. 4, Huatano barked. She's not messing this one, Olivia insisted. Saul could see Olivia taking a step back. Subconsciously, Saul followed suit. 3, Huatano barked again. Aiden stepped back towards the open cargo hold. The officers behind Huatano stiffened in anticipation. 2, Huatano continued. This won't end well, Luan said, now tucking himself behind the crate he was sitting on. Sergeant, we don't have to do this. There's nothing here for us. Just let us pick up and leave, Saul pleaded. Speak for yourself, old man, Olivia said. Charles let out a feral roar, pushing his arm in an arc towards the sergeant, leveling his gun at her and pulling the trigger. His fevered ferocity was only interrupted by a deep and deadening 1. Huatano and her men opened a salvo of metal ricocheting off of every bulkhead, cargo container, and scrap heap in the bay. Aiden, Luan, and Saul scattered towards cover, dodging as Olivia and his men returned fire. Charles kept wailing as he fired, producing a second smaller pistol from inside his suit. He sprayed endless rounds at the officers. Somehow it seemed as if neither side was shooting at Saul. He and Aiden found cover behind the outcropping of the bay doors. He fired a few pot shots at the other security officers. Black Earth, how did we get into this mess? Aiden screamed. His voice was higher pitched than Saul had ever remembered him capable. That said, they had spent most of their time together on uneventful sailings, so it had always been simple enough to keep a cool head. I've got an idea, Saul said. We need to shut the bay doors. And do what? Pilot the Abad out of here. The thing's an elephant. Aiden snorted, firing a few shots at the muscle. Huatano was still on them, shot after shot. She managed to land close to Olivia's head as he wailed, "You getting tired?" Instead of responding, she leveled her pistol and fired a single shot. Shrapnel impacted the top of Olivia's bald head, tearing through and away a fist-sized piece. Olivia dropped to the floor like a waterlogged sack of rags. So did one of the officers, on which Charles had landed a lucky hit to their shoulder. The man screamed, clutching the jacket around the wound and dropping his rifle. Charles kept firing, howling and tearing what was left of the man apart. No, Saul said, diverting Aiden's attention from the fight. We close the doors, wheel the cargo over to the evac lift and force it into the black. Then we get the diggery to pick us and the cargo up. You never had any intention of giving up this haul, did you? Aiden asked. Saul just shook his head. He took another shot. It bounced off the crate in front of one of the last of the remaining muscle. You're up for it? Saul asked Aiden. Yeah, I'm up for it, Aiden said, his trademark smile returning to his lips despite the carnage. Good, I'll cover you. Just reach the access controls. They're at the far end of the ship's cargo hold, just behind us. He gestured to a royal blue box several meters away. See it? Yeah, I see it, Aiden confirmed. Just get your terminal plugged in. You've got to be quick, though. As soon as those idiots out there know what we're doing, their attention is going to shift back over to us. Got it, Aiden said, and go. Without much warning, Aiden leapt into a full stride. Reaching the control box in seconds, he ripped off the cover with such force that it clanged to the ground where it dropped. This didn't faze Hutaino, but it did draw Charles's attention their way. Still firing wildly at the sergeant, Charles made eye contact with Saul. Saul knew he wasn't pleased. "Hey, you two," Charles squealed at the muscle. "You want to get paid? You get over there to the par abad." He made his way over to them, narrowly missing a few expertly placed shots by the sergeant just to pull the two men out of their hiding positions. The first, stumbling to his feet, was picked off by the other remaining officer. He went down, breaking his nose on the steel floor with an audible pop. Charles took the opportunity to level his rifle at the officer. He fired. She screamed, falling backwards into the wall. This only made Hutaino angrier, and when the final muscle was forced out by Charles, she took him down with a clean shot through his heel. The man screamed as he fell, falling silent the moment his skull broke against the floor. "You've no idea how much you fucked this up," Charles said, directing his fury at Hutaino. He abandoned his cover, moving towards her menacingly. He was far from intimidating at the best of times, Saul thought, but he would hate to be on Charles's receiving end right now. Hutaino didn't shy away either, instead of firing several rounds at Charles's midsection. Charles, squirming under the barrage to his ribs and stomach, managed to get off 3 shots of his own. The second to last tore through the sergeant's midsection, sending blood spouting down her hip. Charles dropped like a log, but Hutaino stayed standing motionless for a moment. She looked almost like a marionette, her limbs awkwardly positioned, her expression bare, her mouth open. She looked over at Saul, wide-eyed. Aiden had just finished patching into the controls when Hutaino hit the deck. "Got it," Aiden said, regardless of the whole situation. He activated the control to close the bay doors. "No, wait, stop," Saul said to Aiden. Aiden halted the doors, confused. Saul rushed over to Hutaino. "Is there a medkit in the bay?" Saul yelled at Aiden. "I don't," Aiden said, flustered. "Look," Saul barked. He ran to the officer who had been wearing the most uniform when the fighting broke out. He cut off some scraps of the man's naval jacket and took it over to the sergeant. She was barely conscious, pale-skinned, paler than before, and noticeably groggy. Saul pressed the scraps into the wound. "Aiden, anything?" Saul pleaded. "Nothing, nothing. Wait." Aiden brushed aside some very precariously stacked crates to reveal a far out-of-date medical kit. "Here," Aiden said as he rushed over and handed Saul a tube of bandage, spilling the rest of the kit's contents in a trail behind him. Saul applied the bandage, realizing he was now trying to save the officer who had tried to kill him not more than 10 minutes ago. "Saul, she's not in great shape," Aiden reasoned, "and we've got to get out of here. More security rats will be coming." Saul considered it, leaving her here to die. He thought of the risk it would be to take her. Then he decided he didn't care. Security's at the far end of the station. It will be at best 20 minutes before they can scramble themselves this way. Best chance she has is with us. And with that, he hoisted her up and over his shoulder. "Doesn't that bandage need to sit?" Aiden said. "No time. For bleeding this bad, it will only slow it. And we've got to move." "What about the cargo?" Aiden said. "That's all you," Saul said sardonically. As if he'd come all this way just to leave the cargo behind. "You've got 10 minutes to move the crates into the lift and launch them to the outside. I'm going to head back on foot and get the shuttle. You put on a suit and strap yourself onto the hall." Saul could see the look of concern on Aiden's face. Or was it distrust? It hadn't been that long since they'd reunited, and honestly, Saul hadn't given the man much reason to trust him. "Look, I know you don't trust me. And fact is, it doesn't matter. Through greed alone, I'll be back for the cargo. I'll even let you hitch a ride with it." "You have my word," Saul said. "Whatever," Aiden said, exhaustion starting to show in his eyes. "And Aiden," Saul said, "I want that cow." With that, Aiden moved towards the crates and Saul headed for the hall. "You take me as a fool?" said Titus Bacon a little while later, the Diggory's second in command. "Captain, you give me no credit." "I didn't think I could draw a shade on you, Titus. If anything, I'd hoped you'd help me sell it to the crew." Titus leaned his head back on the doorframe. "It's Titus now, is it? We must be in some serious butcher to drop formalities. Done something to piss off the dear Sovos, I take it. Come to think of it, you are looking a pale sort." And don't worry, I've silenced the squawking comms from back in system. Yes, sovereignty will be on us soon. Sooner we can get the crew on board, sooner we can get this show on, Saul said. He pressed a few buttons on the wall screen over the medbay cubicle. Before them, in the small gurney, lay Lisa Hortaino. So let's get this crystal, just so I've got all my T's crossed. Hit me, Saul said, giving the man his full attention. Starting in the cargo, you've brought on a new haul and seemingly a new contract to deliver a load of diamonds, was it? And with that cargo, we've taken on crew. Titus paused, leaning against the doorframe again. Yes. Where was I? Ah, yes. New crew. So you've brought back that dinosaur with the cargo. You know I've never liked him. And what was he going by now? Aiden? And then there's this one. He pointed to Lisa. This one's problematic. That's the truth. I understand this is hard, and bringing this one back only complicated it. But I had to make a choice. And a choice you made. A choice to turn us renegade. That's not what I meant, Saul explained. No, but it's the bleeding truth, ain't it? You've made a choice. You stole cargo, killed station operatives, kidnapped a fellow captain, cavorted with thugs. Titus, don't you see? I was trying to set us free. No longer under the Sovos yoke. We are free to make our way, earn our lives on our own. But did you stop to ask yourself while you were busy freedom fighting in our name whether we even wanted you to? Titus said, his expression immovable. He paused. The two of them stared at each other before Titus finally spoke again. Hey, you want me to sell it? He shrugged, a smile forming on his thick lips. Seems to me your take can use a titan. Seems so, Saul said. So here's how we do this. You're the captain, and I'm your second. What you say goes. The crew? Well, they needn't know the dirt under their boots. So long as they're fed and employed, then I don't imagine pirating's that far out of the question. You think they'll buy it? Buy what? Said a voice from behind Titus, his bulk blocking nearly the entire doorway. Engineer cards, Saul said, acknowledging the chief of engineering, Belcia Cardes. Buy this man's tall tale, Titus said. Oh yeah? Does it have anything to do with why I couldn't let my staff off at dock? Or that old man ordering around dockers in cargo? Could be. Titus shrugged. Captain? Short story, Saul said. That old man is our new chief of supply, Francis Aiden, on loan from the Parabad. He paused, looking at Titus for approval. Titus nodded, impressed. The cargo we have is mislabeled. Its value, being homeworld Pacific clams, is so high that a misnomer was needed. We've a contract to deliver it to Veka. And her? Belcia gestured to Lisa. Medical transport. This woman's in a medically induced coma, some sort of fatal illness. Seems the sovereignty's hot on her. She's headed to some rejuvenation retreat in Vasa space, all expenses paid. And the cow? Belcia asked. Cow, what cow? Saul said, wavering for a moment. The new chief of supply thought her out. She's just walking lonesome around the hold. Right. He thought for a second. Her name's Marge. Titus curled his lip in approval. Belcia seemed convinced, and the crew had their story. Chapter 10, Summit. Miran hadn't slept in 2 days. She'd tried, laid in her stateroom's cot for 8 hours, hoping to be finally granted a moment of rest. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't help but see Lyndon Kide and the other faces in the crate. And every time she felt herself about to drift away, a gunshot would echo in her ears. On the second night, Miran hadn't even attempted sleep. Instead, she spent the night going over plans laid out by Ha, who himself seemed to have been able to expunge the events in cold storage from his mind. For him, it was business as usual, except Miran knew he was only acting to be unperturbed, with most of his bulletins to her bearing timestamps deep in the small hours of the ship's morning. Going over Ha's fourth set of revisions for the Sky Parade, Miran seemed to lose interest. And in the final hours of night 2, or what Miran supposed was morning, she found herself suited up in athletic kit and heading for the sepak court. Bouncing the sepak ball against the wooden floorboards, Miran could feel a shred of her frustration over the past few days slough away. She kicked the ball high as it rebounded off of the gymnasium wall. Then, with all her rage and fury bundled tightly into her foot, she leapt, twirled foot over head to impact the ball. The ball was sent sailing over the net as it impacted the court on the opposing side in a hard spike. "Still got it," a quiet voice from behind her said. Miran stopped and turned to see Nishi standing at the end of the court, smiling. "I can see a lot is bothering you. I don't remember the last time you came down to my courts just to practice," he said. "Couldn't sleep," Miran said, matter of fact. "That's plain to my eyes," Nishi said warmly. "Anything you want to discuss?" Miran thought about it for a moment. What she wouldn't give to have someone to talk to about this, to discuss her concerns in herself, her fear of the unknown threat aboard her flock. "No." "Well, even still, you may be my matriarch, but I'll always be your tutor," Nishi said. "Don't forget it." "I won't," she said. Nishi nodded, turning to head for his office. He paused as if he was going to say something more, only to stop himself and disappear inside the doorframe. Miran kept at the motions of rebounding the ball, only to spike it over the net and walk to retrieve it for what felt like hours. She thought of all the people she was to lead, to be strong for. It wasn't them that deserved a weak leader. She thought about calling the whole thing off, postponing the summit or cancelling it outright. No, she thought, too much effort and resources had been devoted to it already, not to mention Lawson Ha would kill her for it. She thought about resigning as matriarch. She would serve until another stronger leader could be chosen from the populace, of course, but that would take time, and leaving the flock without a leader right now would be foolish. Instead, she opted to do nothing, not change a thing, and continue as planned to keep kicking the ball over the net in cathartic rhythm. Days later, the Cattle Heart flock, encumbered by the horde of goods and additional citizens taken aboard on Varlin, was due to depart. Over the last few days, Miran had been granted several sleepful nights through the aid of pharmaceuticals, enough at least to keep her rage from blooming into mania. Soren had met with her several times, expressing his concerns for the journey and for the murderer still at large in their midst. She quelled his concerns, urging that shutting things down now, despite how much she wished she could, would only satisfy the perpetrator's goals only that much sooner. The best they could do, she insisted, was to stay the course. After detaching from dock, Miran thanked the Valen Orbital Dock station master for hosting them over the past 2 months. Satisfied with her half-hearted gesture, she knew she had an important issue to deal with, something that had been weighing on her mind. She directed her bridge staff to make the necessary preparations to exit the system and make for rift travel. Having no access to a natural rift in Verlan, the flock would have to traverse the space to Bordeaux's Folly through inbuilt rift drives alone. It would be slower by several magnitudes, but her terminal's readout put arrival in the Bordeaux system 2 weeks from then. Leaving the bridge, Miran made for the lift to take her to the habitation levels. Walking the slim corridors of a realm she hadn't been a part of for 3 years, since her name day as matriarch and her sequestration to the estate levels of the flagship. She walked the halls, grazing the cold metal of the handrails with her fingertips. It was a surreal homecoming, in a way. She followed the turns of the halls, finally arriving at the door of one of the apartments. Looking up, she read the placard above the doorframe marked Kide. Miran knocked. An elderly woman accompanied by a small girl answered the door, forlorn. The woman was gaunt and haphazardly dressed. It was evident to Miran that the girl had been crying. "Matriarch, come in." "Come in," the woman said. "Thank you, Miss Kide," Miran said, stepping inside. From the file Miran had pored over several times since the tragedy, she had familiarized herself with the whole of the Kide family, especially the ones who survived the loss of Linden and Handon. Miran knew the older woman as Tailing Kide, Handon's mother. "You must be Davina," Miran said, stooping to address the small girl. Her hair was matted and frayed, her dress stained from several days of wear. Miran could see that the family wasn't coping well. Sit, Tailing said, gesturing toward their meager living room. Miran sat, despite her discomfort, in what she was about to tell them. Just before sitting, Tailing shuffled off into the kitchen. Coming back, she carried with her a tray of fresh-baked Chinese sweets and 3 cups of steaming green tea. Miran accepted one of each, biting into the treat and washing it down with a swig from the mug. Surprisingly tasty, Miran knew that the woman had prepared the treats just for her visit, tasting hints of several spices that were hard to come by in the flock. Delicious, thank you, she said, making every effort to be polite. Where's Daddy? Davina said, her eyes burning straight through Miran's. Miran nearly choked on her tea. Davina, manners, Xiling said. Let her at least finish her tea first. No, it's okay, Miran said. That is why I've come, after all. Miran breathed deep. She had run this through her head many times, whether or not she should tell the Kides of their father's and son's fate. She knew they deserved closure, at the very least. You have heard of what befell your son, Handon, have you not? Miran asked. Yes, Xiling said sorrowfully. News travels fast on this ship, even the worst of it. Miran nodded in agreement. She glanced over at Davina, who was holding back tears. Gods, she thought, this girl is strong. Well, she continued, I have come to tell you of what happened to Lyndon and why Handon did what he did. You know about Papa, Davina said, using a different moniker for her other father. Yes, I do, Miran said regretfully. A tear began to seep from Xiling in anticipation of more terrible news. I and a team of my best are investigating the missing persons. On a tip, Miran lied, we followed a lead to the cargo department, which led us to cross paths with Handon. You knew Daddy and Papa, Davina said, oddly proud at a time like this. Yes, I did, Miran said, reassuring the girl. Xiling nudged the girl to not interrupt. Miran then continued to explain the events that led to her finding the bodies in cold storage, sparing Xiling and Davina of any of the gory details. When she finished, Davina slumped back in her chair, void across her face. Papa and Daddy are gone, Davina said. Yes, dear, Xiling said, heartbreak written on her wrinkled face. I am so sorry, Miran said. I know this is hard to hear, even from me. It's best it came from you, dear, Xiling said. Miran nodded. What now? Xiling asked. Do you know who did this? We have leads, she partly lied. I would ask a favor of you and Davina, however. Favor? Favor, Davina said, getting from her seat. She glided into the next room and yelled for her wall screen to shut the door behind her. Sorry about that, Xiling apologized. A favor? Of course, anything to help you, Matriarch. I need you to keep this, what I told you just now, between us. It is a very sensitive matter, and it will complicate our investigation should the word about the missing persons spread. I understand, Xiling said. You have your reasons. It's not for me to question a matriarch. Now, if you'll excuse us, I have a confused and angry young woman to talk to. Thank you for being honest with us. Xiling showed Miran out before closing the door behind her. Miran only just noticed she was still holding a mug of tea and a half-eaten sugar cookie. She finished the last bite and rested the mug against the apartment door, not wanting to disturb them further. Days passed in their voyage between stars and still nothing. No sign of the murderer could be detected, and no other bodies had turned up. Not even an anonymous tip had been reported. For all intents and purposes, normality had begun encroaching back in. Feeling she may not be doing enough and against Soren and Dominado's best wishes, Miran decided more action was needed. She called a meeting of her task force, this time roping in the Federation Security Forces head, Lieutenant Olajide Oganier. Walking into their macabre secret workspace, Oganier was perplexed. He scanned the room twice over before he noticed the matriarch in his presence. Bowing, he said, Lieutenant Olajide Oganier, reporting as requested. Thank you, Olajide, Miran said. Have a seat and we'll get started. The team had rearranged the terminals in the room to the outer wall, banishing the stacks of boxes to the back room. In the center, Miran had had an oaken table from her estate level, brought in late one evening, paying off the movers with a week's paid leave aboard the Hammerfist before the flock's departure. Lieutenant, you have been requesting more access for details surrounding the tragedy, Miran started. I would also like to know why this colorful group, he gestured to the team, has been given authority over my staff, without my express knowledge. I am sorry for that, Olajide. It was a matter of dire importance that we secure the area of the tragedy. Your security forces, though left in the dark on this particular matter, were in a unique position to react in timely organization. Kept in the dark, Oganier said, I wonder, my matriarch, what else your office has been hiding from me. And who are these people, this team? Miran went around the room introducing everyone, each giving a half-cocked salute when came their turn, even Stanley. Why were you kept in the dark? Discretion. It was, still is, of dire importance that we restricted access to minimize the risk of a leak. You understand, of course? Miran said. Of course. Ignacio said, not buying it. So what was it that required the creation of this secret police force? Miran hadn't thought of it that way. Although well within her rights as matriarch to create extra-governmental entities, she hadn't considered what impact that might have on the respect she showed to those who served under her. Maybe she was going about this the wrong way. Only just before the tragedy did we discover additional details surrounding the missing persons, Miran said, brushing aside her own concerns for now. And well, what? Ignacio said, growing impatient. What is it that you had me skulk down here like a common criminal? It's alien, sir, Bullman interrupted. Our bioscans detected it, boarding from the Hammerfist. Soren shot Bullman a glance for interrupting. Yes, Olajid, Soren said, being of equal rank to the lieutenant. It, whatever it is, boarded the Dream of Earth aboard a maintenance craft docking in the cargo levels. Soren flicked a schematic of the shuttle's path onto the wall screen behind Ignacio, which he swiveled to face. Alien, how? Is it Vas? Ignacio asked. No, Welle said. The bioscan of the unidentified alien doesn't match our historical records or recent scans of our Vaseri passengers. It's not Kizabar, Fels, or Alfar either. How is this possible? This must be some kind of ruse, Ignacio said, incredulous. Afraid it's far from, Olajid. And that's why we need your help, Miran stressed. Ignacio straightened in his chair with a sense of forthcoming duty. Tell me what I can do. We need your best to scour the flock for any traces matching this bioscan, Miran said as Bullman handed over a dusty data chip. And we need your discretion. As matriarch, you will have it, Ignacio said. I may disagree with your methods, question them even, but duty is sacred. You will have my support. Good, that's refreshing to hear, said Miran. Is there anything else? Ignacio said, standing. I would very much like to begin the hunt for this interloper. Soren, anything to add? Miran asked. Only that we are still your partners in this. We will be working closely with you and your office to solve this for Herd and Matriarch. For the Herd, the team said in unison. For the Matriarch. Miran spent much of the intervening days in a circle. She would wake in a groggy haze from her nightly drugs, dress and review Ha's latest round of revisions. Following that, she would head for the task force's hideout to catch up, hoping for new details that would never come. Afterwards, she would do her matriarchal duties. She would finish her day with a light dinner, if any, alone. Then, a few hours before bed every night, she found herself back in kit at the gym, wailing on the sepak. Several times, players of the Alders and other minor teams would join her, unaware of the reason for her distress, there to practice in anticipation of their upcoming matches. Miran welcomed the company as well as the challenge, finding herself woefully out of shape when compared to these seasoned players. After sepak, Miran would sit on one of the estate level's observation decks. Not many of the ships had dedicated decks that were exposed to the space outside. Much of the utilitarian fleet didn't allow for it, with ships designed with densely thick hulls and plating with little need for observation decks, let alone any portholes or windows. It was one of the luxuries as matriarch that she actually appreciated. Staring out at the starless black of rift space, Miran caught herself wondering where the murderer was, what they were doing at this very moment. While she sat in her loungewear, sipping an evening tea, her flock was being persecuted by an unknown menace. What could she do but try to contain the fever pitch that might erupt should everything come to light, or to try to keep calm the anguish that ate her from the inside? Miran reached over to grab a puff pastry from a pile that Si Ling Kaid has sent her in, thanks for her candor. Wishing her the best, Miran had attempted to send back payment for the copious treats and the work that went into decorating them all, but Si Ling vehemently refused. A note had come with it, penned by a child. In it, Davina thanked the matriarch for her visit in a gesture of amenity, which Miran could see was strongly suggested by Davina's grandmother. When the Dream and the rest of the flock finally exited rift space, Miran found herself still sitting in her lounge chair on the observation deck, and suddenly awestruck with the flood of a universe of stars popping into existence. In contrast to the blackless void that was rift space, the stars shone with blinding fury. Miran's terminal buzzed. A text bulletin from Lawson Ha flashed on her screen. "Your shuttle is ready, Matriarch." It was time. Time to get ready, to put on a face and lean into the distraction of the summit and parade. She quickly dressed in her matriarchal dress robes, a silken robe colored in burnt ochre and woven on one of the biofactory ships in the flock, paired with her most elegant pair of comfortable leather shoes she could find in her dense closet. She knew a day of endless walking was ahead of her. She tied her hair back in a loose, flowing knot before fastening it with 2 sticks passed down by her grandmother. As she walked the halls of the common levels of the dream, turning out onto the wide thoroughfare, she was greeted by adoring citizens who had turned out to get a glimpse at the matriarch's glamorous outfit on such an occasion. The meeting of 2 herd strongholds of humanity was as much a matter of ceremony as it was a celebration, and she was at the center of it. Lawson, Soren, Bullman, and Olajide greeted Miran outside the shuttle depot, each of them adorned in Federation uniform as much as she was. Olajide and Soren in crisp naval jackets and freshly steamed trousers, Lawson in as gaudy a robe as hers. Miran caught herself wondering if Lawson had been indulging himself a little too much with the privileged access she had given him. She rolled her eyes. "First of the sky parades is about to begin," Lawson said, ignoring her stare. "Your shuttle is set to be the centerpiece of it all, the grand finale, if you will." Miran nodded, and Lawson hurried on board through the open shuttle doors. Apparently, he had invited himself into the summit. Bullman followed him in, taking a seat. "Lieutenant Oganye," Miran said, offering him a bow. He returned the gesture, saying, "Everything has gone smoothly in preparation of the summit, and not a whisper of your ghost." "Good," she said, not wanting to be reminded of the scourge that plagued her. Oganye smiled and walked off, directing a cohort of security force troopers to board a separate shuttle as he followed behind. "Ready?" Soren asked with a sigh. "Must I?" Miran joked. Soren laughed. "You'll do fine. You and Lawson have planned for this." "Knowing him, we've planned for this thing 100 times over," Miran said, a sardonic smile pursing her lips. "That's the truth. And please do your best to focus on the summit. It's not every day an event like this happens after all. Leave the task force to me," Soren affirmed. "Thanks, Soren," Miran said, not wanting to take the first step onto the shuttle. "Miran," Soren said, breaking ceremony, "these are dark times indeed. But if anyone can pull us through this, it's you." Miran nodded, her tamped frustration wanting to spill out, causing only to make her eyes begin to glisten. "Be hard, Matriarch. Remember your oath to your people. Be the light that they need. That is your charge," said Soren behind a grin. Without another word, he stepped aboard the shuttle and strapped himself in beside Bullman. Miran looked at the 2 of them, mentor and protege, together, and caught herself wondering if in 20 years it would be Bullman bolstering an unsure and wavering Soren Djukovic. Stepping on board and finding her seat next to the pilot, the shuttle doors shut behind her with a hiss. "Well, should be fun," Welly said from one of the seats at the back, her face buried in her terminal. Miran walked right past her when boarding and hadn't even noticed she was there. "Welcome aboard, Welly. Is Stanley the only one left behind?" Miran asked. "Said he wanted to fly down in his own ship, skip over the festivities and beat the rush to a few restaurants in the city," Bullman said. "Typical civilian, no federal pride," Miran said. She found herself half wishing Stanley was there, though she couldn't discern why. "We'll have plenty of time yet to take in the sights," Soren said. "We'll be in Bordeaux near a week to start, maybe longer depending on what the matriarch has to say about it." "Some leave would be nice," Miran said, "but it's the summit we're here for. Depends on what Matriarch Lathe has to say before I decide one way or another about extending our stay." Miran had only met the matriarch of Bordeaux's Folly once before, at a similar gathering on the planet Mar. Their meeting then had been brief, though Miran had regarded Matriarch Brenner Lathe as gracious and a keen judge of character. That time, however, hadn't been under such ominous circumstances. Miran's shuttle, the thought that was, pushed off from the dream spot in stationary orbit with a sudden but slight jolt. The pilot, whose name escaped Miran, gave her a nod that their journey was underway. The Thought's view screen peeled back to reveal a vast world of limitless ocean not far beneath, dotted by rolling ashen clouds and thick storm fronts. Several atmospheric craft broke off from a carrier ship a few kilometers ahead of them as they let loose kilometer-long, colorful streamers that danced in their wake. These craft far outmaneuvered Miran's own in atmosphere and were soon circling back to spiral around the Thought as it held its trajectory arcing toward the planet of Bordeaux's Folly. "Why do they call it Bordeaux's Folly?" Bullman asked. "Something about a shipwreck and a man that really liked his wine. Far as I recall," Soren said. "Seems kind of off-putting to name a whole planet after a tragedy, no?" Welly said, though Miran thought she had a point. "Folks are sideways to us this far out on the rim of the quarter. Stories can go a long way to keep us grounded, however strange they may be," Miran offered. "Will you all please keep it down?" Ha said, who had been silently tapping away on his terminal, coordinating the upcoming spectacle. "Are we ready to head in?" Miran asked him. Yes, the pilot should already have the course laid in," Ha snapped. "Winds are fair, and we're sailing true, Matriarch," the pilot confirmed. "Just sit back and watch the show." Over the misty horizon, the beginnings of a craggy and scarred landmass leapt out of the sea. First, there was nothing but barren, scorched rock. As the craft glided effortlessly forward, patches of trees sprung out of the ground. They were small at first, then quickly climbing to reach 20 stories in height, their upper stalks waving in harsh winds. In the distance on either side of them, Miran could spot dozens of active wildfires consuming large swathes of land as they rolled over hillsides. Shire-sized chunks of the forest vanished behind the fires as soot and dust tore into the stratosphere above them. The pilot banked slightly to avoid a plume of smoke, sailing them directly over an active blaze. "This here's a feisty one," the pilot said. "Best we keep our distance." Miran agreed, not wanting to end up a wildfire's afternoon snack. Coming up on a mountain range that stretched to both ends of the horizon, and what Miran's terminal told her averaged 6 kilometers tall, the pilot arced them up and over, passing from the badlands of Bordeaux's wild forests and into a wide-open valley, the planet's only safe zone to humanity. As they cleared the snow-capped peaks of the mountain range, Miran found herself looking out onto a wide expanse of rolling grasslands, bisected by countless shimmering rivers, streams, and canals. Dozens of villages and farmsteads, made up of archaic wooden houses and barns, passed beneath them. Herds of cattle of all types and breeds, and a few angry farmers galloped out of the way as they tried to escape the thunderous approach of her escort. Miran could make out clusters of townsfolk waving to her procession as the first of her accompanying aircraft surged ahead of her. Of the 12 craft that accompanied her shuttle, 9 streaked ahead, forming a spear out in front before breaking off to form a twirling spiral. Suddenly, just as they neared the valley's only city, Risen, the aircraft burst out and away in all directions, cycling through formation after formation in rapid, exquisite succession. It was then that the real sky parade began. The craft moved on ahead, painting the skies over the city with their colorful streamers, to an uproar of fanfare from the surface. The Thought moved deliberately ahead, flying through erupting fields of fireworks, tossed down from the flock in orbit. Behind her shuttle, a long procession of approaching craft ferried her citizens, some of them landing in airfields at the edges of Risen's city limits. As they neared the city's outer edge, Miran could make out endless streets and alleyways cut through massive industrial complexes. On the top of these buildings, gardens, parks, and farmland were cultivated, maximizing the city's arable land within the valley. After the industrial districts, housing structures began dotting the landscape, themselves painted in more parkland. The canals here were wider, serving as shipping corridors between the city's many districts. "Gods, it's huge," Soren awed. Up ahead, a monolithic spire erupted out of Risen's core district. The spire, itself hundreds of stories in height, anchored a cable extending far past the planet's stratosphere that served as a space elevator. Nearly a quarter way up the monolith, Miran could make out several levels of landing platforms, one of which her shuttle was fast approaching. "Bringing her into land, touchdown in 30, the pilot said. "Thank you, Harold," Miran said, finally remembering the man's name. As the shuttle lowered itself to the platform, a congregation of similarly gaudily dressed individuals stepped forward. Miran turned to see her companions. Soren and Bullman were attentive, ready to get on the move. Welly, as always, was ignorant of what was going on around her. Her face was buried in her terminal. Ha was already unbuckling, eager to enact the next step in his preparations. "Can I get a round of applause for Lawson Ha?" His carefully choreographed aircraft display went off without a hitch. Miran applauded. The rest of the team clapped and hooted. Ha approved, his face brimming with pride. "And another round for our pilot, for delivering us to Bordeaux's Folly safely and unburnt," Soren said as the team stomped their boots in revelry. The pilot nodded with a grin and slammed the door release in response. The thought that was rear doors hissed open as the shuttle's carefully balanced atmosphere mixed with the planetary air outside. Miran raised her nose, taking in the exotic aromas as they flooded in. "This high up, and I can still smell the curry carts," Soren said, his lips smacking. "You'll get a chance to visit them later," Miran assured. "First stop is greeting our hosts." Miran took the lead, stepping down the Thought's ramp. The rest of her crew hastily followed, Ha stepping quickly past her, ignorant of ceremony. In his infatuation with his own mission, Ha stepped right past the head of their host, the Matriarch of Bordeaux herself. Brenna Lathe. Miran's eyes met hers, and they shared a mutual smirk. "Greetings and welcome to Bordeaux's Folly," Matriarch Lathe said in abject ceremony. "We embrace you as friends from afar, as distant kin. Just know that so long as you are within the walls of this, our humble valley, that you may consider yourselves home. Pleasure to be here amongst family," Miran said, returning the formality. "Hail Federation, hail the herd. Hail the matriarchs. Hail the herd." Everyone else in attendance howled in harmony. It was readily apparent to Miran that the events taking place on this landing platform were simultaneously being broadcast throughout the whole of Risen. Seconds later, the city echoed their call. "Hail the matriarchs, hail the herd." Miran felt a rush of kinship emanate through her. Nowhere else in the quarter was such a feeling possible, a feeling of belonging to such rampant unity. She felt as though the hearts of each and every citizen of the Federation were intertwined at that moment, beating in shared sympathy. Matriarch Lathe extended her arms, wrapping them around Miran in a motherly warmth. The woman was easily 20 years her senior, wrinkles and liver spots mottling her face. Her auburn hair was loosely curled and tied back and woven with a dozen or so wooden charms. Miran ended the embrace and took in the woman's affable grin. It had been a long time since she had received a greeting like this, most people seeing her as some sort of celebrity, an untouchable treasure meant to be admired from afar. "Good to see you, Miran-Yi," Brenna said. "You can relax now. Cameras are off." "It's been ages," Miran said. "It sure has. We will have to catch up," Brenna said. "We should have more than enough time for that," Miran said. "We sure do. Just you wait. You'll be sick of me by the end of your stay here," Brenna chuckled. Miran laughed. "Hardly possible, old friend." Come. You must be tired from your long journey," Brenna said, notably unfamiliar with flock life. "Our lives are aboard the flock, Matriarch. Hard to feel homesick when you bring it everywhere with you." "In that you must be right. What I wouldn't give to have spent some years aboard a flock such as yours. I had a chance to leave Bordeaux once in my youth to take up with idle flock if memory serves. I let that chance pass by, and I've never forgotten it." "There's always space aboard the cattle heart," Miran offered. "Then I would have to take your job," Brenna quipped. Miran laughed at this. Behind her she could sense her companion's fatigue. "Shall we?" Miran asked. "We shall," Brenna said, leading the way inside. Off the landing platform they entered into one of the spire's most opulently dressed halls. Carpet runners ran the length of the corridor, made of a woven material Miran couldn't quite place. Up the walls, a similar, more refined material was woven into fantastic tapestries. As their procession advanced, Miran realized that the hung tapestries depicted several of the most renowned stories, beginning with the fall of old Earth, to the exodus of humankind, to the founding of the flocks and their joining the Federation, and to the founding of Bordeaux itself. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Brenna said, noticing Miran's enthrallment. "They are," Miran agreed. If I may ask, what are they made of? Enic fiber from the woods outside the valley, a versatile material, though so very flammable. These hangings had to be treated to prevent them from casually bursting into flame. It's one of our chief exports here. Miran finished taking in the tapestries, noticing her effect on the rest of the procession. Looking back, she and Brenner's companions dominated the hall, forming a clump of 40 individuals, themselves flanked by dozens of court servants. It wasn't until Matriarch Lathe spoke again that Miran realized how far ahead of the group the woman had gotten. Miran stepped to meet her as the procession poured out into a wide central hall lined by white marble and flanked by dozens of concentric rows of pews. Above them, similarly arcing pews extended several levels upwards, nearing the 40-foot ceiling above. "You must have questions, and I answers," Brenner said at last. "As for the festivities, Mr. Ha?" Lawson Ha stood to attention, pulling his face away from his terminal. "If you would please follow Risa Nesanwe. She is my equivalent to your status and will be working with you in preparation for the upcoming festivities," Brenner said, motioning for a young olive-skinned woman. Ha followed her dutifully, not bothering to wave farewell to Miran or any of his compatriots. The rest of her attendants disbanded as well, leaving her, Miran, and Miran's companions alone in the cavernous hall. Miran agreed. She herself had details to discuss surrounding the disappearances aboard her flock, the erroneous bio readings, and still had little clue as to why the summit was called. "Your companions will find quarters have been made for them within the spire. The summit is set to take place at the culmination of the parade festivities, at this week's close," said Brenner. "As for you, my esteemed equal, you and I have something we must discuss ahead of the summit. Meet me for dinner, will you?" Miran nodded at this, eager to discuss matters openly with another soul. With that, Matriarch Lathe departed. After spending the rest of the day in a bath that went cold several times, obsessing over a copy of the intruder's bioscan and the secrecy surrounding the upcoming summit, Miran met the other matriarch in an upper level of the spire. It was an open suite, modest compared to the estate levels of Miran's own flagship, which Miran inherited from her self-indulgent predecessor. Brenner's suite was functional, with only a handful of carefully picked pieces of handmade furniture thoughtfully placed over 2,000 square feet. At one end, curtains were drawn concealing the matriarch's open chambers. Miran was impressed by the design, aspects of which she thought she might just adopt when she eventually got around to updating her own estate. "Welcome, Miran. Do come in," Brenner said from one far-flung end of the apartment. Brenner's steward, who had greeted Miran upon her arrival, showed her over to the living space, where the matriarch sat in one wide armchair opposite another. "I thought we might keep it less formal this evening, if that suits you," Brenner said, pouring her a large glass of wine. Miran nodded her approval and accepted the glass. "It's what we're known for, wine, though surprisingly, not a drop is grown here," Brenner said. "No?" Miran humored her between sips. "It's in the name, but our real pride is in Enic tuber." Brenner offered her a plate containing a smattering of differently seasoned potato-like wedges. "Here, try one." Miran couldn't refuse taking a bite. "The Enic root has many medicinal properties. I suppose I just like the taste," said Brenner. In that, Miran could not agree. Repulsed by the bitterness of the treat, she spat it out into her glass. "An acquired taste, surely," Brenner said, already pouring her a replacement. Miran laughed. "Warn me next time and I'll have a bucket ready." Brenner snorted. "And take all the fun out of it." The two chuckled back and forth, only interrupted by the steward's arrival with a waiter's tray carrying an assortment of hors d'oeuvres. "Let's see here," Brenner said, sitting up in her seat to get a better look at the plates. "This one here is lamb tagine. This one is a sunflower spread that pairs well with everything. Oh, and this right here is native to this world alone. It's my favorite by far. I call it hattak confit." Brenner enthusiastically held up the dish of a sea creature Miran couldn't recognize. "All of these should be palatable, unlike the Enic root. I promise only to play you for a fool once." Miran smiled, feeling a little reassured. Brenner's steward went ahead, plating bite-sized samples of each of the various dishes. Inhaling each of the morsels, Miran couldn't help but growl with approval. Brenna leaned back in her chair, savoring each bite, engrossed with her culinary selections. "Now," Brenna said, "I suppose you would like to know why you're here." "I was wondering how many more courses would come out before you were going to ask," Miran replied after downing the last of her wine. "Matter of fact, I have some tales of my own to tell." "Oh, don't you worry. That was just the first course of many," assured Brenna, directing her steward to retrieve the next set of treats. "If you'll indulge an old woman," she said, "the reason you're here, why we're all here, is to discuss a distant threat that has recently resurfaced." A threat, Miran thought. Could this all be related? Miran urged her to continue. "You see, I have recently come across a bit of information regarding the far side of our far-flung Federation. A runner's craft exiting rift space, fortuitously nearby our little backwater of a world through some chance of physics I dare not claim to wrap my head around. He brought us, and us alone, this report before succumbing to what appeared to be several weeks of malnourishment," Brenna said as she flicked something from her terminal over to Miran's. Miran opened the report, combing through it. "I'll give you a moment," said Brenna, popping open a fresh bottle of Sauvignon. Chapter 11, Parade. The morning rush of customers came so quickly, Tolly had very little time to readjust. It had been close to 3 years since she'd worked a full day in the cafe, yet here she was, back like nothing had changed. Around 5 in the morning, every seat was full. A line of customers extended from the counter all the way out the door. Tolly was surprised, proud even. When she had worked the counter last, the crowds had never reached the size it did today. It seemed Blaine hadn't been exaggerating in her last message she'd sent months before the accident. Blaine had asked Tolly if she would help out in the morning rush, and not wanting to wallow in her head anymore, she got to work behind the counter filling beverage orders. With only a few dropped cups and a handful of forgotten orders, she slowly began to get back into the rhythm. With each press of the tamper, each knock of the spent grounds into the compost, each order filled and handed to a waiting face, she found a sort of solace in the repetition. The streets outside the bay window were exceptionally decorated today, to a level Tolly had never seen before. Folks lined the boulevard with banners, bunting and flowers with Federation blues and greens. There were larks, automated aerial drones, darting across in every direction. Children ran a hectic maze of workers on their way to shift in the factories. Tolly was amazed at just how electric the feeling in the air was. Windswept streamers littered the city streets from end to end of the Liborn district. There were banners in marvelous blues and greens spanning the spaces between buildings. The Federation flag was planted at every street corner or alleyway in a revelrous display of Union adorned with the herd sigil, a proud elephant conjoined with 16 stars. Through the cafe bay window, Tolly watched as citizens wrapped in their finest dress passed by. Tolly knew the people passing by were on their way just north of here, to Kingsborough, Risen's central district, where the real festivities were taking place. There hadn't been a parade like this before, at least not since Tolly was too young to remember. An irregular holiday reserved solely for the meeting of 2 factions of the Federation, today's parade promised to be something spectacular. Not that Tolly would see much of it. "Hey, are you okay?" Lola, one of Blaine's new hires, tried to get Tolly's attention. The pain was instant. Tolly yelped and dropped the coffee that she'd just allowed to overflow onto her fingers. The cup dropped onto the floor. Thankfully, it was paper this time. The customer whose order Tolly had spoiled tried their best not to look disheveled. "Everything all right in there?" Blaine said, swinging her head in from the back room. "Peachy, sis," Tolly said. Lola just rolled her eyes and turned to serve another customer. As if on cue, a pack of military types pushed past the line and in the door, just as Tolly was popping her head back above the counter. Each of them was immaculately dressed. Every member of the cohort was striking, man or woman. They wore the jackets of Federation fleet officers, something Tolly had only seen in pictures. Their jackets, a vibrant emerald in color, donned feathery epaulettes, some more than others. One male officer, who Tolly supposed was the group leader from the count of his epaulettes, stood out from the rest. The officer was gorgeous and somehow familiar. His chiseled jaw, olive skin, and curtly trimmed onyx black hair was a strange sight to see on a relatively undiverse backwater like Bordeaux. He looked like a classical marble bust that one could see at a museum depicting a heroic figure. That's when she put it together. The man that had strode in had been at Groen's funeral. But why was he here? A tap came on her shoulder. Tolly turned to see Lola, displeased as ever. "A large latte, no froth," said Lola, handing her an empty cup. Tolly suddenly realized she had been staring. The hero gave her a polite nod, a subtle smirk on his face. The pack of officers lined up at the checkout, displacing the customers that had been waiting. Not surprisingly, the other customers gladly gave their places in line. All but one of the officers lined up and started ordering while the hero broke off and headed for the far end of the counter. "Large latte," began Lola. "On it," Tolly said begrudgingly. "Gods," Lola muttered just loud enough for Tolly to hear. When the hero reached the counter, he was greeted by a waiting Blaine. Tolly raised an eyebrow. She seemed joyful to see him, leaning over the counter to give him a kiss. The smile Blaine bore at that moment was contagious, and Tolly caught herself smiling. Searing pain rang again as more hot liquid flowed over her fingers. "Gods damn it," Tolly wailed, spilling the cup onto the counter. Blaine and the hero looked over at her. A warm red filled her cheeks. "Miss Ignacio," Lola said from behind her. "Miss Ignacio, can you please dismiss the captain?" Tolly flipped and glared at her, her embarrassment suddenly switching to dull rage. "Fine, fine. Sorry, Trolley, it looks like you're not cut out for this anymore," Blaine said, politely brushing her aside and beginning to operate the coffee machine. "Just please, go keep Soren company, and be nice." Tolly nodded, slightly relieved not to have to make another cup of coffee. Soren, the hero, waved meekly from the end of the counter. She waved back. "Did I hear the other lady say captain just now?" said Soren, his thinly masked Slavic accent showing through. "Yeah. Yes, you did. Captain for 3 weeks now, although recently shipless." She smiled sardonically. "Congratulations, I'm a captain myself. Captain Soren Djukovic of the Winter Spell," he said nonchalantly. "I've heard of it. I hope your ship has better luck than my Perun," she said. "So you know your ships," he said. "Tell me, ever considered getting a command on one of your own? You are a captain after all." Tolly looked back, bemused. She didn't know how to answer that. The truth is, she's never actually considered it. "Not sure my record is worth repeating," she said. He nodded. It was apparent he didn't want to get into that, or maybe he already knew. Instead he said, "Your sister's happy to have you home." He did know. Suddenly, Tolly felt self-conscious. Would everyone she met for the rest of her existence just know the events of the worst day of her life? "It's okay," he said after a moment. "I promise it gets easier." He was looking into her eyes, and he knew. And he was trying to console her? "It gets easier?" "I don't know how," Tolly started, "but if you—" "Don't worry. I won't go around telling anyone if that's what you're worried about," Soren said. "Well, I wasn't," she snorted. An obvious lie. "What did you mean, it gets easier?" "Well," he started, then paused to take a sip from the mug Blaine had slid over to him. "To be honest, I've lost a few ships in my years with the flock. Shit, more than a few. What I mean to say is it gets easier to live with. Give it time. It won't seem so fresh soon enough." "Tolly," Blaine asked, "mind if I speak to you over here for a second?" Tolly shrugged. She gave Soren a slight nod farewell. "Treat her right, Captain," she said to Soren. "Wouldn't wish it the other way, Earth be my witness, Captain," he said, returning the nod. "Tolly, are you really feeling all right?" Blaine asked. There was worry in her eyes. Yes, I'm fine," she lied, just a slight unused to being back serving customers." "If you're sure," Blaine said. Tolly could tell Blaine wanted to ask her something, and she knew what that something was. "You have my permission," Tolly said, smiling sardonically. "Soren seems like a decent enough boy. Stop worrying about me and go have fun for yourself for once. Soren and I are just going to dinner and to take in some of the parade. I should be back by midnight." "Don't come home early on my account. I'll be fine. I am a big-time captain." "I've called Connor," Blaine said, taking her apron and pushing her towards the door. "He's on his way over. You need to get out. Enjoy the parade." The roads into Kingsborough were largely blocked by citizens trying to squeeze their way closer to the day's festivities. An irregular planet-wide parade was a holiday, marking the arrival of a Federation flock in system. The event usually lasted up to an ES, or Earth Standard Week, or the length of a local week in some cases. Along the city streets, vast pop-up trade markets had been set up, bringing a wide variety of trade goods sold by traders from all over the Federation and from the Terran sovereignty, a neighboring human nation of worlds much larger than the Federation, and from the Vas, an alien species dedicated solely to marketeering, near exclusively with the human race. There were flyers plastered about, advertising various sporting events and artistic demonstrations. Tolly received several solicitations for tickets for the upcoming Sepak match on her private bulletins, the Cattle Heart Alders facing off against the risen city Enix. There were several less popular events, such as the Odini Fire Dancers, a troupe of traveling acrobats from outside the Federation, Vasa harp singing, and a beer garden featuring a selection of rare Akavori wines. The attractions, exciting as they may be, all culminating in the main event, the parade itself. The parade began at midday. Connor and Tolly had found a decent enough spot at the corner of Broad Street and Derby. As the first of the floats started to roll by, Tolly began to lose herself in the revelry of the crowd. The first of the floats came into sight from around a bend in Broad Street. It was a tawdry facsimile of the Matriarch's throne room, complete with Matriarch Lathe herself and her aides waving to the masses. Behind the Matriarch followed the local defense force. General Antoine Gerard walked ahead of a brigade of troopers in full combat gear, vehemently waving the Federation flag. Flanking the troopers on either side, citizenry support staff bore flags of each of the 16 nation-states represented under Federation rule. Each was smiling with unmistakable pride. Several dozen more floats passed by on their way to complete a full circuit of the central streets of Kingsborough, including floats for the Farmers' Lodge, Risen's own police force, the RBP, the Academy, and the Order of Medics. At the end of the march and capping the procession, Matriarch Miran-Yi Nagoya's float and tribute to the Cattle Heart flock bore an ancient bonsai of red oak. As the last of the floats turned out of sight, Tolly turned to Connor. "I needed that. You know," she said. "Figured you might," he said. "Me too." "Well, want to take in a match of Sepak? I haven't seen one in ages. Least not in person," Tolly asked. "No, might as well, the way they've been bombarding our private channels. Act now before the best seats are gone," he said, mimicking the broadcasts. "Please," he continued, "like I wouldn't already have tickets." "You're playing? Gods, what row are we?" An ecstatic Tolly beamed. "Shit, there's no hope in rotten old Earth I'd miss a match against the Alders." "Well, now hold on. I didn't say I'd gotten you a ticket, did I?" She punched him in the gut. "Who?" he squealed, handing her a ticket. "Thanks very much." Tolly grinned. "Anything for my captain," he said, still out of breath. The last comment made her cringe a bit, the back of her brain urging her to relive the accident. Panic started to roil in her stomach. No, she thought, not today. Tolly pushed it to the back of her mind and locked it away. "And now I've gone and made myself sad," Connor said in realization. "Come on, Chief Henrik," she said. "This diversion isn't over yet." The two headed off towards the stadium. Turnor Stadium, so named for the discoverer of Bordeaux's Folly, Captain Relibus Turnor, was closer still to the downtown core. On the central-most district known as Citadella, the stadium was one of only two buildings, the other being the spire itself. As Tolly and Connor filed into the open-air stadium, she could see the kilometre-high spire plastered in white ivory, glimmering as a skyward spear. The thing was blinding. The two took their seats as the match began. A holographic over-screen switched on, blanketing away the shine of the spire above. Tolly suspected that was for the players' sake more than the spectators. The match started as Aaron Werui, stealer for the Enix, served the rattan over the net. One set up by the Alders setter, and the ball was greeted with a vengeance by their striker, Gregor Jacques. The ball sailed unhindered into the floor. "And a fine roll spike by Jacques," one announcer bellowed on the loudspeaker. The hollow over-screen above had changed to read a score 1-0 for the away team, "and a fine match this is already turning into." Another announcer said, this one with a thick accent like Soren's, "I expected that powerful roll kick to make an appearance, but never in my wildest fantasies would I have guessed this soon into the first set. Right you are, Bob, the loudmouth announcer said. Let's just see if the Enix can recover. Tolly turned to Connor. He was so happy, so engrossed with the match. He was standing and continued to stand for the rest of the match. This had been the best day so far since the accident, and Tolly could feel herself letting go. Relax, she told herself. Enjoy this. She stood, turned to face Connor and kissed him. This caught Connor off guard, evident by his wide eyes and limp lips. After an awkward few seconds, and to Tolly's relief, he returned the kiss. After the initial discomfort, the kiss wasn't half bad. A bit wet, Tolly would admit, but the passion was there. She'd had feelings for Connor ever since the academy, ever since their first conversation on a campus bench. The time had never seemed right, or she had never felt like she deserved such a kind-hearted person like Connor, but gods be damned. Here she was, in this very moment, in this stadium, surrounded by countless people. It felt like it would last forever. There was hope back in Tolly's world, and just when everything seemed perfect, when nothing could possibly spoil the moment, alarms sounded. There was an indescribable strangeness to the air. The people in the crowd stopped cheering almost at once, as each of them sensed something ahead of them. Tolly felt it on her skin, the weakest force urging her out of her seat. Tolly looked out across the stadium seats to the other side of the pitch. Wind paced by her with such ferocity as it rushed to fill the void that it nearly forced her over the railing ahead of her. Connor grabbed her, a haunted look on his face. Then with a flash, the crowd she had been staring out at fell from existence. Tolly stood from her seat, unsure of what she was looking at. Half the stadium before her, along the rows of seating, food stands, and every person was gone. Now only a massive semicircular pit separated the remaining players and what was left of the grassy pitch from the city streets. Chapter 12, Crushing Black. So we've a new haul destined for a Vassar-owned port by name of Vika, Saul said, addressing the whole crew from the Diggory's bridge. Should be a short run, nothing less than neat about it. A few crates of commodity goods. After that, we're bound back for the Sov by way of Turanda to drop off our guest in sickbay. Should have us on full shore leave this side of the next Earth Standard week. That'll be all. Saul finished his broadcast and sat back in his command chair. The bridge officers resumed their duties, busying themselves at the various stations that lined the walls. The bridge around him was a standard sovereignty design. Trademark stations were laid out along the walls. Astrometrics, environmentals, cargo control, and a combat station that controlled a less than adequate complement of defensive shielding and weapons batteries. We'll be leaving Rift Space in just under 10 minutes, Captain, Sergeant Donal Gall said, from Astrometrics. Great, said Saul. Have Chief Aiden in cargo prepare the shipment. Aye, sir, said the comms officer. You know what? Belay that. I'll head down and speak with him myself, Saul said, hopping to his feet. The comms officer nodded. Down in the cargo bay, Aiden was busy stacking crates, using the bay's maglift. The place was haphazard, almost as if a herd of cattle had run through there. There were crates half opened, their contents scattered on the floor, and some propped at precarious and somewhat impressive angles. What in green earth are you doing, Sergeant? Saul said, hands itching to rest on his own hips. You've a lot of nerve. Aiden said, been at it not more than a day, and you're already doubting me. If doubt's what you'd call it, sure. What I'd more match it with is general confusion. What do you think you've done with my hold? Fixed it, Aiden said. Looks a few boards short of fixed. Yes, I can see how it could look like that to you. Last guy was a hack, and it was you who put me in charge here after a long vacation on board that station. If there's any perceived matter in flux here, I'm afraid the blame is all yours, Aiden said, not stopping to look Saul in the eyes. In flux? Saul snorted. Yes, Aiden said firmly. The state you had your cargo bay in before was hardly up to Savi standardization practices, which I'm sure you are aware of. What you see now is a step forward. Any step in the right direction is better than what's before, if you follow. Saul shook his head, not wanting to argue, but there was something that didn't quite sit right. Sovereignty standardization? You didn't forget that we've gone ahead and turned ourselves rogue, had you? This ship along with it. Aye, Aiden confirmed, but your wholesome crew doesn't know that. Seems to me you'd want to keep up appearances on the eve of our illicit deal and all. That he hadn't thought of. You've a point, so why not just say it? Chaos. Chaos? Saul asked, puzzled again. Keep up, Captain, keep up. The more it looks like the new hire, that's me, is at odds with the good captain, that's you, the more distracted your crew will be when the time comes. Give them something to gab about. Right, Saul said, brushing the matter aside. And where are we? With the cargo for your contact, I mean. Cargo's great. Stacked it over there by the Herald before I started all this mess. Didn't want it to get lost in my carefully constructed abyss. Saul spied the crates marked with the Pa Abad's emblem in a neat pile by the rear side bay doors. He shook his head, laughed, then turned to go. We're 5, maybe 6 minutes out. Try to tidy what you can. No need, I'm ready to move as is. My contact will be meeting us on the float between ships. Less funny business that way. You're kidding, Saul scoffed. In all his tenure in the merchant navy, he had never heard of deals being conducted in vacuum. Afraid not, Captain, Aiden confirmed. It's for anonymity's sake. If we never breathe the air, or better yet, drop biotraces on board their ship, and they never do so on ours, then there's less to leave behind, less to track. No definitive record of them ever setting foot aboard our boat, and vice versa. Trick of the trade, you know. Smart. Self-preserving, more what it is. Be that so, I'll be taking you with me to make the swap. You're the boss. I'll tell Titus to prep 3 suits. Golden Boy is coming too, then? He's read up on the situation. Would be nice to have the backup. Never said it wouldn't. So long as you trust him not to point and stare at our less than reputable friends. He won't. Saul turned to leave. What did you say your contact's name was? I didn't, but if you're that concerned, it seems he or she calls themselves Dusk. Saul didn't say anything, simply raising a fat black eyebrow and turned to go. Another ship's opened a rift and dropped out into real space, Captain, said the bridge bulletin officer. They're pulling up beside us now. Thank you, Sergeant. Best they not show on ship-wide telemetry if you follow, he said. You're the boss, Captain, the bridge officer said. Telemetry's dark, save for the stars. Say, Captain, should we be worried about the markings on this ship? Markings, Sergeant? Salt said, confused. That's just it, sir. There isn't any, said the sergeant, hesitating. Any ship, be it sovereignty, herd, vass, or otherwise, should show colours of some kind. This one's just a grey brick. Titus, who was pulling on the trousers of his barely fitting environment suit, flashed him a look. The sergeant was right. This was strange. Every vessel travelling human space had some sort of identifying marks to distinguish them as friendly, and as such would mark its acceptance at specific ports and stations. The fact that this ship had no markings meant it was either deep covert military or backed by some serious money to be able to hide it this far out on the edge of human space. Nothing we weren't expecting, Sergeant, he lied. Thanks for that keen eye. Affirmed, said the sergeant, signing off. You better be right about these ones, Titus said, directing his disquiet at Aiden. You've nothing to worry about. Men on his crew and I go way back. Way back, Saul snorted. Well, as far back as the bottom of a few drinks back at the bar. Titus snorted, then continued squeezing into his suit. He finally fastened it with a dull snap. Saul and Aiden zipped their suits up with ease, then moved to help Titus push the cargo towards the airlock. I've got them on bulletin, Captain, Aiden said. Tell them we'll open the door for them, Saul said, proceeding to vent the compartment and pop the airlock door out into the black. The starfield outside shone as dull flecks against the shielding on Saul's face visor. His visor-embedded screen flickered to life, plotting the path he would need to maneuver the crates over to the central point between both ships. Each one of them took a crate and, securing it to their torso-mounted grapples, pushed off into the void, using their thrusters to make their way across the gap. There's 3 of them, coming out now, Aiden said. They asked me to open a bulletin with you. Accept, Saul said, prompting his visor to join the call. Captain Kalmos, a sneering voice said with forced emphasis. First time I've found myself dealing with naval types. The three men drifted to a relative standstill several meters away from them. "Well, then you'll have to keep looking. It seems we've recently retired from that line of work," said Saul. "As it were, I see you've brought some gifts for me." Titus snorted in Saul's ear on a private channel. "You know me, it seems. I suspect you pulled up my record when you got your first sight of my ship. But what can I call you? For the purposes of this meeting, you may call me Dusk." Saul didn't know what more he was expecting. He figured he might as well dispense with pleasantries and get the deal moving. "This is the cargo, everything my Chief Aiden here sent over in our message. I must admit," the man known as Dusk said, "I found your claim hard to believe at first. Native Earth ocean life this far past the death of our home. Amazing to think, don't you agree?" Finally, Saul could sense some emotion out of the man. "Amazing, sure. Valuable more what it is," Titus said. The man didn't react, not knowing from which of the men to either Saul's sides that had come from. "Well then, let's get this over with. I have in my hand a data crypt with 4 million standard credits worth of vast currency on it. As human currency is so readily traceable, we feel that trading in foreign currency is the safest avenue." He pushed the palm-sized data crypt across the empty space over to Saul. Saul, slightly perturbed by this new hitch, caught the data crypt, then paused. "Chin up," Aiden said on a private channel. "We're rich." After several moments of thinking, he motioned to Titus and Aiden to push over their crates, which the men accompanying Dusk then moved back towards their ship. "You say this is all the goods you happened across?" the man known as Dusk said, still floating where he had been. "It is," Saul said, not wanting to mention Marge. "You have yourself a fine day." Dusk turned and drifted back to his ship. Titus and Aiden were already heading back. Saul turned to move back towards the diggery before getting a call from Belcia, marked urgent. "Belcia, what is it?" Saul asked, pausing his flight back. "Sir, you better get back here," she said, his face appearing on his visor screen in emerald. She looked worried. "We're on our way back now. Deal's done." "Sir, I don't know how to tell you this. Gods, I don't even know how it is they all found out. But I knew what you were saying wasn't exactly the whole truth, with respect to the cargo and the girl in sickbay, of course." Saul's gut sank, knowing his flimsy lie had failed, though maybe he should have seen this coming. "Belcia, what are you saying?" he asked. "Seems I'm not the only one who thought that. See, some of the crew got a hold of the telemetry you'd been hiding. They know what you've done with the cargo, or at least guessed. Sir, it started as a bit of banter in the mess, then—" Her face was straining, trying not to show stress. Saul didn't want to interrupt her. "There's some die-hard sovereignty loyalists amongst our crew. Well, now there's talk of a full uprising. A mutiny." Mutiny? It had been a long time since he'd heard a claim like that, and that was back when he was being accused of it for ousting Aiden, or Pates as he was known then. "Belcia, are you safe?" he asked. Yes, or at least I think I—" "Good," he said. "And what about Lisa, the girl we picked up in the medbay?" "She's fine. Docbot is still tending to her. Saul, Captain, should I be worried?" "No, there's no need to worry until we know more. I'm on my way back now. Should be out of the suit in 15. Go to the medbay, see to our guest." "Medbay. Got it," she said, her face fading to the black of space outside. Aiden cycled the airlock just as Saul reached it. Apparently, he too knew something was amiss. Titus as well, as he began hastily removing his suit and helm, just as the airlock cycled to green. "Titus, Aiden, I take it you're aware?" Saul asked, his head still spinning. "Belcia gave us the news. It seems history's about to repeat itself," Aiden said. Saul can see he was almost amused. "Hardly," Titus said. "Last time when the captain gave you the boot, it could be argued unwarranted. This time, however—" His words hurt, but Saul knew he was right. Last time it was greed and professional drive that led to him removing Aiden from command. Now, though, the crew may be within their rights to a full-on revolt. Or at least, that's how the sovereignty would see it. Even before he reached the mess hall, Saul could sense the commotion. Along with the litany of chatter echoing out towards him, he could make out a distinct voice at the center of it. The man who served as the voice's origin remained seated when Saul entered, barely making any effort to notice Saul's presence. Saul recognized the man as Chief Steward Raymond Dupal. Chief Dupal kept speaking. "And we've been led down this path without any semblance of knowing cooperation on our part. We've been duped, been made a fraud of our own governance. And that man right there," he pointed his whole arm at Saul without turning his head, "that man right there is to blame." The crowd turned to see him in unison, and the chatter ceased. Saul knew the other shoe was about to drop if he didn't say something to sway things back his way. "The situation is far from ideal, as I know many of you can plainly see," he said, trying not to sound patronizing. "Far from ideal? That's rich," an unknown voice spoke from somewhere in the crowd. "You've a lot of nerve showing up here after what you've done, Kalmos," Dupal growled. "Why should any of us listen to anything you have to say?" Saul didn't know what to say. As far as he felt, the crew was right, and he was in the wrong. Maybe he had been selfish for dragging them all into this. "Lay off the captain," an out-of-breath Belcia said, as she pushed past a few members of the crowd into view. "He's only looking out for us, don't you see?" A weakened Lisa Hotino followed closely behind her, dazed and yet unsettled by the sudden circumstances she found herself in so soon after waking. The way she said it almost sounded sincere. He knew he was going to have to really make it up to her later. "Yeah, and how's throwing our lives away to our benefit?" Dupal snorted. "From where we're sitting, looks to be like the captain unilaterally made a deal with criminals, not once but twice, was directly involved with the murders of 2 and capture of 1 section security officers, and not only that, but lied about it to his crew, all while making us complicit in his crimes. Or did I miss something?" The crew members in the mess began to chitter amongst themselves again. "Pretty much sums it up," Aiden said from behind Saul, thankfully too quiet for Dupal to hear. "Chief, Raymond, please let me explain," Saul said, his voice crackling under stress. Titus laid a hand on his shoulder and nodded before stepping forward and slamming a fist on a mess hall table. The loud crunch silenced the crowd's uproar in an instant. Titus gestured to him to begin. He knew this was his last chance to right the wrongs. "My crew," he began, "I have wronged you. I can see that plain as day. I have acted not as a captain should, but selfish and unjust. I should have asked before leaping us off this cliff." A few of the crowd began nodding along with his speech. "But that does not deal with the question we now face ourselves with. What do we do from here?" Saul paused. "As captain, I have seen my fair share of how the sovereignty operates, how they treat their crews, especially in such far-flung routes as we have found ourselves running of late. For the first while, I channeled my disquiet into career advancement, into making captain. I thought that maybe life for myself would be brighter on this side of the pond. But I was wrong, and nothing here is any better than from where you find yourselves sitting now. And so I dreamed of something more. Why, now, did I choose to react? To drag you all into this at this pinprick in time? Was it chance? Was it momentary selfishness? Was it some divine providence? Well, I can't say much for the latter, but it was something. But here we are now, at the precipice. I may have made the decision to start us down this path, but it remains in your hands, whether to turn back to the cold existence under the Sov or to follow me unto uncertain waters. It is now that we can become what we wish, do as we please, and serve to master but ourselves." As Saul finished, he looked about the room. Much of the crowd did the same, apparently not sure of what to make of his speech. There was noticeable discord rising. His words seemed to have reached a few of them. That's when the Degori's general alarm sounded. The crowd froze, some looking to him, the rest looking towards Dupal for direction. "Proximity alert! Proximity alert!" All wall screens and hand terminals scattered throughout the crowd were now flashing. "Terran Sovereignty Navy ship Mercurial has entered the system with hostile intent. All hands report to stations." The crowd didn't wait. Instead, erupting into organized panic, they all made their way to stations. Through the commotion, Saul and Dupal stayed standing, staring at one another before Dupal disappeared into the flood of bodies. "Captain," Sergeant Gall said, still dutifully on the bridge despite the commotion. "Go ahead, Sergeant," Saul said, briskly making his way to the bridge. "The TNS Mercurial's got a message here for me to play shipwide. They say they're going to broadcast it whether I help them or not." "Sorry, Captain," he said, signing off. "Renegade crew of the TMN Diggory." The voice rang throughout the Diggory's cabins, on all available loudspeakers, wall screens, and even patched through and slaved all of the crew members' tablets, Saul's included. "This is Commodore Lior de Vals of our Sovereignty Navy's Mercurial." A staunch bald man in a tightly tailored naval flight suit said, "You are hereby in violation of solicitation of unwarranted individuals, guilty of both disruption of the peace and collective manslaughter of 8 individuals on Flotsam Station, and in gross default of the terms of your contract with our Navy's merchant arm, and by extension, our Queen. I hereby relinquish any and all claim your Captain Saul Kalmos has to the direction of the crew of the Diggory, strip him of the ranks of lieutenant and captain, and place any and all that have acted in concert with him under arrest. Any who wish to avoid the appearance of collaboration with this individual must act to expel this cancer from your midst. Turn all parties involved over to me and allow the docking of our shuttle, and I will see that there is no need to escalate matters further. You have 1 hour." Saul was still halfway to the bridge when the broadcast ceased. He knew if the Mercurial and this Commodore de Vals wanted to, they could quickly overtake the Diggory's meager defenses. Just by the name, and by the man's clout, that the ship that was now bearing down on him was at least a light frigate, if not a full battleship. When it comes to losing control of their people, the Sovereignty did not mess around. He noticed now that aside from some far-off muffled screams, he was alone in the corridor. Saul decided that it was time to run. He tapped Titus's icon on his tablet. "Sir," a harried Titus said, noticeably trying to direct crewmen from what looked like a starboard corridor. "Anything I can help with?" "Titus, I think it's time we left." "Left? I'm afraid you'll need to clarify." His thick accent rolling on thicker now, as stress seemed to be getting to him. "Pack your things and tell those you trust. We're getting out of here." "Repeat. You say we're leaving the Diggory behind?" "Scuttle it, say your goodbyes, and leave behind the crew that don't want a chance at a better life," Saul said. He could tell Titus didn't like that, having spent the entirety of his tenure under Saul acting as the conciliator. He didn't argue, however. Instead, he nodded and signed off. That was settled then, and wheels were turning, but his recruitment drive had only just begun. "Sergeant," Saul said, getting the torn sergeant back on bulletin. "Sergeant, can you read?" "Aye, Cap, what is it I call you?" "Saul will be fine," he said, not wanting to waste time protesting his apparent demotion. "Right, Saul, what can I help you with?" the sergeant said, still a little unsure. "I take it by your answer that you're still with me." "For the moment," the sergeant said, "though that's a sentiment that not many of my compatriots share. Read you." Saul said, "Get a message out shipwide. All crew that want to join up and escape this sinking ship meet in cargo. Anyone else who tries to stop us, best think twice. We're getting off this ship one way or another." "Aye," the sergeant said, not delaying. Next on his list was Belcia. "Chief Cades, can I count on your support?" he said, dialing her just after his shipwide notice went out. "Saul, here's the thing," she said laboredly. "I've been speaking with Dupal and some of the others here. They may have a point. You may have been kind to me, training me all these years, but I think you are in the wrong. Maybe you should just turn yourself in." Her words hurt. "Belcia, Saul started to say, before Lisa came into view on Belcia's feed. "Saul Kalmos, you have a lot of nerve thinking that after you stole, plotted, and murdered your way through my station, not to mention kidnapping me, that you still have some moral high ground. If you don't turn yourself in, I swear to gods on high that I will do it for you, lest you drag the rest of these poor souls down with you." Saul killed the call. He let out a heavy sigh but decided to make one last call. "Aiden?" "Here, Cap, what can I do for you?" he said, seemingly unfazed by the events of the last few hours. "Any idea how the Sauve found us way out here?" Saul said, trying to think of something other than the sea that sloshed in front of him. "Your guess is far better than mine in this, I think," Aiden said, though maybe Dusk wasn't as scrupulous as I may have been led to know. Figures that unsavory types might be less than savory. Saul shook his head at that. "Where do you stand in all of this?" "I haven't any idea what you could be getting on about. As far as I see, Sov is reaching again where they don't belong. We're not even in sovereignty space, let alone any of the human hold worlds, come to think of it. A point. Though I don't know what good it does us. We're laughably outgunned, and with the crew split as it is, we're outmatched. Any ideas?" Saul said, stabbing at the sky. "You've one choice as I see it." Aiden started. "Don't say turn myself in," Saul signed. No. Well, maybe at first." "Just spit it out," Saul said, growing impatience making him feel sick. "Act like you're turning yourself in. Send a shuttle, pack it with fuel cells, and boom, Mercurial lights up like the Capitol on Colony Day." Saul knew what an act like that would mean for him. So far as he was concerned, right now he was an outlaw, a thief, even an arguable party to murderers. But blowing up a naval ship like that would lead to an all-out manhunt on his part. "You think I'm crazy enough to do that?" "Maybe not. You did allow the presence of explosives in the last heist. Just find yourself another Sophon, and we'll get the ball rolling." That was different. There were no innocent people involved. The crew on board the Mercurial has nothing to do with their Commodore's orders. And this time is any different. Seems to me that Lior de Vals is holding our whole crew accountable for our captain's actions. Why should his crew be treated any differently? Aiden reasoned. "This is a black hole we're going down," Saul said tentatively. "You know we're caught in rough waters. There's nothing we can do but find our footing best we know how." "And a bomb is our only answer?" "Way I see it, it is," Aiden said, reaching into his jacket pocket and retrieving his tablet, which seems to have been already dialed into a call. "What do you say, Titus? Any objections?" Saul was blindsided. He hadn't expected Aiden to go around him like this, let alone contacting Titus of all people on his own. "Seems there's little choice on our part, Saul," Titus said, using his first name for once, which showed how serious he was. "And besides, I've got those trusted individuals with me that you requested. Seems there's a weakness on the Mercurial's hull far from any crew quarters. Should cause a bit of crippling damage and not harm their life systems or crew." For once, Saul felt a little relieved. Maybe with Aiden's quick thinking and Titus's steadfast backing, he might just get through this mess. "You've got my sign-off," he said. "Titus, do what you need to do. And Aiden." "Cap? Send a burst over to the Mercurial. Let them know that I'll be turning myself in," he said with a smirk. "And maybe load up the Herald for departure in 30. Seems we've one extra shuttle taking up space in our bay. Also, see what you can do about tracking down whoever gave away our position to the Sovereignty. Ain't no reason for them to be showing up unannounced in this region of space." "You've got it," Aiden said. "Sir?" Belcia said, joining the call. "I thought I should tell you. Some of the crew are in an uproar over the Mercurial showing up. They think on top of everything that you've ratted us all out. I don't know why that makes any sense, but you better make it back to the mess hall. Dupal's at the head of a mob. They're starting to arm themselves." Belcia. "Thanks," he said, not sure what else to say to her. He could feel the contention in her voice. He knew she disagreed with his actions over the last few days. "Might I ask why you're telling me this?" She paused. "I'm not Crystal, really. I guess, faults or no, you're still my captain at the end of it." Saul felt a little relief. "Though you'll be making it up to me once this is all done." She finished and signed off. Saul, his heart heavy, headed back toward the mess, but not before stopping in on his quarters and grabbing his sidearm. Earth be damned if he was going to face Dupal unprepared again. Saul arrived at the mess to find it empty. On his terminal, a chime followed by a single line of text from Belcia. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Saul barely had time to react. The doors at either end of the mess ground shut as a sort of shocking testament to just how under-maintained both the diggory and his relationship with the crew was. Shots began to ring out, one flashing by Saul's face, another clipping him in the meat of his right leg. He dropped low, took cover behind a pillar and opened fire, remembering his training from years ago. "Men," Saul said, his voice full of rage, "you must hear me. Your words are poison. As far as we're concerned, our captain is already dead," Dupal said from the far side of the room, his voice muffled by sporadic gunfire. For a moment, Saul felt nothing but shame. He had led himself into this. He had selfishly started the chain of events leading to him defending himself from his once crewmates alone, outgunned and bleeding. He looked down. The gunshot that had impacted his lower thigh had made far more damage than he had assumed. It wasn't until now that he realized how much blood he was losing on the floor. He took a few pot shots over the crate, hoping to force the men back. Even now, he cared for them. He knew he didn't want to harm them, despite his disregard for their livelihoods over the past few days. "You're too late, Dupal," Saul said through clenched teeth. "The Mercurial's gonna get hit. They'll be after all of us if we don't clear out of here, and soon." "What have you done?" Dupal screamed. Saul could hear footsteps, and he knew Dupal had left his cover. In the dark, the man's footsteps quickened, moving closer with a determinism he never knew he had possessed. Saul stepped out from cover, his arms raised. He dropped his sidearm, which came clambering down on the crate in front of him. Dupal didn't fire. Instead, he stopped abruptly with an almost cartoonish quickness. He still held his rifle high, leveled at Saul's chest. Saul could see the overwhelming hate in Dupal's eyes. His teeth were grating, flexing through the walls of his cheeks. Sweat dripped from his blood-soaked bald head, and it was clear to Saul that the mess hall hadn't been Dupal's first stop on his inquisition of the ship. He could feel it, his end creeping in with high tide. Dupal's terminal chirped. "That's it," Dupal said to the 4 men that followed up behind him. "We have authorization." Saul was confused. "I'm afraid you'll have to catch me up," Saul said. "Catch you up," Dupal said, the hate still brimming on his face. Saul could see something was different somehow, as if Dupal was keeping himself from smiling. "Fine. Seems de Vals has seen some light in the storm you conjured." "Oh yeah? And what's that?" Saul asked. "You've been deposed," Dupal said, the grin finally creeping through. "And you promoted in my place, I take it?" Saul said, hardly surprised that Dupal had been stupid enough to fall for this. "I imagine as much that if I were to say de Vals was playing you wouldn't believe me." "You'd be correct," Dupal said, dismissing his concern. He typed something quickly on his terminal. "And now they've been made aware of your little shuttle bomb. I knew you were planning something when I didn't see you get on that shuttle before departing. Luring you to the mess, and hearing you just confirms it." "Dupal, you fool." Saul let his arms drop to his side. "Despite all that admittedly I've done to you, to the crew, this mistake of yours, I'm afraid, has cost us our lives." "Cap?" Aiden said, tapping into the mess's public comms. "Hold on there, Aiden. Our new captain and I are in the middle of a discussion." "New captain? Well, that didn't take long. I'm back on board for what, a week and you're canned?" Aiden said with a snort. He continued. "Well, that's far from potent. Seems our new captain just tried to send out a message over to the Mercurial, blowing a whistle on our carefully laid-out scheme. But don't worry, I stopped it. Put a handy new filter in the network a few days back that alerts me prior to any message going out." Dupal's face shifted back to rage, and he forced the barrel of his rifle against Saul's chest. "You son of a bitch," he said. "You realize what you've done?" "Besides theft, some light murder, and turning us pirate," Saul said sardonically, "I'm coming up empty. You've torn us from our homes." Dupal spat. "Me, you, the crew. We will never be able to go back from this. We will never be able to see our families, our loved ones again. We will never again see home. You selfish fucking man." Dupal pushed again on the gun, tears forming on his face. "I hate to interrupt, but the Mercurial's hailing us," Belcia said, stepping out from behind Dupal. Saul hated to see her there, to have to stand with these men because of all he had done. He knew he had let her down, let them down. Instead, he stood firm. Now was not the time for more sorrow. "Patch it to the mess," Saul said, emotionless. Lior de Valls appeared on the mess's wall screen, his face shimmering in sullen emerald. "Your time has come to an end, Kalmos," Lior de Valls said, "and looks to me like you've met my newest emissary." He gestured to Dupal. "You've to turn yourself over to us now, where you'll be hastened back to sovereignty space, to face retribution and sentencing. Failure to do so will result in the deaths of each and every one of your crew." Dupal turned. "You said they would be unharmed. And they will remain as such as long as the criminal in your midst, his accomplices, Titus Bakken and Francis Aiden, are turned over to us without further delay." Leah snorted condescendingly. "I'm afraid that's no longer possible," Saul said. For a moment, he thought maybe he should have taken the snooty Der Wals up on his offer, sacrificed himself to redeem the crew. He could feel his selfish decisions forming a crumbling foundation beneath him. It no longer mattered, however. At this very moment, a shuttle dark against the black of the void was on its way to strike the Mercurial, freeing him from any decision he could make from this point. "You see," Saul began to say. "Sir." Dupal cut him off. "Sir, I tried to send word. This traitor and his accomplices, as you put it, have sent a bomb aboard the shuttle. You must act to destroy it." "You," de Valls said, before being rocked from his seat by the sudden gravity of an eruption visible on the wall screen before dropping the feed. "Bullseye," Aiden said on the comms. Titus chimed in, "Direct hit to the Mercurial midship. Captain, if any time were a time to act, now would be it while we've bought this distraction." Dupal lowered his rifle, stunned. "All I wanted was to go home," he said before Aiden entered and swiftly walked up behind him, a hand cannon raised to the back of the man's skull, and pulled the trigger. Belcia dropped to her knees, sobbing. The men that had come in with Dupal dropped their weapons to the floor and stood helpless and uncertain. Saul, stony, walked over to Belcia. He hoisted her up, his adrenal shaking hands on his shoulders. "Belcia, I need you to get to the engine bay," he said, his voice stern. She looked up at him through a wall of tears. "I need you to get the diggery moving." "Titus, we're far from safety. I need you to rally as much of the crew as there is left. Get them to understand the danger we find ourselves in, regardless of how we got here. We act now, or we die." He turned to Aiden. Aiden nodded and grabbed Dupal's half-headless corpse by the arm, dragging it out the way he came in. Several minutes later, the diggery began to leap away from the Mercurial at several thousand kilometers per second. The distance between them grew quickly, but somehow Saul felt as if the whole of the rift quarter wasn't enough to run in. He could see from his chair on the bridge that the Mercurial had taken massive damage to their rear cargo levels, engineering, and some unexpected referred damage reaching the crew levels. He hadn't expected to cause that amount of devastation. Perhaps in their haste to save themselves, they had miscalculated and piled even more deaths onto their record. It was then that he received a call direct to his private channel from Lior de Valls. He hadn't known that was possible, that a captain like de Valls had access to reach his private channel without access. Perhaps he was trying to be obvious before, broadcasting his intent shipwide to stir up disorder. Why then now did he choose to contact Saul directly? He accepted the call. "Seems I've underestimated you, Kalmos, though I should have seen this coming," de Valls said. Saul didn't respond, trying not to alert anyone around him. "No witty response? Well, I've got one. You tried to cripple me, cripple my ship, hurt me and my own. You have made an enemy this day, even if your attempt to cripple us had failed so laughably, Kalmos. Or shall I say, Kalmost?" The man chuckled, coughing as he did. Saul could hear even if he couldn't see the man. He knew he was injured. "What you have done, that comes with a price. I see you, Kalmos. I will hunt you. I will end you and yours. I know you have a son, see, and I'll be paying him a visit." Saul's heart sank. This man knew him, knew his record. He knew about his son. Saul had underestimated him. Saul also knew Davals was rambling, stalling for something. But what? You have made a grave miscalculation in doing the things that you did. You see, you've crippled my rift engines. Hats off to you for that, by the way. Davals continued. But what you failed to do was remove the capability from our main rail cannon. Goodbye, Calmost, and let the universe be better for your absence. Davals signed off, leaving Saul stunned. He had thought that after what had just happened with Dupal and the crew, that he had no more emotion left. Here, however, was poignant and abject fear. A fear he had never felt before, a fear deep in his bones. Titus, open a rift. Set a course for Seraph system. Do it now, Saul said, petrified. Captain, Belcia said from engineering. Captain, we aren't ready. Dupal's men forced me to put the rift engine into full shutdown. It's going to be several minutes before she's back up. Fear forced Saul from his chair, despite his leg throbbing, still dripping with blood. He walked over to Titus's terminal and spoke slowly and quietly enough for no one else to hear. Titus, tell me you see it. I see it, he said, pointing to the rail round that was streaking towards them at a significant fraction of light speed. The two of them stood, staring at the terminal screen, unable to move. Minutes bled into years as they watched the round rocket closer. Saul could feel the gods calling his name, just pleaded for his time to be up. He thought of all he did, all the lives he had irreparably changed over the last few days. Saul thought of Belcia, her trust in him forever ruined. He thought of Titus, standing beside him like he did in all things, and how he had suffered for it. He thought of his son, Cole. Sir? Belcia's voice blared on the bridge wall screen. Sir, I think we are about there. We're far from acceptable operating parameter guidelines, but she'll do us. Titus! Saul barked. The diggery lurched, a vast, shapeless, ship-size rift in the universe opening, forming itself around the front of the hull. The rift expanded slowly and unevenly due to the engine's unpreparedness. Saul could feel his stomach turn to knots, nausea overtaking him. Several of the crew retched, some on their stations in front of them. Titus and Saul tried to reach their seats, strapping themselves in. The view on the ship's wall screen of the rift at first showed the black of the void, then narrowed into a small prick of light that expanded to show a system at the other end. Another starfield appeared, expanding into view as they moved into the rift, the ship's hull lamenting and shaking. The rail round struck just as the diggery's aft section passed into the rift, and the rift began to close, careening the ship into the void of the rift with such force that Saul had to fight not to black out. He could see that the starfield ahead of them had gone. The rift had closed behind them, and they found themselves hurtling through the empty black with no markers, no sign of where they were. Titus, can you hear me? He said. Titus was folded over his station, his arms limp at his sides. Blood was running down his wrists. Belcia, are you still? Saul said, opening a ship-wide channel. Yeah, Crystal, she said, her voice ragged, the connection unstable and filled with static. Can you get us out of here? Saul asked. First need to find out where here is. But yeah, I think I can, she said. From her voice, it was obvious to Saul that she was on her feet, hustling about the engineering level. Ship's gravity is still on, so that's nice, Saul said. Yeah, well, they built these old freighters to last then, it seems, Captain. Yes, Belcia? You do have a plan for when we're all out of this, right? I mean, it's not all been just one horrible disaster to the next, without some sort of end goal. The end goal's moved so many times I can't see straight anymore, Saul said honestly. Was afraid you'd say something like that. Promise me one thing? What's that? Promise you won't say that to the crew when they wake. Hell, they've been through a few things, and the last they need is no hope. Just lie if you have to, she said, signing off. A sudden batch of telemetry appeared on Saul's terminal sent from Belcia's. He smiled and activated it. Saul could see from the readouts in front of him that he had lost nearly 80% of his fuel reserves, as well as in-system engines. Life support, gravity, support systems were still active, though limping along. The ship lurched again as the drive came on, the engines attempting to right themselves. The rift projector righted itself, refocusing and opening a starfield at the other end. The computer showed that the stars were not of the Seraph system, but of one unknown to the computer's charts. Saul sighed. One more problem this was, and deactivated the drive. The ship limped out into the uncharted system, just as the main rift engines went offline and unresponsive. "Shit," he said. Chapter 13. Parting Skies. Miran's parade float rounded the corner on its final stretch of the city tour. Having travelled through the city's outer industrial districts of Mercau and Libourne, passed over the Cittadella Canal. In Kingsborough's ancient twisting streets, it came to a spectacular finale as her float lined up with the spire down Principal Avenue. Overhead, the Sky Parade was in full swing as dozens of aircraft flew by in flawless formation. Soren was notably absent, having asked her express permission to skip his time on the float. Lawson Ha had disapproved. Soren had seemed somehow off-kilter when he asked Miran. Maybe since he never asked for personal favors, or maybe Miran knew that he must have found a woman. Either way, Miran didn't much mind. Though standing here now as the centerpiece of the festivities, with all attention drawn to her, she found the lack of steady disposition disconcerting. The streets were lined with smiling faces, cheering as they wove Federation banners. Children jumped in place, pointing at the various floats that passed by. Miran spotted a small girl and her mother, both dressed in shoddy, handmade copies of her own dress she had worn as her shuttle landed days ago at the start of the week. They each had their hair tied back with sticks, just as she did. Miran flashed them a salute, sparking a craze of dancing from both of them. As Miran's float neared the end of the road, cannons positioned on rooftops of either side of the street let loose a barrage of fireworks. The late day was suddenly lit with amazing colors as explosions echoed down the avenue of shopfronts and markets. Just behind hers, Matriarch Lathe's float brought up the rear of the procession, which positioned her to be the grand finish. The two Matriarchs' floats circled each other as they entered the spire's grounds, coming to a stop with their broadsides facing back up the avenue, which was now clogged with jubilant citizens as they followed behind. As the citizens approached and the Matriarchs stepped down from their spots atop the floats, the firework display reached a crescendo. The craft overhead, timed to perfect precision with the fireworks, flew into a wide fan formation. At the formation's center, the last and largest of the fireworks erupted, sending a shower of sparks twinkling and fading over the whole of the crowd. It wasn't until silence returned to the city streets that Miran's mind finally drifted back to duty. To her people, to the murderer who still evaded capture, and now to the report Brenner had shared with her. It felt as if a tumultuous wave loomed on the horizon, a harbinger for the worst yet to come. The frenzy faded and streets gradually cleared. The revelers caught in the mania of festival filtered out into the markets and into the taverns and restaurants, with a large swath heading for the stadium and the anticipated Sepak match. Miran had other obligations, however. Parade would continue on into the coming days, but now that the main event had concluded, the summit, the flock's main reason for being here, was set to take place, and Miran knew the sober truth for the congregation. Back inside the spire, within the central chamber that Miran had visited upon her landing in the system, Miran endured the ceremony once again. She found herself nearly exhausted before 30 minutes had passed, making the rounds between lost acquaintances, mutual contacts, and several new faces. The summit stood as a meeting of several factions, not generally in close contact. Each of the worlds and flocks of the Federation had also sent figureheads to some degree, with each faction bringing along several hundred bodies. The Bordelais made up the bulk of those in attendance, with many of them already seated in the pews on the balconies that lined the high outer walls. Her own flock comprised the second most numerous group, each in their formal wear studded with cattle heart patches. It was a rare sight even for her to see, since most of these people rarely met in person, instead opting to open ship-to-ship video bulletins to conserve shuttle fuel and needless commute. There were representatives of the idle flock too, though only a handful. Being from the other end of the Federation's sphere of influence, Miran guessed they weren't as concerned about having all faces present. Miran couldn't help but notice the absence of the third flock, however. Having minimal contact with them over the years was characteristic of their designation as the Veiled Flock. Miran shook hands, smiling as was needed, all the while wishing she could get back to work, weeding out the thorn that irked her. Taking a moment alone, she filtered through the feed of her task force's activity. Despite the parade, several of the team had been active, sharing what little they could over Bulletin, Waylay and Dominado, having skipped the festivities entirely and posting themselves up at a cafe in the outer districts. Coming? She sent them only to receive no reply. It was apparent their priorities laid upon solving the riddle of the intruder. Good that they're at least on it while I'm tied up here, she thought. Though from the report Brenner had shown her the night before, Miran knew the matter before her was equally as crucial. A chime sounded the start of the summit, signaling everyone to find their seats. Miran met Brenner upon the hall's wide central dais, taking a chair beside hers, the two most lavishly adorned seats in the place. Miran settled into plush leather across from several prominent figures that she recognized and others she didn't. On her left, Matriarch Lathe settled into her own seat with some difficulty that Miran presumed came with age. Following along the toral-shaped table to her right were Bordeaux's System Defense Minister Horst de Beau, Ground Forces General Antoine Gerard, Ganon System Representative Sarah Lotz, Science Minister Lean Mayembega, with her Chief Engineer Jameth Harding, Federation Intelligence of Fringe Space Minister Mathis Claren, Idle Flock Representative Pauline Tranton, and a handful of other impressively decorated naval captains. The list was long, and only the two matriarchs at the table understood why. As everyone sat, Miran looked out at the ground and spotted an out-of-breath Soren just now arriving as he took the empty seat next to Bullman. He waved. Miran responded with a smirk and a sardonic shake of the head. She might have had to have him written up on disciplinary action if he missed an event such as this, the first time ever. The room was silent when Matriarch Lathe took the podium. "Greetings," she started. "Friends and family of all creeds, you have my thanks for heeding my call to meeting. We here represent a collective in this here, the Galactic West, and the best minds of our Federation. I do not ask you here lightly. Sure, this week has brought with it gaiety and brotherhood at levels seldom seen in the years we spend apart. Now we find ourselves here too gathered for what I strongly believe is paramount to the sanctity of our Federation." Matriarch Lathe paused, her head hung towards the podium. With a deep breath in and a weight on her soul, she pointed at Minister Mayembega, who directed Jameth Harding into action. The space above the dais flickered for a moment as the projection warmed up. Miran didn't need to look up at the image as it focused. Instead, looking out at the haunted expressions that bloomed on their faces spoke more than an image ever could. Above them, a planet was suspended. From the distinctive ember-washed seas and sprawling archipelagos, it was plain to any citizen in the Federation that this was the world known as Vosaris. A beacon of Federation civilization now stood before them, battered and smoking. The scan of the planet was veiled by a field of broken ships and stations that now littered Vosaris' orbit. Beneath the fog of debris, roiling storm clouds not dissimilar from Bordeaux's scarred the atmosphere. The scan zoomed through the atypical weather fronts as Jameth Harding zoomed in on the planet's surface, toggling outside the visible spectrum. Impact craters mottled the landscape. Where once were sprawling cities that far outsized risen by several magnitudes, now was nothing more than charred rock and flattened wreckage. The audience of the summit was still. The implications of such a calamity were few but substantial. Vosaris had been sacked. Miran had seen the scans the night before, though somehow seeing them in such vivid detail, it now felt more real. The images before you are hard to behold. It is plain to see that we have lost many this day, to see that our friends have suffered a fate we know not, Matriarch Lathe said, her tone heavy. Though I urge you all to scrutinize what you have seen here, what the ramifications of such a disaster has for us as a people. We must act, decide on a plan as a federation, and forge ahead. The images were brought to us by an operative of the FISF. Sergeant Borlin Ha. His recon mission to discern the recent communication silence from Vosaris as detected by the idle flock ended when his craft turned up on the edges of the Bordeaux system, through sheer luck of the nature of rift travel. Shortly after delivering this intel, Sergeant Ha succumbed to internal injuries inflicted during his escape. We owe him our homage, our admiration. For without his sacrifice, we would not know of this looming threat. I now yield the floor to my friend, Matriarch Miran-Yi Nagoya. Matriarch Lathe stepped down, shuffling back to her seat. Miran knew the woman was in pain, bearing the pain of what she just delivered into her joints. Brenner took her seat with a huff, leaning to Miran and saying, "Can't get any worse than that. Go get 'em." Miran managed a listless grin, rising from her seat. Having only seen the report herself yesterday, she hadn't had the time to prepare a full speech. Though through some luck, some help from her equal, and a lot of wine, she believed she had something to say. "What you have just seen is damning," she began, her hand gripping the podium in suppressed rage. "I don't plan on spinning tales or padding your sense of sanctuary. What we have witnessed is rampant animosity towards our prosperity. We know not what these images mean, aside from earning ire from the whole of the Federation. My heart breaks for those we've lost, those that were wiped from the face of their home with such contempt." Miran looked out at the crowd. She could see the faces of the Federation's leadership, each caught in their own darkening hell. Battle-hardened men and women were openly weeping as poorly contained sorrow swept through the hall. Her words, she knew, did little to stifle the blow. However, she hoped to be honest, to declare the facts, and to force them past this. From the telemetry provided by Federation hero Borlin Ha, Miran said, a catch scratching at her throat as she knew how Lawson Ha was going to take the loss of his brother. "We can see that the world of Vosaris was the victim of several rounds of orbital bombardment or similarly destructive eruptions. Due to the stale nature of our scans, it is hard to discern whether it was indeed due to an attack from outside the atmosphere or from within. What we do know is that this is an act of war, brutally inflicted on a populace dedicated to peace. This act is unforgivable." She could feel members of the audience perk up in their seats at this. If there was one binding force in the whole of humanity, it was the kinship they shared in the face of a common foe. "We have been handed a new enemy today. And though we do not know their true face, we know their malice," she continued. "We must be strong, we must protect each other, and above all we must safeguard the herd. For the Federation," she howled into the mic. The crowd around her echoed her call. "For the Federation." "For the herd," Miran bellowed. "For the herd," they said, the host of them now standing in salute. Miran raised a fist back in salute before moving to take her seat. The crowd stayed in uproar, cheering war cries for several minutes. The generals and other leaders on the dais had joined in the saber rattling as well, howling their salutes out to the crowd. Miran could sense a feedback loop forming just as Matriarch Lathe stood. With a raised two fingers and a commanding, weary expression, Matriarch Lathe quelled the crowd first to a dull roar. Then everybody in the place retook their seats. Miran caught herself wondering, had she tried the same? Could she have coaxed the audience into calm with her authority alone? As the last of them sat down, Matriarch Lathe motioned for Minister Claren to take the stand. "My friends," Minister Mathis Claren began through a thick Iroquoian accent. His skin was fair, his hair long and knotted, everything about his heritage indicating he was a recent import from outside the Federation, likely from the neighboring Terran sovereignty. This would typically lose the man credit amongst Federation fundamentalists, but it was hard to have any more hate left for something so trivial in a time such as this. "You have every right to be angry at the loss of Vosaris, one of Federation's most precious worlds," Minister Claren continued, "though if I might add a touch more insight—" The man stiffened, straightening his back and centering himself. "My operatives have been reviewing the data gifted to us by Sergeant Ha for the last few days. As we had been given access to the data in preparation for this summit, we had only a short time to review it. What I have to share with you isn't much, though I expect more insights to be gained over the coming days and weeks." Minister Claren gestured to Jameth Harding, who at this point appeared to be given the sole job as a remote switch. The images focused in on 4 blast zones, at the center of each being a smoking crater. These 4 sites, though unrecognizable now, were once the cities of Dondrada, Fosberg, Ganges, and Meltspring. If we track the trajectories of all ejector and debris scattered from the blast sites, we can extrapolate the force applied to each. The power factor of the weapons used is estimated at around 300 petajoules. This metric is consistent with conventional nuclear armaments stored on Vosaris. We can therefore surmise, though I stress that this is only speculation, that the attack was instantiated from the planet's surface and not from an external source. "What the hell does that mean?" a man said from the audience, standing as a lone tree in a flattened forest. "It means," Matriarch Lathe said, interjecting, "that whatever was done to Vosaris did not come from above, but was the result of those weapons once meant to protect its populace, instead harnessed by one faction to wipe clean another." "But what we see here is total destruction," Minister Claren clarified. "So they were trying to cover their tracks," a stout man to Miran's left said. She recognized him as Ground Forces General Antoine Girard. "To sweep the whole world under the rug," General Girard said. Miran had thought that too. It was plain to see that someone was trying and succeeded in erasing Vosaris from the quarter. With the disappearances on board her flock, and now this, Miran caught herself gripping the arm of her chair again in frustration. General Girard was now at the podium, though Miran wasn't hearing him. The spiraling pit she found herself walking down was slippery. She hadn't felt this out of control since the first moments after finding those bodies in cold storage. Miran imagined Handon Kide standing at the podium in place of Girard. She could see the look of utter defeat in his eyes again, a look that would be echoed across his daughter and mother's face, who Miran imagined sitting across from her at the table. Her heart raced, thinking of the people on Vosaris who must have been just as defeated when they had confronted the destruction that befell them. Just as her blood boiled to a breaking point, the gunshot rang again in her head, echoing throughout the auditorium. Only it wasn't in her head. A loud crash reverberated throughout the hall, stopping the confused general mid-sentence. Heads in the crowd looked about, each one attempting to find the source of the noise. It wasn't until Miran's terminal chimed, and she looked to see it had entirely lost its signal, that she snapped back to reality. Just as members of the crowd began to stand up and enter the aisles, the room shook. The walls were shaking with the force of an earthquake as people started to lose their footing. A soldier from one of the high-up pew levels tripped over the railing and plummeted to the floor, impacting the carpet in one of the aisles. Miran leapt to her feet in alarm, as did Matriarch Lathe and several of the other dignitaries. The shaking abruptly stopped, and unrest spread across the crowd. Miran looked to her colleague, who was attempting to get a signal on her own terminal in vain. Trying her own terminal again, she tried to open a bulletin to the Dream, to her shuttle, to her flock, to the task force, to anyone. No signals were going out. Some of the dignitaries began to mobilize, yelling to their forces in the crowd as they did. Sections of the crowd started to reform and unify, breaking off and out of the main hall, each taking care to step around the fallen man in the aisle. "What do we do?" Miran asked the other matriarch. Brenna shrugged. "Damned if I know. I'm not getting any reports, nothing but darkness on the bulletin." "Me too," Miran confirmed. "What was the shaking?" "Felt like a quake, though that rarely happens on Bordeaux, especially with that intensity," said Brenna. "And your man in the aisle?" Miran asked. "Right," said Brenna as she motioned to one of her staff. A team of 3 in Bordeaux uniform moved through the crowd towards the fallen man, only to drag his corpse out of the way of foot traffic and sat him upright in one of the floor-level pews. His head fell limp on one of his shoulders. "That's all they can do for him right now," Miran supposed. "I can't reach my flock," Miran said to Brenna. "Wireless range booster in my shuttle isn't responding. It's almost as if there's some sort of atmospheric interference. Don't suppose you knew of another way I could get the word out?" Brenna thought for a moment before responding. "There's a hard line that runs up the spire's central conduit. It follows the path of the space elevator and up to an array on the orbital station. It should be sufficient to get a signal from there out to your flock." "Great," Miran said, finally getting a shred of good news. "How do we access it?" General Gerard, Brenner said, waving the man over from where he had been petrified in place at the podium. The man stumbled over in a daze. Antoine, are you with us? Asked Brenner. Yes, I'm okay, he said, struggling to regain composure. Good. I need 2 good men and a technician to go with Matriarch Nagoya and her team. Can you arrange that? Brenner commanded. Gerard waved a contingent over. 2 soldiers pushed through the crowd to reach them. You can take Sergeants Hakif and Giraud. They can get you where you need to go. Though I'm afraid none of my technicians are in attendance at this summit, said Gerard. Take Jameth, said Minister Lean Mimbega, offering an unsure engineer Jameth Harding. Great, said Brenner. Now ensure that Matriarch Nagoya is taken to the archives on level 132. And Jameth? See if you can't patch the Matriarch's terminal into the Spire's main line. Jameth, seeming a touch uncertain, only shrugged and nodded. Sir? Sergeant Hakif asked. Our weapons? Miran assumed he was referring to the custom of not carrying a sidearm or rifle during the summit, a practice she found ridiculous, having disregarded it and concealed her own sidearm. Pray you don't need them, Gerard said, brushing the men off. Hakif and Giraud saluted before turning the leave. Miran, following behind, was trailed closely by Soren and Bullman, who had only now just made their way through the crowd to where she was. Here, Soren said as he and Bullman each tossed a spare sidearm to the sergeants. Their gratitude was noticeable, as now having some assurance of safety seemed to put a bounce in their step. The sergeants hurried ahead to secure the aisle, forcing the thinning crowd out into the pews. What are you going to do? Miran shouted to Matriarch Lathe. Gerard, Debeau, Claren, Mimbega and I are going to stabilize things here, Brenner assured her. Matriarchs, said a soldier just now reaching. She was holding her terminal high above herself as if carrying a ceremonial torch. The soldier pushed the terminal to Matriarch Lathe without explanation. Brenner's eyes grew wide as she quickly passed the terminal over to Miran to take a look. The terminal showed an image that had just been taken from one of the Spire's outer observation decks. The city outside, showing a handful of smoking blemishes on several of the taller buildings and a few gaping craters on the park roofs, was punctuated by something Miran hadn't thought possible. The streets around Turnor Stadium had erupted in mania as fans streamed out of it, not 15 blocks from the Spire, but still within the city's central core. What Miran wasn't expecting, what she hadn't imagined was possible, was that half of the stadium was now missing, as if vanished into thin air. How is that? Miran began to ask. Brenner took the terminal back from her, not inclined to explain. Instead, she said one word, go. Miran and her escort hastened down the main painting-lined corridor out of the hall, while behind them they could hear General Gerard, Minister Membeya, and Matriarch Lathe begin to argue. She wished she would have time to help plan the offensive, but she had to get word from her flock. Soren, Bullman, and the sergeants moved ahead, arms drawn. Jameth followed behind her, his nerves beginning to show. In here, Matriarch, Soren said, directing her to a stairwell. Hakif says the lifts are out, so we're walking up. She nodded, following behind Soren as they climbed the steps. Bullman closed the door to the stairwell behind them, bringing up the rear. You think we'll encounter resistance in the Spire? Bullman shouted from the previous stairwell landing. Miran recalled that neither of their group besides her had seen the images of outside. I'm not sure what to expect. Best we stay on guard and move quickly, said Miran. Heard anything from Lieutenant Ogagne? I didn't see him at the summit, Soren asked, huffing as he climbed the steps ahead of her. Alajid was on perimeter duty, surveying the lower levels of the tower. I'm sure whatever's going on outside, he's on the front line, said Miran. Probably, Soren agreed. As intransigent as that man is, I'm sure glad to have him on our side. Miran could agree with that. There were a fair bit of old guard still making up the seniority of her military forces from her predecessor, each with their own aging views on what her reign should look like. Despite this, she trusted that they were fit for any job, especially the attack that they were square in the middle of. Keep going, Sergeant Giraud bellowed. 3 more levels to climb. Miran stopped for a moment and gripped the rail. She didn't know if she was waiting for her breath to catch up with her or for this whole situation to just slough away. But either way, she had to keep moving. A concerned Soren stopped for a moment, making eye contact with her. In his expression alone, Miran could see the same fear that reverberated in her bones. Despite this, he motioned for her to catch up, and she did. As they reached the door for the 132nd level of the atmosphere-spanning tower, Soren and Sergeant Hakif took cover on either side of the frame, as Giraud took point, while Miran and Jemeth Harding hung back. Giraud flung the door wide, bursting into an empty hall, narrower and more Spartan than the grand hall they had just come from. "Clear," Giraud called. "Move," Hakif ordered. Soren and Hakif burst ahead, motioning for the Matriarch and Jemeth to follow. Bullman followed up behind, closing the heavy door softly as he did. "Archives are at the end of the hall, due west, just above the auditorium. The Spire's communications station is at its center," Giraud said, ushering them past him as he took the east wing of the hall. Just then, a tremor shook the hall, nearly knocking Miran off of her feet. Several seconds later, another tremor was followed by a rapid succession of them. "Earthquake is back," Giraud screamed. Miran looked around to see Jemeth Harding pushing himself off the floor, while Hakif was unperturbed and entering some command in a wall console near the door to the archives. Soren paused only to continue moving as Bullman reached her. Helping to regain momentum, Bullman guided the Matriarch hand in hand towards the slowly opening archives door. She looked back down the hall in time to see a section of the Spire's outer wall erupt behind Sergeant Giraud. He was taken off guard as fire singed the back of his head. Shrapnel burst through his chest, sailing the length of the hall and impacting the opening archive doors. Stepping through the widening gap, Miran watched in horror as Giraud's limp body crumpled to the floor. Hakif slammed a command on his terminal, and the doors began to close. Miran's eyes were fixed on the suddenly inanimate Giraud left behind until the grey metal of the doors obscured him from view. The party looked at each other, each wondering what just happened. It seemed like an eternity before Soren spoke first. "So, not an earthquake," he said. "Then what was that?" Jemeth asked. "What can cause that much damage this high up?" "If the space elevator cable snapped," Bullman offered. "Definitely not. If the cable snapped, it would have taken the whole structure with it. It was designed to outlast a meteor strike," refuted Jemeth. "Engineer Harding," Miran said, breaking up the conjecture. "Get me the hard line, now, please." Jemeth nodded, moving into the archives. The archives were extensive, extending several levels up, just as the auditorium had, lined with equal rows of balconies. Now, though, the balconies were taken up, but rows upon rows of some bookcases and some large humming server racks. It seemed like this was the central storehouse of knowledge on Bordeaux's Folly. "Sergeant Hakif, can you continue?" asked Miran, sensing the man's bewilderment at losing his counterpart. Hakif didn't answer. Instead, shaking his head as if purging water from his scalp, he chased off after Jemeth. Soren shot her a look of barely contained panic before hurrying ahead. She and Bullman raced after them. Jemeth Harding didn't ask for permission, adrenaline taking him over. As they reached the central console, which was laid out just as the auditorium's dais table was several floors beneath them, Harding slammed one of the side panels open. He knelt and opened the panel with such ferocity that he split the skin on one of his hands that started to pour out onto the electrics. Soren tried to offer the man some help, only for Jemeth to rudely hold the bloodied hand in his face. Not pausing for anything, Jemeth tore off a section of his collar. Gripping the shred like a bandage, he continued pulling out cable and scanning the wiring diagram on the backside of the panel. "Terminal," Jemeth commanded, opening his bloody hand to take hold of Miran's terminal. He connected a lead out of the back of the console to her terminal. Standing, he rested the terminal on top of the console. "Connection established," Jemeth said. She was surprised at the man's ingenuity, and for a moment she caught herself thinking of the equally brilliant Stanley Dominado. Not wanting to distract herself from the matter at hand, she told herself that Stanley was safe since he was supposedly accompanied by Waylay, who Miran knew was steely in her own right. Which surprised her when Waylay's icon appeared on her terminal's display, indicated she was trying to open a bulletin. Stunned, Miran answered, "Waylay, is that you? Are you all right?" "We're fine," the image of Waylay said, pulling Stanley into the frame. The connection was spotty, and the audio kept cutting in and out. "It's hell down here, but we're managing." What is it? What's going on down there? Miran pressed. Hard to explain. Dominado and I cafe, but were able to make it away, Waylay said through static. It was evident to Miran that the pair were running down one of Risen's streets, parade banners passing overhead. What can you tell me? Be blunt, Miran urged. There was an attack. Have you seen the stadium? Waylay asked. Don't know what you can see from there. Several craft struck. Spire. Soren looked at her, equally as confused at the stadium's dissection as the comment about the several craft. Come in, Waylay. Did you say that our aircraft are impacting the spire? Miran asked. No, spacecraft. We're under attack from outside Atmo, Waylay clarified before changing topics. Have you been able to contact the flock? Negative. I was just about to try when you called, Miran said. Don't bother, Stanley chimed in. I've already tried. Got myself a direct line to the spire's space cable connection. Nada. Seems whatever our attackers are doing is making a two-way bulletin impossible. Miran's blood roiled at this. How could this enemy have blindsided them this much? You said two-way doesn't work, but what about one-way? Miran asked. Way ahead of you. I wrote a worm and was able to send an SOS when the attack first began. So far, no response from the other side. A worm? Can you patch it over to me? Already sending. It's text messages only, though, Stanley said. And Matriarch? Yes, Stanley, Miran said, only now realizing that that was the first time ever using his name. Be safe and give him hell, Stanley said as the connection terminated. Miran unpacked the worm and opened a bulletin on her terminal, direct to her flagship. In distress, send aid. Cannot reach the shuttle. Your orders are as follows. Send pickup. Ensure flock safety at all costs, even at the cost of my own life. If other ships in orbit scramble support ships out of range, your priority is evacuation. She ended the message, knowing what such orders meant for her own safety. Should it come to it, she would be willing to sacrifice herself for the good of her people. What now? Soren asked, ready to move. Miran could see he wanted to ask about more details regarding the stadium, but kept his silence. Now we get the hell out of here, Miran said. We need a shuttle to escape the city. Assuming ours is too many levels down, what are our options? Sergeant? Sergeant Hakif stirred, standing from the nest of sorrow he had made for himself on the archive room floor. Gripping his pistol, he wiped some tears from his eyes and leapt to his feet. Ushering them through the aisles, they went to the back exit of the room, entering a stairwell. This stairwell was different, however, looking more like an emergency exit. Why didn't we take this way before? Bullman asked from somewhere behind Miran. No re-entry this way, Hakif said bluntly. Come, I know of a shuttle. Matriarch Lathe's private shuttle, on her estate level. I have the passkey. More climbing then? Soren asked the sergeant. Much more, Hakif said, huffing his way up the flights ahead of them. Climbing for what felt like hours, Miran could make out the muffled sounds of more explosions on the spire's exterior, as well as several waves of screams. The craft, Miran said between belabored breaths. The spacecraft that Waylay mentioned, that's what is hitting the spire. That's what killed Juno. You think they are kamikazing against the spire? That would be a pretty foolish attempt at bringing the structure down, said Soren, his breathing far steadier than hers. They're not kamikaze then, Bullman said. Think about it. They're boarding craft. Miran realized what that meant. She knew the tactic well, though from what she knew of boarding craft, they were used almost exclusively in space during ship-to-ship combat to transfer soldiers. She had never heard of them being used on a terrestrial structure, let alone in the atmosphere. Here, why? Miran asked. Think about it. The spire is basically just one gigantic landed ship. Same rules apply here, except for all the gravity fields are pointed in one direction, Soren affirmed. What does that mean for us then? Why would anyone need to attack the spire? Asked Miran. Afraid I'm no help there, Soren admitted. Kaelin? No idea, Bullman responded. We're here, Hakif said from the upper landing. He flashed his terminal and opened the door onto the opulent estate level. The group entered directly into Matriarch Lathe's living room, the same space Miran had visited less than 24 hours ago. Several food trays were still left out, along with one or two more empty wine bottles that must have been open after she had packed it in for the night. A blast from across the room ruptured the wall of the observation window, taking with it the leftovers, wine bottles, and the 2 chairs. A large, slender, ebony craft slid in, carrying a burst of ejector and smoke ahead of it. Several dull shards impacted Miran's face as she turned to shield herself from the wall of heat and noise. Jameth and Bullman were themselves knocked backwards against the outer wall. Soren lay by her side, while surprisingly she remained standing. She looked ahead to see Hakif across the room, opening the door to the corridor. She watched as he dropped his terminal, both hands moving to grip a chair-sized shard of glass that jutted out of the right side of his abdomen, while narrowly missing his spine. He turned to face her, shock in his eyes, before dropping to his knees against the open door. As the smoke and dust began to settle, a hiss sounded on the black craft. The front of it slid open, revealing a red-lit interior and several shapes stepping out. Miran could see the silhouettes of men in glistening black battle armor and muted faceplates. Bullman regained his feet. Miran pulled Soren up, who, although dazed, managed to regain his balance. Miran knew he had suffered a concussion just from the way he held himself. "Run," said Bullman, just as the black suits raised their rifles. Miran raced toward the door, as did Soren. Jameth was still lying against the wall at which he'd been thrown, blood streaming down his face. Bullman planted his feet and raised his pistol. He took 3 shots, one at each of the advancing soldiers. Each shot, though perfectly placed, ricocheted off their black helmets and embedded in the concrete walls and ceiling. Bullman's arms slumped as he turned towards his friends, who were now exiting into the corridor. Miran and Soren looked back, yelling for him to run. And run he did. Lieutenant Kalin Bullman made it halfway to the doorway before the black suits opened fire. Their rifles let out muted trills as they fired. A hailstorm of rounds flew through Bullman, indiscriminately shredding his flesh and blood-stained jacket. Gore sprayed the wall behind him, and what was left of him crumpled to the floor in a ragged heap. Soren took a step towards his dead friend in a vain attempt to rescue what was already lost. Miran grabbed him by the forearm, tugging him down the corridor as bullets began to fly their way. Rounding the corner, Soren stops and screams in agony. The panic of the day finally spilled out of him, boiling over to a breaking point. Miran slapped him across the face. "Get a hold of yourself, Captain," she said, urging him to keep quiet. She could hear the bootsteps of the soldiers as they rushed down the hall after them. Feeling defeated and resigned to her fate, she barely noticed as the wall beside them opened. 2 sets of arms flung themselves out of the darkness at them, hauling them in. Darkness enveloped them as the wall closed itself off from the corridor. Chapter 14, Passage Home. The crowd erupted into screams throughout the stadium, muffled only by the sound of the alarms. The center of the stadium was now a vacant crater, up to just a few rows to Tolly's right. The next few rows up were a mishmash of gore and wreckage, bodies intermingling with dilapidated structures, each with pieces missing. The ones that were conscious were pleading for help. Tolly, only 10 rows over from the carnage, was in shock. Never before had she seen such wanton death. Not even on the Perun had she felt this lost, this paralyzed. The overscreen had flickered out and was now teetering on the edge of collapse without the roof to hold it. The entire panicked crowd now subject to the full force of the early evening sun. She turned back to Connor. He was weeping openly. Suddenly, he was on the move, trying to push past the wall of people to his right. "Connor," Tolly called after him. "Connor. We have to do something," he yelled over his shoulder at her, his voice partially drowned out by the blaring alarms. Just then the alarms ceased. Connor cocked his head. Everyone in the crowd did the same, and for several seconds they all froze. The panic resumed a moment later, and so did Connor's persistent shoving. "Connor," Tolly yelled, pushing up behind him. They were in the aisleway now. Most of the crowd was heading up and out of the stadium, pushing and shoving their way out. Tolly looked down the aisle towards the blast and saw several citizens in casual dress interspersed and tending to the victims. It was apparent to Tolly that they were medics. "Connor, what do you hope to do?" she said to Connor as he headed down the aisle steps. "Connor, stop." He stopped. "We have to do something, Tolly. We have to—" He seemed lost, tears streaming down his face. Tolly knew that face. "Connor, listen," she said, surprising herself with her level of calm. "Look down there." Tolly pointed to several medics. Connor looked. Those are medics. They are tending to those that need tending to. There's nothing either you or I can do. You were a medic, he said derisively. You can help. It's not that simple, Connor. Sure, I can treat a few bumps and scrapes. Sure, I can patch up. Could patch up, she corrected herself, old Groen when he put a quick bolt through his forearm. Connor looked down to the ground. Tolly continued, but those people down there, the ones that aren't torn in half, could have broken ribs and likely worse. Internal bleeding. I never reached that level of training in the academy. I never learned how to treat those injuries. Then, Connor said, his voice low, what do you suggest we do, Captain? We get out of here. We get home, Tolly said, ignoring the captain comment. Connor's eyes came up to meet hers. They were puffy, the blue irises muddled in moisture. Tolly took his hand and held it to hers. We have to go, she said. She thought it was a strange feeling as the two rushed up aisle stairs towards the exit. Strange that she had managed to regain her calm despite what was going on around her. Maybe Groen was right. Perhaps she did have what it takes to be captain. The streets outside were a god's-forsaken mess. Citizens ran in all directions. Storefront windows were smashed. The wounded that had made it out of the stadium now laid out on the sidewalks and up against buildings. There was rubble and recognizable bits of the stadium's upper court strewn about where it had fallen into the streets. It wasn't until they had cleared the main structure that she looked up. Dozens of missile-like craft arced across in the skies above Citadella and surrounding Kingsborough. They all came down in a slow glide, almost as if it were a flock of gulls. The sight was as amazing as it was dreadful. Everybody run, someone screamed from within the patchwork of people, causing even more panic. Tolly watched, helpless, as several people went down and were trampled in the rush. All the while, she held firmly to Connor's hand, tugging him behind her as she pushed persistently forward. Each of the craft splashed down against the spire above. The ground shook, and several buildings across the canal shed the glass of their windows. Panic started to creep back into her, just long enough for her to hesitate. Come on, Connor said, his voice reeking of numbness. You said we have to go, so we have to go. He tugged at her forearm and pulled her deeper into the crowd. After several blocks of pushing their way through the crowds, Connor, who still had a firm grasp of her wrist, led her right and into an alleyway. The alleyway afforded a respite from the crowd and the still beating sun. The sun was just about to pass behind the mountains, but as it dropped, its light felt ever more like an intrusion. Blaine would be just about done with her date with Soren now, Tolly thought. Oh gods, she said, a dagger of fear ripping through her. Blaine. We'll find her. We just have to get off this damn island first, Connor reassured her. Yeah, and through the entirety of Kingsborough, Tolly corrected, regretting it. One thing at a time. Well, she asked. Connor seemed like he was deep in thought. We head for the loop tunnel we came in through, he said, after what felt like an eternity. Half the city will have the same idea. We'd be packed and dried like pond skimmers. Right, then we head for the West Bridge, he said, asking this time. Connor, look up, she said, pointing to the fast-moving craft that was still raining down, shaking the buildings around them. We're under attack. If we take the bridge, we'll be cooked. Then, he strained to think of an alternative. Quiet, Tolly said, taking hold of his hand. Down at the far end of the alleyway, in the opposite direction of the stampede of people and the way they had just come, Tolly could make out two black figures that glinted in the sunlight. Tolly took Connor and slid behind a pile of packing crates. The two figures stuck to the shadows, and it was evident to Tolly that they didn't belong. As the figures came closer, she noticed that they carried what looked like assault rifles and were encased in stark black polished battle armor, but nothing like she'd ever read about. The soldiers moved quickly and stealthily up the alley towards them, scanning back and forth with their rifles. Their black visors obscured the view of their faces. What are they doing here? Connor asked in a whisper. She wasn't sure about who these soldiers were or their motives, but she didn't want to wait around and find out. The soldiers didn't seem to be communicating with each other, let alone acknowledging the other's existence. They simply moved steadily ahead, crouching where they could. Tolly caught herself thinking, what if we hadn't seen them? What if we'd just walked right up to them? A large explosion rocked the street, and the buildings on either side of the alley swayed, drawing the soldiers' attention. Tolly knew it was time to go. "Come on, let's move," she whispered to Connor. The two of them headed off down a narrow walkway between two buildings directly behind and south of the piled crates. Far behind them, the soldiers crossed by the opening, unaware that Tolly and Connor had crossed their paths, or at least Tolly hoped. Tolly's elbows scraped along brick walls as they squeezed down the pathway. The explosions eventually dwindled, as did the sight of the craft overhead, which minutes before seemed to be a permanent fixture in the skies above the city. All Tolly could hear over the pounding in her chest was a smattering of cries from the distant crowds. Then at once the cries shifted, the panic now turning desperate. Where before there had been cries of agony, of exhaustion, now there seemed to be a contagious fear that boiled through to Tolly's core. Something was wrong, really wrong. "I don't like this," she told Connor. "Something doesn't feel right." "You said it yourself, Captain. We're under attack. No idea who it is either, but with firepower like that, they mean serious business," Connor said. His shirt was torn and sweat marked, as was hers. Bloodstains showed through the fabrics, although Tolly couldn't tell whose blood it was. The pair ran down the passageway and out onto Donaby Street. The street was empty except for some smashed windows and torn parade banners. The cries of the mob seemed further off now, although still within earshot. "Sky bombardment has stopped now. Maybe we're in the clear," Tolly said, not very sure of the answer. "God's willing, sure." "You okay?" she asked, placing a trembling hand on his shoulder. "Not really," he said. "We just saw a few thousand people vaporize and another few dozen get run down in the streets. No way I'm sleeping tonight." "I get it." "You think our homes were hit in the bombardment?" she asked, fishing for some hope. Hell, even a lie would do. "Can't say." "Sorry," he took her hand. "So the West Bridge, was it?" "No, I think you're right. Too open." "There's got to be another way out of here," he said, pulling out his terminal. Tolly did the same. "Bulletins are down," they both said nearly in unison. "Gods," Connor said. He shook his head in disbelief. "What about the water?" Tolly said, suddenly remembering the moat-like canals that encircled the island of Citadella. "They're only 3 blocks south of here. 4 minutes at a run at most. There are canoes, rafts, tugs. If we hurry, we can make it to Kingsborough before midnight and be home by 2. "Won't we be seen? Canals are wide, and the tug's engines are loud," he said, obviously pessimistic. Tolly could feel the defeat emanating from his voice. "We'll have to try. No other option but to wait here for the wildfire to roll over us. Come on," she said, legs up and ready to move. After Donaby Street, they took a right on Beaker and a left on Sonata. Down a slight incline at the end of the rows of shops, Tolly could see the buildings that marked the beginning of Kingsborough, just across the canal. She could feel the adrenaline begin to pump as they neared the waterfront. The stores here were untouched. There were no windows shattered, no debris, not even signs of scorch marks from nearby blasts. "Seems like we're out of the fire," Connor said, sounding hopeful. "Not yet," she said with her head turned westward up Waterfront Street. Connor turned. His mouth gaped as he saw it too. A scattered mass of bodies littered the street from wall to wall. Some had fallen through windows, some crushed under debris. And the blood. Blood was everywhere, painted on the pavement and up an entire story at some points on the walls. The thick metallic smell forced Tolly to hold back from retching. Connor wasn't so lucky. The two of them gawked, unable to believe the carnage in front of them. They had gone from seeing citizens turn to ash meters away to this. It seemed like wherever they went, death would creep in on them. She looked up to see a large chunk of cold black shrapnel embedded in a store's facade. Other smaller pieces littered the street amongst the bodies. "Connor, I can't," Tolly said, holding back tears. "I can't see any more, I can't." She broke down, dropping to her knees. Connor just stood beside her. He looked down at her, no emotion showing through on his face. He was numb. "Connor," she squeezed out one last time. "Ahead of the storm," Connor said. At first she didn't hear him. She didn't want to listen to him. All she could think of doing, all that she knew, all that she would ever know, was being a prisoner this moment, this horror. "We stay ahead of the storm," he said, uncomfortably optimistic. "What are you saying?" she managed to say. Like Groen said, we stay ahead of the storm. We keep the Perun moving. Rescue will come. He said it would. We just need to stay dry and we will be safe. He had broken, and she could see it. She could see the man she'd known slipping into a pit, and for the life of her she couldn't think of how to slow it. She let him lead. She stood, blood now soaked into her pant knees. Connor led them down a gangway, onto a pier and to the water's edge in search of a boat. Several boats moored on the pier, most of which looked like antiques, built to satisfy a recent revival of old earth styles from varying eras. They passed by several wooded and several composite gondolas before reaching a section of tugs. Connor boarded 3 tugs, searching for one he could confidently hotwire before inviting her aboard the 4th, a 6-meter-long Prenio with a charge. The name on the side read the Fancy Flight, an odd name for a boat that Tolly suspected could make no more than 10 or 15 knots on open water. Connor started the tug, while Tolly loosened the rope and pushed off, the dull whine of the propeller ramping up. They headed southeast into a branch off of Moat Canal, heading towards Kingsborough. There was a gridwork of canals cut like a spiderweb throughout the district. Connor steered the tug around meandering bends, sharp 90-degree corners, all while keeping to shallow banks of the canal edge in an effort to remain out of sight. The tug hummed along at a dismal 8 knots, and Tolly couldn't help but feel that they were moving at a snail's pace. Kingsborough passed by above them. They were now removed from the plight of the city, unhindered by the open waterways before them. It wasn't until much further down the canal that Tolly realized she'd seen no other active boats using the waterways. Even so, it felt like they were being watched. "Seen no one for a while? Why do you think that is?" she asked Connor. "Could be no one's as smart as us," he said. "Though I doubt it. More likely people have made their way underground or out of the city. Or dead." The expression on his face was numb. "Out of the city? To where I might ask?" She raised an eyebrow. "Nobody's going to risk walking through wildfire to get out of here. Out there's certain death. Here." "From where I'm standing, certain death ain't far off," he said demure. "Maybe they've gone north, to the plains. Or off-world even." "You did see where the attacks were coming from, yeah?" she said. "Straight up from open space. Orbit most likely, unless those ships or whatever hit us have some sort of stealth." "And the north?" Connor pressed, hoping for an optimistic answer for once. "Doubt it," she shot back. "One would have to make it through the whole of Kingsborough and Mercau, several kilometers of open farmland, and then traverse the northern peaks. Hate to dash your hopes, dear Connor, but it seems the gods have left this world in a hurry." "If they were ever here," said Connor, steering the tug into an oncoming wake. Did you see that?" Tolly said, suddenly realizing. It took a moment for Connor to catch on to the implications, but when he did, he responded, Wake means something big's just dropped in the water. And since there's nothing in sight, I would hazard that something is massive." Tolly explained. "What do we do?" asked Connor. "I don't want any more surprises tonight," she said, scanning the waterfront up ahead. "See that moorage up ahead?" Tolly said, gesturing to a dock 300 meters up ahead. "Got it," Connor said. He angled the tug toward the south bank, and almost 100 meters out, he cut the throttle. "Wouldn't want to let anyone know we're coming," he said. After snugly cinching the boat rope to the dock, the two hopped out and headed up into Kingsborough. They had made good progress in the last hour on the water, reaching just south of Cook Street and Arbutus, a full 3/4 of the way to Libourne and the Elysee. It was nearly midnight before they'd reached the southwest of Kingsborough. From the edge of the river, Tolly could see the rooftops of her home district, Libourne, untouched by the turmoil further north they had waded through. "We made it," she said to Connor. He feigned a grunt of acknowledgement, for what Tolly believed was her sake. Connor had locked himself away in an internal prison that she wasn't sure she would ever free him from. "How do we get across?" he asked finally. Tolly hadn't thought of that. After getting this far, she had hoped that crossing into Libourne would be the end of their hardships that night. She was stumped. However, with a stroke of luck, they found an upgrade capsule where it lay parked next to a diner at the edge of the block. "Think you can get that going like you did with the tug?" "Tug's a bit simpler," he said, "but yes. Federation protocols for airborne systems in the city dictate that all craft be automatically unlocked during an emergency. No keys required. It wasn't until 1:30 that they let the capsule down in Libourne, just outside the Elysée. Tolly let out a sigh of relief, seeing her home intact, unlocking the hatch and stepping out as soon as the capsule made landfall. There were lights on in the apartment upstairs. She stood, righted herself and began charging toward the front entrance before realizing she'd forgotten Connor. "Connor, come on," she yelled back to him from just outside the front door. He wouldn't turn to look at her. "I'm sorry," was all he said. Without another word, he buttoned down the hatch and engaged the upgrade systems. The capsule lurched into the air and hurled over a rooftop and out of sight. Feeling abandoned, Tolly was faced with only one option. She headed inside the cafe, noting a busted lock and a cracked door as she did. She quickly glanced around the cafe. The seats were empty as they had been on the night of Groen's funeral. He wasn't anywhere to be seen, however. There was no Marco, no Dixon, and no Philippa either. It was almost as if they'd never existed. The whole memory seemed so distant, so alien to the events of the last few hours. Throwing away all caution, Tolly climbed the stairs to the apartment and swung open the door. "Blaine," she called out, but was greeted only with uncomfortable silence. Things were scattered about the place as if someone had been in a horrible rush. Tolly scanned around the apartment, looking for any sign of Blaine. The kitchen was untouched, almost as if the responsible party had been uninterested in long-term survival. In the bedroom, the closet had been emptied, and clothes were tossed from their hangers. There was a note on a pillar near the front entry that Tolly had missed when heading in. The note was from Blaine. Tolly knew that much by the handwriting without having to read the bottom signature. It read, "Tolly, I hope this note finds you. I came back to find you. I am sorry I could not wait for you any longer. Soren tells me we are under attack. The whole gods be damned city. I have seen bodies moving in the streets, horrible things out of a nightmare. Soren has asked me to meet him at the airfield in southern Mercau. I will wait for you there. Please hurry. Your loving sister, Blaine." She was here. Tolly knew she had to leave soon if she was going to make it. She hurried to her bedroom, the door still shut and locked as she'd left it. Inside, her duvet was still balled up when she'd left it to escape her self-pity before heading down for work early this morning. Gods, that felt like so long ago now. Moving frantically around the room, Tolly hunted down articles of loose clothing scattered about the room and forced them into a black duffel bag. Next, she went to her closet, where she carefully excavated a dusty medical aid kit that Blaine had purchased for her first day of classes. She stuffed the medical kit in her bag. Then, flying back out through the common room and into the kitchen, Tolly poked and scavenged what bits of food were left. 3 apples, a half loaf of farmer's bread, a week-old lump of pepperoni, and the last bottle of Blaine's table wine. She headed back to her room and stuffed the food items in her bag as well. Tolly, short of breath, sat on her bedside for what she'd intended to be just a moment before the world became heavy, urging her to slow down. She began to reflect on the day, her shit of a morning, meeting Soren, the parade with Connor. Then she thought of the bad, the death, the attack from above, the silhouetted soldiers. But before she could allow herself to give in to the grief, exhaustion took her. Chapter 15. Abyss. Emerald curtains awash in living flame writhed as if they were caught in a gale. The silken fabric of the curtain rattled against stone, pinned as it tried to tear itself free. The threads of the cocoon weave began to unfurl as they strained, uncovering a soft silhouetted form beneath. The silhouette shuddered, flexing and contorting as it fought confinement. It opened its mouth in a silent scream. From behind the curtain, Blaine's eyes shined as if haunted through her soul. Lines on the figure's skin began to fissure as flame seeped from every pore. Tolly tried to step back, to escape from the haunt before her. She was fixated now on the figure's eyes as they were engulfed in white-hot flame. She wasn't sure how long it had been, but Tolly was sure now, waking in a stupor and contorted on top of her sweat-covered duffel, that she had fallen asleep. She went to check her terminal. The time read 2:30 in the morning. "Blaine," she said, as sudden realization came to her. Without thinking, she made it halfway down the cafe steps before turning back for her forgotten duffel. She hoisted the luggage over her shoulder, moisture seeping through her already blood-soaked shirt. She headed out the cafe front door, not stopping to reminisce. Gods be damned if she was going to miss her chance to escape whatever shitstorm was going on. On her way into the loop tunnel at the south end of Braidwood Street and Dubé, she remembered what Connor had said last night outside the stadium. The tunnels will be madness. Go there if you want to die. Think, Tolly, she said, trying to come up with an alternative path to the airfield. Connor, she said, aloud, already tapping the icon of his face on her hand terminal, opening a bulletin. No answer. She tried again. Pick up, pick up, pick up, she pleaded. Again, no answer. Damn it. With no other option and time ticking by, she headed down to steps into the loop station. The station was empty, save for a blinking advert board with a flashing message in horrendous neon glory. Federation strong. The Enix face the Alders tonight at Turnor Stadium. Tickets are sold out. There was a meter-wide bloodstain on the pavement near the ticket window, but there were no bodies, nothing like what she had seen in the waterfront. Windows were smashed in an all-too-familiar way. It wasn't until Tolly did a double-take that she realized that the glass had been broken inwards into the booth. There were torn bits of uniform in the Enix colors in the window frame, and the blood stain that started at the foot of the ticket window, Tolly saw, now carried on down the hall, leaving her line of sight as it dropped down a flight of stairs. It seemed as though someone had been pulled out through the ticket window and down the dark steps towards the loop platform where she needed to go. She wanted to turn back, to run. She wanted to be still back home in bed, with the morning sun beaming through her window, urging her to get up. She wanted to ignore it, ignore everything, and go back to the much simpler morning, when the only pain she knew was the only sadness she felt was from losing Groen. What a beautifully simple pit that could have been. How she wished to go back to this morning, to last week even. Hell, even dying back on the Perun sounded better than this. She remembered something her sister had said to her growing up. It had been the day after their mother had died. Blaine had told her to just keep living. The words seemed hollow then, half-hearted even. Now, however, wandering in the dark never really bothered Tolly. 31 minutes in, she had her terminal's torch on, illuminating the way ahead of her. Tolly had passed by several overturned and half-charred loop pods. Each pod had been damaged in nearly the same fashion as the ticket window, their external windscreens shattering inwards, bits of cloth and human gore around the edges, with dried rivulets of red heading off in the direction she was still reluctantly headed. Every time she had the urge to turn back, to flee, she would say the same words aloud. Just keep living, she said again, after a particularly nasty pile-up of 3 overturned pods, featuring multitudes more blood than before. The blood here was still wet, still reeked in the way that the cafe's aluminum awning did after each bout of rainfall. She was sure that that fragrance was now ruined for her. It wasn't until 40 minutes later, nearly 4 in the morning, that her surroundings began to change. There was a faint light now illuminating, however dim, the path out of the tunnel. She could see the yellow edging of the exit platform and a green-blue warning light flickering further down the tunnel in a direction. She guessed north? Heading away from the platform. It was so hard to tell down in the tunnels which direction was which. It wasn't until Tolly had almost reached the station platform that she heard it. A dull groan, almost as if someone was in pain, came from down the tunnel. Tolly hesitated, not knowing if she should answer. What if it was one of those black soldiers from the alley? Hello, she squeezed out. As soon as she said it, the pained sound faded away. Hello, she repeated, hating herself for her own recklessness. The sudden rush of a single pair of footsteps quickened into a sprint, and between the flashes of the blue-green emergency lighting, Tolly began to make out a figure. The shape was not very large, no more than that of an average man or teenage boy. It was 30 meters off, but it was coming fast. Tolly's heart pounded in her throat. She leapt and heaved herself onto the platform, not bothering to look for a ladder. The hastened footsteps met a patch of puddles and reverberated throughout the tunnel. Tolly leapt over the turnstile that made an audible chirp while also flashing a warning banner on her terminal, scolding her for neglecting to swipe her ticket upon exiting. She could hear the steps coming faster, or at least they seemed faster. They were behind her, a cacophony of clacking. Her pursuer was gaining on her as she squeezed through a quarter-meter gap in a fallen section of the loop station. Spying an upgrade pallet dolly, she quickly powered it using her terminal. Briefly, she was amazed at the lack of security in leaving the parked dolly unlocked to the public. That amazement fizzled, however, when she looked back at the gap to see her pursuer less than 10 meters off and closing. They were still shrouded in the dark of the tunnel, but Tolly could make out that its arms weren't carrying anything. At least not like the black soldiers had been carrying their assault rifles. Instead, its arms seemed to flail wildly, only to briefly make contact with the pavement as they pushed it forward towards her. Tolly quickly piloted the dolly over to the gap and leant over to knock it vertical. Then, reaching for her terminal, she cranked the dolly's upgrade setting all the way to maximum. The dolly revved and slammed against the gap, closing it just as her pursuer slammed into it. The figure wailed and hissed as it reached for her. It was then that Tolly got a halfway decent look at her pursuer as it struggled just out of reach of her. The thing had silvery skin, almost like it was painted in oil, that glimmered in the dim daylight. Its long arms, way too long to be human, were tipped in a mix of sharp, talon-like projections interspersed between missing or broken fingers that were now clawing to get through the barrier at her. The thing's face, half of which was blocked by the dolly, while the other half contorted in an attempt to squeeze its way past the barrier, bore a haunted expression, despite its lack of human features. There were protrusions, scars, notably missing sections, erupting boils, but no softness. Nothing you would expect from a human face, especially considering the monstrosity had no eyes or any discernible nose or nasal openings. "Gods, aren't you hideous?" Tolly said to the creature. This thing was so alien, so far from reality, that Tolly didn't know what to make of it. She was afraid, sure, cripplingly afraid, but she was also fascinated. It stood nearly 2 meters high, even at a lean against the barrier. The monster's torso and upper legs were blocked from view, but from what Tolly could see, its muscles rippled as they strained against the dolly. Its pearlescent skin tore as blood flowed freely over it. Its voice popped and whined, reminding Tolly of a chair chafing across a tile floor in a windstorm. She could almost feel its frustration, unable to reach her, to tear her apart. The dolly would only hold as long as its batteries charge, and Tolly knew she had to cut her examination short. She raised her terminal and took a quick picture before heading up and out of the station exit into the Mercao district. 30 minutes later, Tolly headed south along Briar Street in central Mercao. She knew the airfield was ahead of her, though she couldn't remember how far. She ran a query in her terminal for the quickest route to the airfield. No results found. Right, LPS must be out, Tolly said to herself. Tolly walked along the familiar streets. She often came to Mercao with Blaine growing up to sample the local market on Saturdays. The stall owners that had populated the streets with their impromptu tents, each with their own elaborate marquee, would lay out platters of their goods to attract customers. Blaine and Tolly, being such impressionable shoppers, always jumped at the chance, feasting on fresh fruits, domestic wines and meads, expertly smoked meats and sharp-aged cheeses. Despite the inevitable stomachaches that followed each excursion, the two of them came back week after week. The whole ritual continued through it all, their mother's passing and dereliction of their father, through the good and ultimate bad at the academy, finally coming to an end when Tolly had left the city to join the crew aboard the Perun. The thought of it was bittersweet, walking through the now crumpled stalls, which Tolly could see had been dressed up exceptionally well for the parade festivities. The tents themselves ripped and, in some cases, lost beneath fallen rubble. Some marquees still even flickered with neon light, while others lay in shambles spread across the laneway. There was no blood here, no trampled bodies, no wanton streaks of maroon trailing off into the dark. It seemed as though Mercao's citizens had been evacuated. Tolly let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, Tolly heard the unmistakably familiar pop and hiss that she recalled from down in the tunnel. Her heart leapt from her chest and, before she knew it, slipped into an alleyway at full sprint. She waited there for several moments as a cacophony of wails and footsteps reverberated like war drums in amongst the buildings. Where before there was nothing but cold silence, now the street was filled with a torrent of monsters. In all the stampede, much of the silvery things resembled the creature Tolly had encountered in the tunnels. She could also make out several outliers. Some had 4 feet, galloping past their peers with reckless speed. There were some larger than the rest, giants interspersed in the sea of bodies. They were hulking things with arms half the size of Enoch trunks. The giants pushed their way through the crowd, carelessly trampling any of their comrades that got in their way. The whole host passed by her like a freight train. Tolly realized that she had been standing in plain sight, awestruck by the chaos that flooded past the alleyway entrance. The earth under Tolly's feet shook. As quickly as the flood of bodies had appeared, they had vanished, clearing out of the streets heading northward. Unsure what to feel, Tolly tried Connor one more time, tapping his icon on her terminal screen with vigor. The call rang several times before it was answered. "Tolly," Connor said, his voice slow and sullen. "Connor, thank the gods. Are you all right? Where are you?" she rattled off. I'm at home," he began. "Tolly." "Yes," she said, attempting to conceal her trepidation. "Tolly, my mother, my father, Eleni, they're all gone. There's blood everywhere." Tolly knew just what he meant. "I'm so sorry, Connor. I'm so sorry," she tried to console him. "Tolly," his words cut like knives. "Tolly, I don't want to do this anymore." The stadium, the bodies in the streets, that was one thing. There was still a part of me then that knew they would be here for me when I got home. I know it sounds stupid, but I just knew that Mother would be here, fixing us all breakfast by now, with Father sitting in his chair reading the feed off his terminal. "Connor, I know what you're seeing. We don't know what happened." "I do," he spat back at her. "I can see the blood, read the shattered stuff all around our apartment, the broken windows. I know that they're gone." "We don't know that," she lied. "Tell me. Tolly, what did you find when you went home? Was there blood everywhere?" he said with blatant condescension in his voice. "There was a note," she said, "but that doesn't mean—" "Then how would you know? The most obvious answer is usually the truth." "Connor, stop. You're scaring me." "What is fear even?" he scoffed. "How can we ever feel more pain than we've already experienced tonight? How can there ever be more trauma in the world?" "Connor, please. Come meet me. I'm on Briar near Butte. I'm headed to the Macau airfield to meet Blaine. See," he cut her off. Even now there's hope for you. For me?" "Connor, there's always hope. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel. If you'd just follow it," Tolly said, her words feeling hollow even to her. She could feel him slipping away, leading off into a place she couldn't follow. She feared what he was going to say or do next. "You just need to hold on. Take the capsule, come meet me." "I'm sorry, Tolly," he said at last before the bulletin dropped. Chapter 16. The Battle for Bordeaux's Folly. "Be quiet." A voice from somewhere in the dark room urged Miran into silence. Looking around, she was unable to see anything. From the lack of draft, she could feel that the room they had been pulled into was small. "Lawson, is that you?" Miran asked, recognizing the voice. "Keep your voices down," Lawson stressed, reaching out to grab her forearm. His clammy hands felt oddly soothing. Bootsteps pounded as they galloped by the closed door, fading as they moved down the hall and away from them. "They're gone," Soren said, "whatever they were." "Where are we, Lawson? How did you find us?" Miran asked. "I heard your screams. Knew it was you in an instant," Lawson said. "You're in a shielded supply closet," another voice said from somewhere near Soren. "Who else is with us?" Soren asked. Rissa Nesanwe, Matriarch Lathe's personal assistant," said Rissa. "Have you seen her, the matriarch, I mean?" "Not since we left the auditorium, I'm afraid," said Miran. "What happened out there, and why are there so few of you?" asked Lawson. "Shouldn't Welly and Dominado be with you?" "They've been in touch, though they are somewhere out in the city," Miran said. "We lost Bullman," Soren said, his body slumping against an outer wall of the supply closet in the dark. "We lost so many," Miran said, thinking of the hole in the stadium. Miran's eyes began to adjust, and she began to make out the outlines of the other two. Lawson was pacing, moving from one end of the closet to the other. Rissa sat, her head in hand on a stack of overturned mop buckets. "We lost 3 others also, 2 sergeants and our engineer on loan," Miran said, their last images flashing before her in the black of the room. "We were up in the estate levels, celebrating the success of the parade preparations," Rissa said. "Matriarch Lathe had set up a private dinner for us both in thanks when the explosions started happening," Lawson said. We hid the second we heard footsteps coming up the stairwell, though I imagine now that was you. Indeed, Miran agreed. Lawson, I have something to tell you. Miran didn't know if now was the best time to break the news about Lawson's brother's demise, bringing intel back from Vosaris, though she didn't know if any better chance would be coming for either of them. When she told him of his brother Borlin's mission and his heroic sacrifice, Lawson's pacing ceased. I see, Lawson said frankly. Sitting beside Rissa on another stack, his typical babbling was replaced with sullen silence. What does that matter now? Rissa said. Who the hell was shooting at you? Miran sat next to Lawson, taking his hand as the man began to sob. If it had been lighter in the room, Rissa might have been able to see the look she flashed at her. A picture of the black silhouetted armored men flashed in her mind. She wished she could offer them some explanation, some comfort in how to move forward. Miran was just as in the dark as the rest of them. Sitting here isn't doing us any good, shall we? Soren asked, jiggling the doorknob. Stop, Lawson hissed. You have no idea if they're still out there somewhere. You've a point, Soren said, backing off. Miran wrapped an arm around Lawson. She didn't know what she could do to help explain things, nor what she could do to assist in the world outside, cut off as she was. At least she could provide Lawson with some warmth. Far past the point where her frustration had boiled over into rage, rage into fury, and fury into a state of numbness, Miran felt stuck. A bulletin opened on her terminal as Matriarch Lathe's icon flashed. Miran, is that you? Matriarch Lathe asked between gasps. Brenna, I am here, Miran responded. And where is here? Asked Brenna, her face turning to let out a muffled yell off-screen. Miran was so pleased to hear from the woman that, for several seconds, she forgot to answer. Estate level, down the corridor in a broom cupboard, she said. I know the one, Brenna said, with warmth on her face despite her apparent exhaustion. Brenna took a few shots with her sidearm before speaking again. We've begun an offensive, as motley as it may be. Gerard and I have begun pushing the suits back out of the auditorium level. That's great. Brenna, we lost the sergeants. We lost Jameth. Kaelin, said Miran, sullen. We've lost a lot of good people, Brenna said brutally. Now get your mind right, or we'll lose even more. Miran knew she was right, knew she had to focus. She stood, leaving Lawson in the black on the ground as her rage returned. What's more is we've nearly restored some manner of communications planet-wide. You should be able to reach your flock following this call. Each of the others in the dark closet took out their terminals, checking for news as their screen lit up the walls. She could see Soren's face as he frantically opened a bulletin. Miran would have hoped that being a good captain, Soren would immediately hail his ship. But she knew him better. The smile that lit his face told her all she needed to know. And Miran, Brenna said. Yes, Matriarch? Sit tight, we're coming to get you, Brenna said, closing the bulletin. Miran didn't waste any time, opening a priority bulletin to the Dream. Her second-in-command and captain of the Dream of Earth, Captain Loreto Danesh, answered. His face was haggard and sullen. Loreto, do you read? Miran asked. Did you get my message? Loud and up close, my matriarch, Captain Danesh responded. Your wishes have been enacted. We've dispatched a support flotilla containing all sensitive ships and habitation modules under the Hammerfist, who has just arrived in system. Captain Ronald Felder of the Hammerfist has assumed command of the flock in your absence, taking charge of coordinating the evacuation. A massive breach of protocol were she still on board the Dream, now the Hammerfist captain, being the second most senior officer in the flock next to herself, duty-bound him to take charge in her absence. We've also dispatched evac shuttles to your location, several in fact, though all have been shot down. I've ordered them to cease sending any more into the vicinity of the spire. Matriarch, I'm afraid you'll need to secure your own transport off-world. Miran could see the man's discomfort as he said that. Refusing help to a matriarch was unheard of. Though, Miran thought, so was an attack on not one, but two herd worlds. That's okay, Loreto. You made the right call. I would never fault you for saving lives, Miran affirmed. What is going on up there? Do you have a read on the surface activity? That's where it gets a bit more strange, Matriarch, Loreto said, pausing in uncertainty. Captain, be blunt, she urged. It's a blackout down there. City lights have been cut and enemy boarding craft keep impacting the spire. Aside from the first waves of panic that struck the populace following the parade and the subsequent attack, infrared shows the citizens in the streets have taken into mobs. They are moving towards the city center, even from far out in the rural districts. Miran thought that was strange, though maybe Matriarch Lathe had organized some sort of planet-wide ground offensive. "The boarding craft, can you see where they're coming from?" asked Miran, who now had Soren, Lawson and Rissa hanging over her shoulders. "That's just it, Matriarch. It looks like the boarding craft are coming from small rifts opening within the atmosphere over the Southern Ocean. We can see them plain as day, popping into existence before sailing straight for the city." "Opening rifts in atmosphere for such small crafts? How is that possible?" asked Miran as she looked up to meet Soren's equally confused expression. As far as she knew, rift space was only accessible via stationary planet-sized natural rifts in some systems, or by the rift space drive, which was required to be mounted to the craft it was transporting almost like a projector and tied into an equally massive power source. "Despite how ridiculous it seems, this isn't even the strangest part," Dinesh said, flashing an image of the stadium, or what remained of it, on her terminal. "I'm assuming you're familiar with what's befallen Turnor Stadium." Miran nodded. The whole section of the stadium didn't simply evaporate. A small rift wake was detected there moments before the attack as well. "Our engineers tell me that it's almost as if something small, maybe not too dissimilar from one of those boarding craft, was sent through seconds before the section of stadium vanished, like a grapple of some sort that pulled the section into rift space and out of existence. The people in the stands with it." The whole story was so outlandish that had Miran not witnessed the aftermath, she would have had trouble believing it. "Matriarch, what have you seen from your place on the ground? Do we know what is in the boarding craft?" "Soldiers in some sort of battle armor and advanced weaponry. They killed many of us, and any shots on them were simply ineffective. From what I could see, they're 6 to a pod. I'm afraid we are outmatched down here and overwhelmed. How many boarding craft have you seen make landfall?" said Miran. "Just shy of 50, Dinesh said, not pleased with Miran's words. "That makes it nearly 300 enemy troops." "Gods," Dinesh spat. "Loreto, can you get me Captain Felder?" Miran asked. "I can indeed, Matriarch," Dinesh said, snapping out of his gloom and waving to one of the bridge officers. "Patching you over now." "Thank you, Loreto, and stay vigilant," Miran said. "We'll pray for your safe return," Loreto said, signing off. "This is Captain Ronald Felder of the Hammerfist," as a boorish older man flashed on screen. "Good to see you're in one piece, Matriarch." "Fantastic you've made it here to experience this mess with us, Ronald," Miran said. "Our repairs were finished early in Valen, so I'd figured we might catch the tail end of the festivities." "Surprise doesn't seem to cut it, explaining our arrival in Bordeaux," said Felder. "Assuredly, we're just as surprised down here," she said. "But onto the business at hand, can you see anything from your vantage point?" "We only just arrived in system a few hours ago and are still a few light days distant, so resolution on the planet is sparse at best. All I know is what Captain Dinesh was able to share with me." "Is there something specific I should be looking for?" Felder asked. "Turn your sensors outward into the Oort cloud, to the fringes of the system." "Tell me, what do you see?" asked Miran. "Nothing but the black of night." "Aye," Felder began to say before cutting himself off. A watchstander from behind him was waving him over, flashing an image in front of the man. It wasn't until he studied the scans before him that his eyes grew wide. "You'll want to see this," he said, casting the image over to her. A grouping of barely visible shapes was shown on her terminal, blacking out the stars behind them. Trajectories traced the image, alluding to the shapes being not comets or asteroids, but a quickly moving and tightly formed fleet of stealth ships bearing down on the planet. "Our scans count 19 craft headed straight for you," Captain Felder said. Miran's rage boiled over again. Time and time again, she had been outfoxed by this enemy, these suits as Brenner called them. She felt as if she had been made the butt of some sick cosmic joke, stuck in a limbo of constantly bearing witness to her kin dying around her. Hopelessness crept back in for a moment before she pushed it away. "And above all, trust yourself, Miran." Her father's words needled at her, urging her to persevere. "Ronald, Tell me you have some other telemetry on the 19 ships. Something else we can go on, she asked. Nothing? He admitted. They seemed to resemble stealth craft. Black-hulled, no detectable emissions of any kind, and no rift wake. It's almost as if they'd been there all along. Or at least since before the flock got here, she said. You're saying this was premeditated? That this was some sort of surgical strike? Captain Felder asked. It would explain why we are having our asses spiked back at us. Well then, we need a plan, Captain Felder admitted. A plan, she thought. How can we have a plan when they have us spread so thin? Matriarch, if I may. From Captain Dinesh's reports, they outnumber us on the ground 5-1 in military personnel. But in orbit, we have the advantage. With the support ships breaking off to meet up with me, that leaves a sizable amount of attack craft squarely under Dinesh's command. This would give us an attack flotilla of 60 warships, easily capable of warding off this threat. He was right, their ships did far outnumber their aggressors, but Captain Felder was failing to consider the state of under-repair that many of the vessels were left in. However, the enemy wouldn't know that either. Thank you, Captain. Your main charge is to protect the support ships at all costs. You are to stand sentinel over our people. Be sure that you safeguard them and exit the system as soon as possible, Miran said. I will do my utmost. You have my word, Captain Felder said. What will you do? It's time I got back on the saddle and rejoined my flock. I will fight until the very last of us is safe, for herd and federation, Miran said, flashing the captain a tight salute. For the herd, for the federation. The bridge around the captain erupted behind him. For you, Matriarch, Captain Felder said as the connection closed. Miran made for the door of the supply closet with a redefined determination. She knew she had to get out and rejoin the world outside. Just as she reached for the handle, shots fired from outside in the corridor, hailing against the other side of the door. Miran stepped back in alarm. They found us, Lawson screeched. Remain calm, the closet walls are shielded. This room was once used to store the last Matriarch's private servers, an amenity Matriarch Lathe had seen little use for, Rissa assured them. This room should be impregnable. Then how did they trace us in here? Asked Lawson. Must be the rift space connections opened by our terminals. These suits have shown a mastery of rift-based technology, so it's a small stretch to assume they could detect it in here, said Miran. The clamoring of bullets on metal continued outside as if the black suits had an infinite supply of both patience and ammunition. Miran figured that despite the shielding on the inner walls, they would inevitably break through with enough time. The gunfire continued for nearly 10 minutes before the sound shifted from the pangs of metal to the dull thud of rounds hitting the inner concrete slabs. Any minute now, they would break through, and that would be the end of her struggle. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased. Outside the thinning concrete, Miran could hear a struggle along with the shouts of General Gerard. A round of boots hammered down the hallway, chasing the few black suits away as the door unlocked itself. Stepping through the opening and bringing the light back into the world, Matriarch Lathe stood smiling. Found you, she said, sweat dripping from her brow. Soren, Lawson, time to move, said Miran as she stepped out into the lit corridor. Good to see you, dear, Brenner said to Rissa as she stepped out behind Lawson. I trust your quick thinking was responsible for securing the Matriarch in here. Rissa nodded. Self-preservation often brings with it the convenience of saving others. Well, you have my thanks, Miran said, you and Lawson both. Lawson, who was still shaken by the news of his brother, stood there, an empty shell. She thought she would have to comfort him when this was all over, if she ever had the chance. What news from the light? Miran asked. Antoine and I have begun our offensive. I've just received word that Ministers Debeau and Membeja and Representatives Tranton and Lotz have made it safely off-world on one of my shuttles. Minister Clarin insisted on staying behind to gather intel on the attack on the city. He took a squad of infiltrators and pushed his way to the top of the spire. Elevator was damaged in the initial wave of boarding craft. What news do you have for me? What of your flock? We have worse news, I'm afraid, Miran said, explaining the strange nature of the boarding craft and their manipulation of rift technology, along with the appearance of the black ships. Shit. Just when you think we're turning things around, Matriarch Lathe said, I'm glad your people are going to make it away safe. But what about your citizens? Miran asked. My flock reports them amassing and moving in the streets. What plans do you have for them? Brenner looked back, Miran puzzled before calling over Gerard from his sentry at the end of the corridor. His troops had long since chased off the soldiers, leaving only a small contingent behind. I have been unable to get word from anyone outside the spire. Antoine, perhaps you can explain Miran's report of the citizens forming mobs in the city. Do we have any such contingencies that might explain this? None, my matriarch. I'm just as alarmed by this as you are. As you know, the standing plan in case of attack is for the citizens to go underground or flee to the outer districts. I see no reason why they would be moving toward the spire, Gerard said, confirming the other matriarch's suspicions. What does that mean? Miran asked her. Damned if I know, Brenner admitted. Come now. We need to get you back into orbit. I have a shuttle waiting. Miran, Soren, Rissa, Lawson, and Matriarch Lathe, along with her handful of troops led by General Gerard, moved several levels up to the Matriarch's estate shuttle bay. Entering the room, Miran noticed 3 shuttle berths, one holding a destroyed wreck embedded with a black boarding craft. One of the other 2 berths was empty and showing signs of a hasty shuttle departure only minutes ago. Fuel hoses strewn about and leaking. The last berth contained a running shuttle and a pilot already on board itching to leave. Here we are, Matriarch Lathe said. Your chariot, my dear. Soren and Lawson hurried aboard. Miran stopped, uneasy. Rissa, go with them, Matriarch Lathe said to Rissa, who hurried on board behind Lawson. You're not coming with us? She asked. As long as my people fight, I too will fight, she affirmed. Besides, my place is here, not on some ship in the black of space. Miran thought she should argue, but she could see a stubborn insistence in the woman's warm eyes. If you can, get a hold of Chief Oganye, the commander of my security forces. I imagine if there's a fight to be had, he'll be in the thick of it. I will do just that, Matriarch Lathe said. You take care of yourself, Miran said. I expect another round of wine when this is through. Count on it, dear, she said, pushing Miran by the shoulders onto the shuttle's ramp. The other matriarch's group took off back into the stairwell as the shuttle doors closed. The shuttle pilot urged them all to sit as the engines whirred and roared, pushing it out of the bay and into the sky above the city. Miran strapped into the co-pilot's chair, with Soren in the seat behind her. The 4th seat in the shuttle's forward section remained empty, reserved for a missing bullman. Several stories down, smoke columns drew upward, giving a hint to the fires that tore through the shops and storefronts of Citadella. Their flight path took them away from Tourneur Stadium, Miran counting herself grateful to not have to see that carnage up close. Where are the people? Soren said, looking down at the streets. The mobs have vanished, Rissa said from the aft section of the shuttle, echoing the confusion of the group. Miran checked her terminal, patching into an orbital feed from the Dream. Switching to infrared, she could see the tail end of a mob inching its way into the base of the spire. Looks like they're taking refuge in the spire, Miran assumed. Good, at least some people made it, Soren said, a bitterness to his tone. Soren was rapidly tapping on his terminal, sending message after message. There was still hope in him. Miran could feel it through the back of her headrest, despite the loss of his closest friend. Miran couldn't imagine what it would feel like losing Soren in such a way. Where are we headed? The pilot of the shuttle asked. Shortest path out of the valley is north to the desert, Miran instructed. Top priority is getting back to the fleet. North it is, the pilot agreed. And keep us low. Let's make ourselves a harder target for whatever was shooting our shuttles down, said Miran. Aye, the pilot confirmed. Miran? Soren said, breaking her focus. The adrenaline flowing through her almost caused her to miss his lack of formality. She paused for a second as lucid thoughts took hold, and she realized she never had a chance, before all this mess, to ask Soren how his date went. How was your dinner, Soren? She asked. My date? Soren asked. She was lovely. Soren relaxed a little, the rubber of his seat audibly stretching as he leaned back. He continued, We shared lamb, walked the lake shore and finished up talking as I walked her back home. It was short, surely. I wouldn't have changed a thing. Aside from the invasion, Lawson bitterly interrupted. Miran held up her hand, forcing him into silence. Her name is Blaine, said Soren, ignoring Lawson. I can see you're charmed, said Miran. I'm happy for you. That's the thing, Matriarch. I've kept in touch. Blaine managed to escape the initial attack. She's headed for an airfield in the Macau district west of here. Miran knew where this was going, but she had a duty to her flock, to her people. She couldn't just reroute her shuttle in the hopes of saving one civilian. Soren, I know you want to rescue her, but… Miran, I understand your duty, as I do mine. Soren interrupted, unbuckling from his seat. I've already called a shuttle down from my ship. It will be alongside us in a few moments. Soren, think this through. Your duty is to make it back to your flock, to command your ship, Miran said. You don't know if she will make it to the airfield, Lawson interjected. I have to hope. I've already lost so much. I can't lose anything more, said Soren, moving to the shuttle's side door. He opened it, letting a rush of air in. Miran unbuckled to follow him, grasping his forearm as she reached him. I am going, he said. I will find Dominado and Welly while I'm down there. I will bring them all back with me. Soren, don't, she urged. He didn't respond. Instead, he rested a hand on hers and smiled, breaking her grip on him. She could see the usual Soren push through the fog around them, for the first time since the bodies were discovered, back on board the Dream. Another shuttle pulled up alongside theirs, sporting the winter spell insignia. Godspeed, Captain Djukovic, she said. He turned and leapt across the small gap between the open shuttle doors before his shuttle peeled away, turning west. She closed the doors and returned to her seat with a sigh. There goes another one, said Lawson, another victim of duty. Be quiet, huh, said Miran. Miran watched the blip of Soren's shuttle as it raced away from hers. She traced the pulsing line of their trajectory with her finger, uneasy. A kilometre out, the blip chirped once sharply, then blinked out. Miran lifted herself in her seat, dropping her terminal to the shuttle floor. Over the pilot's shoulder, far out on the shrinking horizon, Miran could make out a sudden trail of black smoke as it arced toward the ground. He's gone then, said Rissa, matter of fact. Miran's fury roiled inside her. The last straw had been reached with the loss of all those closest to her. She knew that her old world was gone, and something far more sinister now stood in its place. Gone were the now trivial concerns of parade preparations and a few missing persons. With the losses of Bullman, Soren, and assuming Welai, Dominado, and even Olajid, the task force was dead. In its place now stood death, hate, and war. An alarm chime was sounding on the shuttle's HUD, cloned from her terminal's feed. The sound marked the death of all that she cared for, a crier that heralded a turning tide. Shut that off, Miran said as animosity overtook her. Chapter 17, Hammer Strike. Pushing aside a cadre of medics, Miran stormed her way from the shuttle level up to the Dream's bridge. Each watchstander and bridge officer stood to offer a salute, which she promptly ignored. Miran's rage was plain to see. No one wished to step into her warpath. Lawson and Rissa followed a pair of medics off to the medbay. Miran didn't have time for any of that. Good to have you back, Captain Dinesh said, relieved. He offered her his captain's chair, but Miran was too livid to sit. She was instead pacing back and forth about the bridge, mulling over her next steps. Captain, she said after a few painful moments, where are the black ships now? Still 4 light hours distant, approaching from the far side of the planet, he answered. That's curious, Miran said. Do you think they know we detected their presence? Hard to say, Matriarch. Stands to reason that they can see our support ships on the retreat, so they might assume that we have sounded the alarm. Miran pulled up an image of the approaching ships that they had received from the Hammerfist. The ships were flying dark, nearly indistinguishable from the black of the void if they hadn't passed in front of a few distant stars. Miran switched to the multi-spectrum telemetry. No radiation of any kind was being emitted by them. Had Miran not seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought impossible to have total radiative shielding as they did. The black ships hung like a spectre over her, rolling ever closer as a rogue wave in calming seas. Miran sent a message to the Hammerfist's Captain Felder. Stay the course and protect the flock. We will handle the enemy. Captain, she said, there's no sense letting them get any closer to the planet. Take us around the planet. Let's move to meet them. Closest intercept path puts us at just under 3 hours once we've hit top speed. That will give us one chance to take them out. If we miss even one ship, we won't have time to turn to catch them before they reach the planet, he said. We have one advantage here, not time nor superior firepower, but numbers. If we can't overwhelm them with force, then I'm afraid we'll be scraping the barrel for options, she said. Aye, Matriarch, Dinesh said. He waved his bridge staff into action and several of the watchstanders moved about. Nearly all of the navigation was handled by automated systems, but to ensure perfection, a human eye was needed to triple-check. Despite the nature of rift space, in-system travel was still relegated to regular fusion drives capable of near-light speeds. Tracing and intercepting a body then relies on complex calculations of orbital mechanics in order to match trajectories and speed. That being the case, ship-to-ship engagements happened at such high speeds that they would start and end within a window of time imperceptible to any human. Since humans were not evolved to deal with such neck-breaking calculations, automated systems were relied on heavily to keep fleets from outright colliding or missing each other entirely. Coming up on the far side of the planet now, we'll need to make one complete orbit to slingshot us into a speed matching theirs, said Dinesh. Time to intercept? Miran asked. 2 hours 57 minutes, said one of the watchstanders. Now you can look at me. Miran gestured to the two medics who had followed her up from the shuttle bay. Miran followed them to the back corner of the bridge, where they extended a built-in cot. Miran sat, gripping her terminal in her hands, and tried to ignore their prodding. She knew she had a duty to her people to ensure her own well-being, but that didn't mean she had to enjoy it. Thumbing through the litany of telemetry available on her terminal from ships all over the attack fleet, she scanned any sign of movement in the city before it had disappeared behind the horizon. The streets were empty, save for a few abandoned parade floats and flaming wreckage. A camera on one of the fleet's corvettes had picked up a feed of Soren's shuttle as it was shot down. Miran moved the playback forwards and backwards, replaying the moments of his departure from her shuttle to his shuttle, veering westward, only to crash as the engines erupted. That's odd, Miran thought. I didn't see anything shoot it down. Captain Dinesh, can you help explain this? Miran asked, pushing the image from her terminal onto the bridge's wall screen. Dinesh stood from his chair, inching toward the image as if he were stalking some prey. No missile, no rock, nothing thrown. It's almost as if this shuttle dropped out of the sky on its own accord, he confirmed. If it wasn't attacked, then what hit it? Miran thought aloud. Sabotage, plain to see, he said. Watchstanders, please check the shuttles dispatched from our flock when we were attempting to recover the Matriarch for matching patterns. Shuttles 1 to 5 confirmed to experience matching engine failures, a watchstander said. Shuttles 6 to 9 confirmed as well. No missiles, said another. There you have it, Captain Dinesh said. The only question is, how is this possible? I think I have an idea, she said, remembering the stowaway and the murdered citizens. She thought about continuing to withhold the information, but decided that the situation had so far exploded past her ability to contain the panic that it did little to keep this from them now. Several weeks ago, she started, it was brought to my attention a handful of missing citizens, both military and civilian alike. Shortly after, some of these persons were traced to a cold storage bay and were discovered deceased. They were determined to have been the victim of a single stowaway who had slipped through security and gained access via the partially out-of-commission Hammerfist as it lay in dry dock. The watchstanders grew silent, each reacting to the news through a thin veil of composure. Miran felt that had she not been the one to tell them, they would have responded with far less regality. Captain Dinesh was more visibly ruffled, slumping back in his chair, stroking his chin in thoughtful absence. Miran didn't have any more speeches nor comforting words to say. Instead, she did the one thing she could do at a time like this. Miran stood, thanked Captain Dinesh for his hospitality on board his bridge, as was tradition, and left to get some rest. Back in her estate room, she didn't waste any time. Miran disrobed, dropping her bloodied and torn gown, and climbed into bed. She was exhausted from the events of the day. The distant images of a battered Vosaris, cratered and barren, seemed like a matter relegated to a lost dream. Miran didn't see the faces in cold storage anymore. Instead, the look of fear that racked the bloodied faces of Bullman and Sergeants Hakif and Giraud haunted the space behind her eyelids. It was then that she grew forlorn, having realized never getting the sergeants' names. She would have to remedy that when this was all through, if this nightmare ever ended. Taking a large dose of the sleeping draught, Miran knew that she should be able to get at least 2 hours of good rest, if not for her mind, for her weary bones. The draught took effect moments later, and she passed into an ignorant slumber. 2 hours later, the draught's effects dwindled, and Miran found herself rocked suddenly awake. She opened a bulletin to Captain Darnesh, asking if he got any rest. None was all he sent in reply. Miran hoped that he hadn't just been stewing in his captain's chair this whole time. Miran's estate room had its own lift, and with it, direct access to the bridge level. She was thankful that she didn't have to face down hundreds of frightened faces as if she had walked through the dream's main promenade that would chip away at her already diminishing resolve. Rejoining her bridge crew and a statuesque Captain Danesh still in his chair, Miran opened a bulletin to the entire flock. "Citizens and servants of this great flock," she said, trying her best to mask her agitation. "We have been blooded, and we find ourselves against an enemy I dare not pretend to understand. What we are about to attempt, I can only say, is something that must be attempted. The Dream of Earth and the rest of the attack fleet are posed to strike back at the enemy that plagues us. We have one chance to stop them before they reach our comrades on Bordeaux." She paused, letting down the veil and allowing some of her fear and anger to show through. "I don't even know if what we're about to do is foolish. However, the cattle heart is strong, the herd is strong. So long as we stick together, we will outlast. What we must do is fight. Fight so that our families and friends in the escaping fleet can live and grow past this." With no Federation call, nor rallying call of any kind, Miran closed the bulletin. 43 minutes to pass by, Captain Danesh said, stirring from rumination. "Plan of attack?" Miran asked. Taking a seat in a chair behind the captain's, she strapped herself in. "Throw some rocks. Don't die trying," Danesh said caustically. "Here, I've had a few moments to throw this together." He cast a battle plan schematic over to her terminal, which Miran scrolled through. The plan took them in close, extremely close to the enemy ships, so close that they were risking outright colliding with any vessel that deviated from their present course. "Aren't we inviting massive damage by getting in this tight with the enemy?" she asked. "Only way to affect the maximum chance of hits on their ships. You said it yourself. We have one chance to pull this off. If we are expecting to fail, we may as well just pack up and leave the system to its fate," he confirmed. "We're going to succeed," Miran assured him. "We have to. In that case, we're 60 to 19. This should put our margin for disabling or destroying each and every one of their ships at nearly 90%, assuming their ships bear a similar construction to our own. I'm afraid I can't give you any better odds." Miran knew there was a way to increase those odds to 100 by plotting direct collisions with her fleet and theirs, though she hoped things weren't that desperate. The crew on the bridge sat in eerie silence as the clock ticked down. Miran spent most of the time replaying the video of Soren's shuttle as it exploded and crashed into the city below. 3 minutes out, a watchstander called out the remaining time, disturbing her from her trance. "Captain Danesh," Miran said, "you have the full helm of the flock." Miran tapped a command on her terminal, which simultaneously enacted on every corvette, cruiser and frigate in the attack fleet, slaving their actions to that of the Dreams. "Aye, Matriarch," he said, strapping himself into his captain's chair. Throughout the bridge, clicks and the sound of straps tightening were heard, as the dozen or so of them did the same. Miran opened her terminal to the feed of the approaching black ships, still barely visible despite their closeness. They were still several hundred kilometers out, but closing fast. "Ensign Bastrabo, see that our course is laid in," Danesh said, "and everyone, Godspeed." As the clock reached 0, the whole flock awoke. The Dream, along with 59 other warships, moved as a single interwoven body. A winged beast long dormant, the flock shuddered to life, pitching and rolling to avoid enemy fire, making timed shots of their own. Alarm sirens roared as reports of hits struck and taken rang out on every screen or soundboard in the bridge. Anything not tied down was strewn about as the inertial dampeners struggled to maintain a pretense of gravity. The Dream's hull shuddered, having taken several rapturous hits of its own. The movements were complete in a matter of milliseconds, and Miran immediately stirred herself back into tangible reality. She scanned the reports coming in from her ships. Several dozen ships had scored direct hits to the enemy on crucial locations. Her own ships had suffered far worse. Out of the 60 ships that made up the attack fleet, Miran was nonplussed to see just how few remained. 18 vessels, made primarily of frigates and a few corvettes, now careened out of control, their drives disabled, with many outright split open. 7 were no more than clouds of expanding debris. Of the remaining ships, 12 were reporting crippling damage to their crew and engineering sections, forcing them to dump speed and trail behind. Of the remaining 23, only one, suffered no direct hits. The light cruiser, Seragam. Miran studied the reports of her own ship. Being the largest capital ship in the fleet, the Dream was able to take the most outright damage, with only 2 decks being void of atmosphere and half of all defense batteries being rendered inoperable. She was so engrossed with the carnage wrought on her flock. She didn't notice something was off until Captain Danesh chimed in. "Matriarch, are you seeing this?" a harried Danesh said. "Yes, I see it," she said. "No, look," he urged, flashing a feed up onto the main wall screen. Miran unbuckled from her chair and stood. They were now several hundred kilometers past the point of intercept as the attack fleet was beginning to arc back around. But the video coming in from directly above them now showed something Miran's blood boiled at. The Black Fleet. All of the Black Fleet was still there and undeterred from their previous course. They continued moving for the planet as if the sacrifices doled out by her people had been no more than an itch. "How is that possible?" a harried Danesh asked, unbuckling and standing from his seat. Miran didn't know how to answer. "What do we know?" she asked. "Seems that they employ standard rocks, tungsten like ours. Sensors are showing high levels of radioactivity, far outside the norm," said Danesh with cold analysis. "So they've tipped their rounds with uranium." "That's far from abnormal," Miran said, looking for something. "Anything else? Anything out of the ordinary?" Danesh thought for a moment. He seemed to be scrolling back and forth, zooming in and out on an image on the terminal in front of him. The remaining attack fleet finished their turn, lining their trajectories up with the enemy as they raced to the planet. A clock on the wall screen, counting down the time until the enemy reached Bordeaux, read 3 hours 20. "They are too predictable," he said. "It's almost as if they don't care." "Care to elaborate, Captain?" Miran pressed. "Here, look here. See the ship in the middle of their formation," he said, flashing the image up to the wall screen. Up until and shortly after the engagement, the ships retained perfect distance from one another, almost like a flock of birds. But look what happened during the few seconds of our exchange of fire. Danesh adjusted the timescale of the image back to the moments leading up to their pass-by of the enemy. The images were blurry, with much of the image being filled in after the fact with other telemetry. But it was plain to see what he was pointing at. A single ship, seemingly as analogous to the other 18, was suddenly swarmed by the other vessels escorting it. Frame by frame ticked by, and Miran could make out that the other ships took all the hits that her fleet was able to score, leaving the central ship untouched. "That's their command ship," Miran confirmed. "Like I said, painfully predictable," Danesh said. "I wonder if we hit them again, if they would do the same thing, especially now that they know how ineffective our weapons are against them." "We won't have that chance, Captain. They have too far a lead on us towards the planet." "Why was it that our weapons were so ineffective?" he said, brushing off Miran's defeatism. "We employ weapons not dissimilar from their own." "Stands to reason they figured out a better defense against them than we have," she said. But why is that? He thought out loud. Miran didn't have any indication. This whole mess was so far outside her realm of experience and had been for the last few days. Danesh, Miran, and the watchstanders skimmed through more records of the battle over the following hours. With little to do but to continue on their present course, chasing behind the enemy fleet, Miran counted themselves lucky that their foes' max speed, or at least the max speed they were displaying to them, did not outpace their own by any significant factor. Miran's remaining 23 ships trailed through space, composed chiefly of light cruisers and her own capital ship, which itself doubled the mass of those remaining. Miran pulled up the readout on the light cruiser, the Seragam. Amazingly, out of all the ships in her attack fleet, this one remained untouched. The roster of the Seragam flashed before her. Miran was surprised to see the name of the captain in command of the light cruiser, Remus Jukovic, Soren's cousin. She called up Captain Remus Jukovic's flight record. Impressive, she thought aloud, when coming to the bit of Remus's success record. Having commanded dozens of skirmishes between pirates and several heavy supply missions, earning him several awards, which she had personally awarded him in simpler times. She was amazed she hadn't been more aware of this man's career earlier. She keyed in a command on her terminal, awarding Remus commendation, which slated him for a command position on a larger vessel. She would have to thank him personally when this engagement was through. It was then that she remembered Soren and his ship, the Winter Spell. Calling up telemetry of the remaining ships, she grasped the Winter Spell's fate. Lost all hands. She gripped her chair again, causing a sprain in 2 of her lesser digits. Forlorn by the loss of so many, she couldn't help but wonder that maybe Soren was better off staying behind. Despite the dereliction of duty and inevitable court-martial that was coming his way, staying clear of his ship aboard the Winter Spell may have just saved his life. If he survived the crash of his shuttle, that is. Matriarch, Dinesh asked, redirecting her attention away from hypotheticals. Captain, what do you have? She asked. A hunch, he said. Let me elaborate. From their tactics, armaments, and from what you were able to tell me about the black-suited soldiers on the planet, we know that this enemy, whoever they are, is human, or at least humanoid. Sure, Miran said, entertaining his train of thought. And stands to reason that they have communications hopefully not unlike our own as well. Would a call be in order? He said. Miran hadn't considered that. From the carnage she found herself thrown through several times over, she had to admit that she had not once considered the actions of their enemy human. Though maybe he was right. A call then, she said. Watchstanders, see that we open a bulletin to the central ship in the enemy fleet. Try all bands, modern and as far outdated as we have a record of, Dinesh ordered. Sirs, Ensign Bastrabo said after several minutes of the bridge crew's working silence, I've got a hit. An old wideband frequency used by the Son Protectorate, adopted into use by legacy Spanish science vessels. I've sent out a ping and they've pinged us back. Seems they're open to communication, Captain Dinesh said. Thank you, Ensign Bastrabo. If you can, open a channel on screen and in color. I want to get a look at what plagues us, she ordered. To Miran's surprise, several moments later, and after a quick adjustment to synchronize the feed, a man appeared on the wall screen before her. A tightly trimmed black dress suit matched the man's slim face with tasteful golden patterns woven into the lapels. His handsome and clean-shaven, tanned complexion served as a canvas, dotted with pearlescent green eyes and vibrant lips. Behind him, a room of golden statues and little else gave Miran a particular uncanny impression. Greetings, the man said in a perfect Vosarin dialect, saying nothing else. Instead, he just smiled back at her, such that Miran wondered if he could see her as clearly as she could see him. I do believe the time for greetings is far past, Miran said, skipping formalities. Such enthusiasm, the tanned man said. I would expect nothing less from you, Matriarch Miran-Yi Nagoya. Miran choked. How is it you know me? Know you? I do not know you, he clarified. I am simply aware of you, as all good leaders should be aware of one another. And then how is it that I have heard nothing of you? She quizzed. A notch on your belt, I'm sure. Though you have a point, he admitted. You may call me Nin Bonwade, and I am master of all you see. And what is it that I see, Nin? Miran prodded. Now that is a good question, dear matriarch. It is all a matter of perspective. Before you, what do you see? I see my enemy, those ships that have laid waste to my family aboard my flock and the world below. I see a menace, Miran said, maintaining her calms despite the man's condescending tone. And that is all you see? He asked. Pity? Do enlighten me. What should I be seeing? A cleansing of what once was, a birth of something new, he said. Tell me, If what you see before is as simple as a smattering of vessels and some scorched earth in the well below, then why do you chase us so? Why do you seek to halt our progression? You are attacking us, killing thousands of us, Miran spat. Thousands? Thousands? Look again, dear matriarch, he said. A handful have been laid to rest, surely, but not thousands. What I have done is simply opened the rest up to us. They have joined us in the will. If he wasn't making sense before, now Miran found herself struggling to follow. Her blood roiled beneath her feet as she looked over to Dinesh. Shrugging with his eyes, he was just as lost as she was. You have killed thousands and displaced thousands more underground and out of their homes. You have brought destruction among us, and you will wish you hadn't, said Miran. Destruction, no. Rebirth is what we have wrought. Tell me those of your kin that you claim killed and displaced. Where are they now? The tanned man asked. They have taken refuge with our troops outside of your grasp. They are defended, Miran assured him. And here lies your greatest indiscretion. Those whom you claim take refuge behind safety are in fact constituents of mine, subsumed into the will, said the tanned man. Miran's heart sank. The taste of metal welled in her throat. Without acknowledging the man, Miran called up telemetry from the last moments before their attack fleet had lost sight of the valley on the planet below to the stream of citizens as they made their way into the base of the spire. The man smiled at this. Sensing her distress, he said, You see, you fight to defend which is already yielded. Those below belong to me. Miran finally got it. The mobs of bodies that moved through the city in uncharacteristic unison were now somehow slaves of the man on the wall screen before her. How? She asked, demanding answers. They have joined me. They are now eager servants of the will, he said, elaborating little. Soon the last holdouts will have turned also, and I will arrive to a world grateful and born anew. You devil! Miran spat, her rage boiling over. Her terminal smashed to the floor. You have it wrong again, dear matriarch. I am liberator to those poor souls, freeing them from all that ails them. Miran didn't respond. Instead, hateful fury baked in her skull. All that you need to do now, dear matriarch, is renounce yourself. Admit that your path has been not but trivial, and give yourself over to me. Or, I'm sorry to relay that you will find yourself again on the lesser side. This is madness, said Miran. This is the will. Give up on your herd, your flock. Don't let your people continue to wander the dark alone. Surrender yourself to the will, or perish by it. You won't get away with this. We already have, he said. Goodbye, dear matriarch. The image flickered before cutting out, leaving Miran in a bridge of abject silence. Everyone stared at her. Just stared. Fuck. You're telling me, said Dinesh. If you ask me, Prick's got some sort of god complex. Right or wrong, Miran's thoughts directed back towards the world, to the ground in the well below. All those people she had been fighting to protect were gone, slaves to this Nin Bonwade's cause. They had been twisted into some sort of weapon that now climbed the spire towards Matriarch Lathe's waning forces. The anger welled up again, boiling over into fury, then spilling over into something else. Miran retched. A medic who was standing in wait had been tracking her vitals and was holding out a bucket in wait. Miran nodded to the medic in a way that said thank you, and please dispose of my vomit. Miran knew she had to try to warn Brenna. Brenna, pick up, Miran thought as she opened a bulletin to the other matriarch. Matriarch Lathe's icon danced in Miran's terminal for far too long, as if eager to answer the call. A bitter taste stuck to the back of her throat. The call continued for several minutes until a war-torn General Antoine Gerard answered. Matriarch Nagoya, he said through a spotty audio-only connection. I'm here, she answered. Am I speaking to General Gerard? The same, he replied. Matriarch, Where's Matriarch Lathe? Have you encountered the mob of citizens that entered the spire? She asked desperately. She's dead. Matriarch Lathe is dead, said General Gerard, his words like hot knives. Swathes of demons tore what was left of us apart. I was able to pull the matriarch to safety, only to lose her to blood loss. If there were anything more I could have done, I would have done so. Miran couldn't believe it. She had, only this morning, been drinking wine with the woman on her lavish estate level, only for it to end up like this. Gone. With no goodbye, she thought aloud. I am sorry, Gerard answered her. Matriarch Nagoya. General, the battle here is lost. I believe you know what has to happen. I can see the outcome of your engagements, the vessels that now approach. I know they mean to take hold of this world. They must not be allowed the courtesy. You have my word, Antoine. For Brenner, she affirmed. For Matriarch Lathe, he said, dropping the connection. She knew what had to be done. The ships had to be stopped, or failing that, the city scorched and left unusable. To an enemy as tenacious as the one before her, only burning the planet to the ground would be sufficient to stop their reckless hate. The only question Miran had, the only task left for her was, how? A bulletin opened, and Captain Ronald Felder's duty-bound eyes and unsmiling lips stared back at her. Matriarch, Captain Felder said, consider this. Chapter 18, Staring Starboard. Tolly stood in quiet repose, staring at her terminal. The street was more silent than it had ever been. The merchant tents and marquees were now trampled in with crushed pavement, with almost no sign of them ever existing. Tolly looked at the time on her terminal, 4:15. Connor seemed so far away from her, so unreachable. For a moment she thought of going to find him, heading to his house to make sure he was safe. Tolly never let herself feel it before, but she knew that she loved him. She wasn't ready to let him go. Gods, she wasn't prepared to let anyone go. Not Groen, not Dixon, not Marcus, not Philip. She tapped the icon of Connor's face again, not sure what to expect. The call rang once, then disconnected. It was obvious that he had ended the call. Maybe that was enough, knowing that he was still there on the other end. At least she knew he hadn't done anything stupid. At least not yet. Torn, Tolly knew that she had to make it to the airfield. If those monsters were still anywhere nearby, she didn't want to wait around to find out. It wasn't until near dawn that she made it to the edge of the airfield. The marshland had long ago been paved over to make way for the massive port complex and central distribution hub. The complex, which had at its peak a mere 2 days ago, when welcoming the arrival of intersolar visitors in numbers not seen since the world's founding, had now been beaten backwards in time. The various hangars and docking ports broken into shambles, the passenger trolleys flipped and strewn across the runways. The thick composite pavement, subjected to the most upheaval, had been torn and cracked to reveal the long-dormant marshland beneath. It was amazing to Tolly. No matter how far she walked out of the city, destruction seemed to have beat her there. Squeezing past a section of chain-link fence, Tolly headed into the airfield on the north end, not wanting to use the northwest passenger entrance. She hoped that she wouldn't run into any more of those things. Tolly crept in, keeping herself low to the ground. She darted between large piles of rubble and overturned trolleys, careful not to step into the marsh waters that had begun to reclaim their original home. Out over the eastern sea, Tolly could see nothing but a clear sky, lit by the rising sun. The usual smoky clouds were absent, steering clear of the continent, far to the south out on the horizon. The craft that had plagued the air were gone, and Tolly could finally see what her mother had loved about this beach. Her mother and father would often take her and Blaine when they were young to the very beach in Mercau, so named Airfield Beach, in front of which she now stood. They had been a happy family unit once before Mother passed. Tolly could remember running down the beach slope towards the retreating water, just to run back up whenever a wave would come. Sometimes she would put on a life jacket and wade out to the drop-off at the edge of the shallows and just float there, letting the jetty push her in and out again. She would watch her family on the shore, making sure to stay clear of the surfers. Blaine would sit disgruntled in the sand, hiding under 2 umbrellas, complaining about the heat. Blaine would readjust the umbrellas throughout the day, tracking the path of sunlight as it passed overhead. Quite the opposite of Blaine, Mother would always drink in the sun, tanning throughout the day and into the early evening. Tolly swore that by summer's end, her mother was doubly as dark as the year before, which was surprising for a woman of almost ebony complexion. Her father played the part of the gopher, fetching lunch and then dinner, making sure the kids had enough sunblock, cleaning up the beach when he couldn't find anything else to busy himself with. He was a little stir-crazy that way. Tolly supposed that's the reason he left when their mother had passed. With the kids grown and no partner to devote themselves to, he left to pursue a life of terrestrial farming on one of the human colonies on a vassal world not far outside of the Federation. Now looking out at the empty sand with no beachgoers or surfers in sight, the beach just seemed like another abandoned patch of dirt. She had been so caught up looking out at the waves that she had neglected to see the damage that had been dealt to the airfield complex. Looking around, not a single shuttle in eyeshot was even mistakenly operational. Many had gouges taken out of their hulls, while some lay flattened by sections of the complex. "Tolly?" She heard a voice come from behind her. "Blaine," she yelled even before turning. Blaine hadn't wasted time at home changing into proper clothes as she was still dressed for her date with Soren. Her evergreen cocktail dress looked marvelous in the sunlight, despite her tears. A tight braid ran down her back, fraying where it had become loosened. Tolly ran with tears in her eyes over to Blaine. Blaine embraced her, lifting her up off the ground in a tight sisterly hug. It even reminded her of Groen's bear hugs. "I'm so sorry, Tolly, I'm so sorry," Blaine said, muffled by Tolly's mane, a phrase that she repeated over and over for what seemed like minutes. "Blaine," Tolly said, pushing back on the embrace, "where's Soren?" Blaine faced her, looking her in the eyes. It was clear to Tolly that Blaine was just as frightened, just as lost as her. She knew the answer without her having to say it. "He's not coming," Tolly said, making the thought tangible. "I haven't heard from him, not a word since he left to check in with his command," said Blaine. "What do we do then?" Tolly asked. "I was just about to— Well, I have been waiting for so long that I didn't think you'd meet me. I had thought I would make for the North Pass through the mountains, try my luck in the desert. It's a much better plan than I have." "Yeah, and what might that be?" Blaine asked. "Not ending up like those monsters, or whatever they are, God's help me." "So you've seen them too. Good. Means I'm not losing my mind after all," Blaine said sardonically. "Unless I've caught whatever you have. How on green old Earth could these things even be real? It's not like new species just sprout up overnight," Tolly said. "You tell me. You're the medic, or was it the captain?" "That's medic captain to you, miss," she smirked. "And to be honest, I'm not sure these are human, at least not anymore." "Human? You definitely haven't seen them. There's no way those things could ever be human," Blaine said with obvious disgust. "Not anymore, no. Sure, their eyes and nose are hidden. They do share some skeletal similarities, however. I mean, except for those arms. And the dogs. You know, the four-legged ones that run like loop trains. And then there are the giants," said Blaine. "Well, you've got me there," Tolly admitted. The two of them had gone on rambling for so long that they hadn't realized they were still holding each other close. Tolly stepped back as Blaine released her grip. "Come on then," Blaine said. "We've got a lot of streets to cover. With any luck, we'll make the Northlands by noon." It wasn't until 7:30 that Tolly finally knew that wasn't going to happen. It began with a walk through the streets. Streets, Tolly supposed, that they had been down together more than 100 times together. Streets they walked down to go to market. Streets they took when heading out to the farmlands to the east when Tolly was not yet in school and Blaine had been working her second job couriering sample produce from the outer farms to potential buyers in the city markets. It had been so long since the two of them had just walked together as sisters. She could see the thinly veiled worry on Blaine's face, the way she constantly turned to look around, something that ever since the monster horde had rolled past, she admitted to being too. The two of them were on edge, keeping a fast walking pace, alert for even the slightest movement from around a corner or out from a shadow. It was at that moment when they had given in to fear just a little too far, focusing so keenly on what might be lurking in a store window or behind close shades that they forgot to look up. Turning a corner onto Market Street, a loud snap, almost as if a lightning bolt had struck the ground in front of them, gave way to a shadow from above. A mammoth hunk of debris, which happened to be the top half of what used to be the Macau courthouse steeple, blocked out the sunlight as it fell toward them. Before either Tolly or Blaine could react, the building came down in several large pieces around them with a howl. After the dust had begun to settle, Tolly was surprised to still be breathing. She checked, both legs still attached and working. Same for her arms. Remembering her training, she tried her neck. moving it only slightly to test for fracture or nerve damage. Other than some minor whiplash, her neck seemed to be fine too. She looked around, noticing she lay flat on her back, staring at the cavern that had formed a meter from her face. "Blaine," she called. "I'm here," Blaine said, her voice sounding soft and distant, muffled by the surrounding concrete. "Where are you? Are you hurt?" Tolly asked, wriggling around to get a better look at her surroundings. There was light in the cavern and a way out towards her feet. Soldier crawling, she squeezed through the tiny exit hole. She came out into a section that was fenced in by several fallen Romanesque pillars. "Blaine," Tolly called out again. "Troll." Blaine coughed. "Trolly, I'm over here." Tolly rounded a pillar to find her sister floating upright several inches off of the ground. She was pinned between two capsule-sized chunks of building. Her dress, tattered by the rubble, was ebbing briskly in the hot noon wind. She looked like an ebony goddess despite the way her left arm folded back in on itself. Tolly rushed to her, tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh gods, Blaine." "How does it look?" Blaine asked with a sweet calm. "What hurts?" asked Tolly. "Nothing," said Blaine. "I think I'm fine." Tolly was at a loss for words. Her sister was stuck, and Tolly already knew that there was nothing she could do. The rubble had likely crushed her spine, making it the only thing that was keeping her alive. Removing the debris from around her, or her from it, would likely end her life quicker. There was a small rivulet of blood trickling from somewhere behind her, running down her exposed right leg. Drips of blood left from her toe tips and down to the pool that was forming below. "Blaine," Tolly started. "Blaine, it doesn't look good." "Figures," she said. "Well, at least I had one last dance." Tolly took Blaine's working right hand and squeezed. "Soren took me out dancing, did you know?" She had a wide smile on her face. "We went for dinner, then dancing, then a walk through the—" She coughed, a spot of blood trickling out onto her chin. "Through the market." "That sounds nice," Tolly said, trying to comfort her. Ignoring her own tears, Tolly ripped off a portion of her blouse. She wiped the blood from Blaine's chin. "Do you like Soren?" Tolly asked, trying to keep Blaine's mind on something else. "Soren's a true gentleman. A girl could really go far with a man like that. He really knows what I like." "When did you two meet?" she asked, somewhat surprised it had taken this to finally come up. 5 days ago. His ship just sailed into town, and he into my heart. You will tell him that, won't you?" "I promise." Remembering the wine in her pack, Tolly knelt to retrieve it, pushing aside the medkit. A lot of good that would do now. "Sis, look, I've brought your wine," she said, raising the bottle towards her sister. She said, taking down a large gulp. "As awful as I remember," Blaine said. At least her taste in wines was still intact. "Where is Soren anyways?" "He was supposed to pick me up for our date hours ago," Blaine said. It was with that last comment that Tolly realized that she had lost a lot of blood. "He's coming. He'll be here soon." "Oh, perfect. Tell him I'm just finishing up in the cafe, and I'll be right out to meet him." "I will, Blaine. I will." And with that, Blaine's eyes began to grow cold. Her head slumped, still maintaining her last striking smile. Tolly began sobbing just as an explosion erupted overhead. A shuttle, trailing a swath of black smoke, hurtled by, crash landing somewhere north of her. Chapter 19, Shipwrecked. For a while, Tolly walked on autopilot through rubble-filled streets. She wasn't sure what had just happened, as if she was stuck wandering about in a dream. She had reunited with Blaine only to lose her again forever. Now adrift in a sea of torment, she fell northward towards a fresh column of black smoke. As she came across the source of the smoke, a crashed Federation shuttle adorned with cattle heart insignia, Tolly just stopped and stared. Confronted with the thought of more death within the shuttle, she hesitated and considered just continuing on her trudge toward the north. It wasn't until a figure squirmed out from under the crumpled shuttle that she remembered her minimal training and rushed over to help. The figure was a man, his ceremony jacket tattered and bloodied, just as her own blouse. When he finally squirmed free and looked up at her, they both instantly recognized each other. She tried to speak, but just kept on dragging the man free of the crash. "Tolly, what happened?" Soren asked, regaining his footing, forcing her to stop tugging him free. "Me, what happened? No, you, what happened?" Tolly said as she caught her breath. I just pulled you from a smouldering wreck. Yes, thanks for that, Soren said, straining to sit up. What I mean is, you've been crying. Are you all right? Tolly stopped, remembering Blaine's body propped up like an exhibit in the rubble. Come on, you have to get up. Were you the only one in there? Were there any officers, a pilot, or was the whole thing run on autopilot? Seems stupid to fly in a war zone on auto, if you ask me. Tolly said. She knew she was rambling. Tolly, where's Blaine? He pressed, grabbing hold of her shoulders. Did she find you? She told me she had to see if you were at the cafe. Tolly's heart sank, and Soren could see it in her eyes. No, he said. She can't be. I only saw her no more than a few hours ago. Yeah? And look how that turned out, Tolly spat. Your shuttle's a ruin. You've let Blaine die and… Soren didn't react to her words, instead staring at her in disbelief. Now, to top it all off, your pilot's probably bleeding out in there, she growled. Soren finally got the hint and clambered to his feet. There was some blood on his pant leg that must have been from a pretty severe wound. It was apparent that by the way he climbed into the shuttle's cabin that his leg wasn't broken. Tolly, come quick, he yelled from the cockpit. Tolly rushed in to find a section of broken windscreen had sliced the pilot's throat. The section was still lodged in his neck, preventing too much blood from escaping, slowing the blood loss to a meandering trickle. The pilot, his eyes wide and unable to speak, lazily pointed at the shard, pleading for it to be removed. Gods, Tolly said. We can't remove it, Ensign Menet, Soren said, taking hold of the man's free hand. Soren looked at her as if asking for a consensus. She nodded. Without thinking, she dropped her pack to the floor and began pouring its contents onto the cockpit's deck. She rummaged through the items of what at this point amounted to her entire life's possessions. She unzipped the medkit and went straight for a tube of battle-ready bandage. Biting off the seal, she lined up the tube with the wound just above the shard. On 3, pull out the shard and I'll pipe the area with the gel, she said to Soren. Have you done this before? Soren asked, skeptical. Without giving him an answer, Tolly yelled, 3. Soren tugged at the shard once, struggling for a moment before it slid free. Immediately, a torrent of red viscous fluid started to pour down Menet's neck. Tolly moved quickly, squirting the gel, forcing the tube's nozzle tip deep into the wound. She had seen this done once before, but that was on a cadaver in the academy lab. Shit, yelped Soren. The translucent yellow gel, reacting on contact with the blood, metamorphosed into an expanding, opaque, frothing paste. It reminded Tolly of the froth that drifted on the lakeshore from those days at the beach when she was a kid. The ensign coughed, trying to speak, and struggled as Soren tried to hold him down. Keep hold of him, Tolly demanded. Ensign, please. I know it hurts, but if you don't calm down, you're going to blow the bandage seal. The ensign kept struggling despite Soren's efforts, but he kept trying. Ensign Menet, he paused. Jackson, I need you to think of your wife. Think of your son. That got the ensign's attention. That's it? Good. Now, if you keep struggling, I will have to be the one to explain to them why you didn't come home to them. The ensign relaxed with an accepting nod in his eyes. Tolly injected him with a syringe she pulled from her kit. What? Soren said, surprised. If he moved any more, he would have bled out, Tolly explained. But now what do we do with him? He's dead weight now, and the shuttle's bombed out. We're sitting pale here, Soren said. You don't understand. Your man, this Jackson Menet, he's done. He can't be moved, not until the clot beneath the bandage begins to take. And you said it yourself. You're grounded. I can't just leave him here. I don't think you have any other choice. Have you seen what's hoarding around the city? Monsters. Earth be damned monsters, Tolly said, standing and wiping blood from her hands with a washcloth she'd taken from her pack. Monsters, he said, confused but shaking it off, but you have to understand I'm responsible. Look, she continued, that was the last of my bandage. If he happens to move again, for any reason, he'll take a trip to the gods. I've seen enough death tonight to know he's probably better off. I can't just leave him here, not by the crashed shuttle at least, Soren reasoned. You've a point. He's not looking so good, and like I said, if he moves that neck even the slightest, he's done for. But we might be able to rig him a neck brace out of the right materials. Anything you have in the shuttle that can be used as one. Or better yet, have another medkit?" "There's a medkit, sure, but it was in the rear section, blown out in the blast that knocked us out of the sky. There's a bundle of construction filament under the cockpit seat for emergencies, for use as a survival blanket, emergency shelter, flotation device and the like." "That'll work," Tolly said, rushing into the shuttle. The cockpit's console was smoldering now, spewing the stench of burning plastic and metal. Outside, Tolly unraveled the filament and began feeding it bit by bit under Menet's head and carefully wrapping it around, being careful not to wrap it too tight. "Looser," Soren said. "When activated, the construction filaments will expand rapidly." "Right." She loosened the filaments just enough to allow a few centimeters of space between it and the ensign's neck, then applied a healthy amount of water, being careful not to get the bandage beneath too wet. The filaments began to expand rapidly, and soon Ensign Jackson Menet had what looked to be a life preserver around his neck. Dragging Ensign Menet on a sled, quickly assembled from a shop door and two street sign poles bound together, Soren moved him northward on Smithy Street, with Tolly not far ahead. Tolly would creep up and peek around the next street corner or alleyway. Then, giving the all-clear to an already exhausted Soren, she would move on to the next lookout position. They continued all the way until Relibus Street, just northwest of the central market of northern Mercau, the very same Soren and Blaine had had their date the previous night, when Soren stopped dead. "I'm sorry, Tolly," he said. Tears were welling up in his eyes that she could see even from a few meters away. "I should have been there to protect her." That hurt. She wanted to agree, to tell him that it was all his fault, that if he had just made Blaine go without her, that they would be off this world by now, safe. Instead, she said, "It's not your fault, Soren. Really. She came back for me. She always would have come back for me, no matter how much you tried to stop her. She was good like that." "Tell me," Soren said, looking up at her. "Tell me how she died." Tolly paused, remembering the horrible sight of her sister, propped up like an art display, blood seeping down her legs. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Oh gods. Was it by one of those monsters?" "No, thank gods no," Tolly blurted. "It was dumb luck, really." The peculiar thing was, Tolly thought, this whole night seemed to be like one big bad case of dumb luck. The courthouse in Mercau came down right on top of us. There wasn't any time to react. Before I knew it, she was gone. Got to say goodbye, at least. Soren mused for a second. "Thanks for telling me. Comforts me a little to know she didn't die at the hands of those things walking the streets. Any idea what those things are, by the way?" "Not the foggiest. Best guess is they were human at some point," Tolly said. Soren grunted in agreement. "Either way, we have to get back to command. The city's been given a general evac order, flocks taking on whoever they can and leaving the system within the hour." "General evac? Do they not know there are people still down here?" Tolly said, bewildered. "Sure they do, but they can't spare any more shuttles. Our best chance is to make it to the airfield." Tolly's shoulders slumped. Airfields destroyed, not a working capsule, shuttle, or orbital vehicle in sight. "Damn," Soren said. "Surely there's a depot somewhere. Where do they manufacture capsules on Bordeaux?" "Third-level block underground, swarming with those monsters by now, from what I imagine." "Gods, we really are screwed." "Blaine," Tolly choked on the mention of her name, "Blaine wanted us to head north into the mountains. After that, the desert should keep us safe from the wildfires until rescue comes." "Problem is," Soren said, "how do we get there? From what I remember from my ship's telemetry, there's still 25 kilometers of city between us and the mountains. Gods only know how we're going to make it through all that. What you're talking about can't be done." Soren was showing signs of stress now that the shock of the crash had begun to wane. Tolly could feel his frustration, his arm extended, gesturing towards her terminal. "Sure," she said, handing him the terminal. "Bulletins are down, though, hard-pressed to get a signal out without it." Soren fumbled for the terminal for a while before giving up and tossing it back to her. His posture slumped. Tolly thought it strange to see him without his trademark smile for so long, almost as all the light had gone out of the universe. "You said it yourself. The flock is leaving. Orders have been given, and there's nothing either of us can do about it." She paused. "I mean, it's not like we're flush with choice here. I have just been through hell. I've seen thousands of people die. I've seen real-life monsters. I've seen my sister crushed in front of me. And that's just in the last 12 hours. Earth be damned if I'm not going to live after it all. I guess you've got a point, a solemn Soren agreed. What now? As much as I mean to, I don't think I can carry Menet much longer. She looked down at the unconscious Menet. His hands were scraped and bloodied where they had been dragging on the streets. She took her pack and knelt by him. Look at you, said Tolly as she opened her medkit and snatched out a bandage. Oh shit, I suppose that's my fault, Soren said, squatting beside her. I suppose I should be more careful. With his neck, absolutely. But these scrapes and bruises are superficial. I mean, he probably won't do any hand modeling in the near future, but he'll live. She smiled sardonically. She continued, to answer your question, you're right. He's dead weight, almost literally. It's got me wondering whether he'd be better just to have died in the crash. It's not like there's a hospital waiting for us in the desert. No, she said, not wanting to agree with him, her medic's oath, to protect all life ringing in the back of her mind. Federation doctrine says I'm to protect those beneath me and serve those above, he began, Tolly remarking that their oaths weren't too far afield. But I just don't see how keeping Jackson breathing will serve any purpose but to delay our escape. Captain Djukovic, Tolly said, mustering a stern, commanding tone that surprised even her. How dare you talk of someone under your command in such a manner? Her mannerisms grew rigid, and she found herself actually pointing at him. This man is in your charge, and even still in my care. There is only one course to follow here as far as I see it. We find a ride. We make for the mountains. No more words about abandoning the meek to save yourself. Got it? Soren nodded, looking embarrassed. Tolly could tell he was just tired, but the last thing either of them needed was more dead weight. Now pick up that sled, she demanded before walking off up ahead. The two of them walked for another hour, and Tolly could feel herself wanting to give in. She began daydreaming, her mind drifting back towards her bed. How she wished she would have just stayed there. The late morning sun was beating hot down on them, with only the occasional shade cast from oddly vacant buildings to provide seconds of relief. Each street, just as smashed as the last, they kept moving. Soren was slowing, but without food or water, there seemed no reason to stop for anything. That was until Tolly found something. She came to a dead stop in the center of the street and craned her head to look down one of the alleys. Not more than 30 meters away, just ahead of her, was the unmistakable violet color of a shipping cube. The 3-meter by 5 crate stood at 4 meters high and was used for shipping goods across the city and up into orbit. Soren, come quick, Tolly said as she rushed over to it. I don't believe our luck. Is it still working? He asked. Seems so, she said, accessing the cube's routines using her terminal. Usually these things have restricted access behind a paywall, but it looks like some sort of emergency protocol kicked in around the time of the first attack. It seems as though it was meant to be used as a lifeboat during a crisis. This cube looks like a tank. Are you sure it will fly? I've seen them whizzing around the city for as long as I can remember. The cube's equipped with both upgrade and downgrade drives. Assuming both still work, we should be able to maneuver it out of the atmosphere. Soren said pensively. What's the matter? Tolly asked. Sure, this crate might be able to hold us and take us into orbit, but against whatever is up there, I doubt we will survive long. Tolly knew he was right and was already plotting a course north. She knew that if they could stay low to the ground, they might go undetected. She set out a path through the buildings of northern Mercau. Look around, look up even. Do you see any of the enemy's aircraft or any of this armada coming into atmosphere? Tolly asked. If we keep the cube low, lower than the rooftops, we might go undetected by whatever's in orbit. Right, but you still forget something. Tolly looked up from her hand terminal, then down at the ensign still lying unconscious on the sled. I've no idea. Look, it's not like we have very many options at this point. By the grace of the gods, we've stumbled on this shipping cube, and that's not even saying whether it can fly or not. All I know is, if we try to break for orbit, there's no way we can outmaneuver a flock of gulls, let alone an armada with the ability to wipe clean half of a stadium of people. I was there. I saw what those weapons can do, what destruction they can rain down. I, for one, am not willing to relive that again. So we head for the mountains, then the desert. What then? Is there a hospital or even a triage tent out there where Jackson can get patched up? Well, no, Tolly admitted. Then you're asking me to let an officer under my command die. That isn't an option, I'm sorry. Look, we've been lucky up until now. It's been hours since we saw any sign of those monsters. But how long do you expect that to last? I've seen how fast and how many of them there are. On the ground, we don't stand a chance. What about the spire? What about it? You said it yourself. It was crawling with those things when you left. No, I didn't. What I said was, we had been under attack. I only knew about those monsters from what you told me. What attacked the spire was much different, much more organized. Tolly immediately recalled the soldiers in black suits that she had narrowly avoided in the alleyway with Connor. They were trained, armed, Soren said. And they moved in pairs, Tolly asked. So you've seen them too? It was almost as if they were there for something specific, using the monsters as a distraction. Infiltrators, but they moved as silently as ghosts. Did you get a look at them, helmets off? No, an officer did lay a shot on one of theirs. Saw the black suit hit the floor myself, so I know they can be killed. We guessed that because of the way the monsters sprung up, out of what seemed like nowhere, that the black suits had been brought in with the ships, although we're not sure how. And you've seen them since you've left the spire? Well, no, he said. Then how do you know they're not still in there? Tolly asked. I don't. But the spire is still our best bet at getting off this world. Surely there's still a shuttle docked on the upper levels. All that we need to do is pilot the cube up there and hitch a ride. You're acting like it's easy, Tolly bellowed. She could feel her temper trying to burst from her ears. There's nothing easy about this, Tolly, Soren roared back. In the last few hours, I've lost my best friend and your sister. I've lost my shuttle crew. I've seen men and women who I've served with for my entire adult life gunned down meters from me. I've seen my commander, my mentor depart without me. Hell, I half expect the whole flock to be wreckage in space right now. But I have to try. We have to try. No, it's your fault Blaine is dead, she said, knowing that wasn't the whole truth. We do as she said. Safest way to go is north. Soren reeled in his frustration and, in a subdued voice, said, "Open it." Tolly touched the open hatch icon on her tablet, and the shipping cube's entire side facing them opened with a clang. Soren dragged the ensign's sled up the extended ramp, her heart racing, and now embarrassed to have thought about leaving Menet to his fate. Tolly boarded after them. Chapter 20, Powder Keg. The shipping cube glided over several kilometers of rolling farmland and winding canals before entering the wild gullies and crevasses of the mountains. Tolly looked around the stark grey interior of the container. The walls were thick and cold, giving no sense to the world outside. A feed from an exterior camera showed through her terminal screen, which, try or not, she found herself glancing back at every few minutes. The compartment smelled of stale rot that she now realized was coming from the ensign's wounds. Without some proper antibiotics, far above anything she had in her measly medkit, he would be dead by morning. Despite the smell, hunger started to wiggle its way in on the edge of her psyche, and she realized that she hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours, not since the churro that Connor had taken from her after only one bite. "Gods, I'm hungry," she said, hoping to end the long, sullen silence between her, Soren, and the sleeping ensign. Soren nodded without looking her way. He wasn't speaking, and for the last 3 hours since they left the streets of Risen, his gloom had steadily increased. At first, the good captain had seemed relieved when the shipping cube's doors slammed shut, sealing them off from the carnage on the streets. Minutes later, shock had set in. He chose a corner, slumped into a ball, and had been staring blankly at the wall ever since. "Lamb," Soren said, breaking the silence. "I'm sorry," Tolly asked. "Lamb, tabbouleh, and we split a bottle of red akaviri. That's the last thing I ate," he said, and Tolly realized we meant him and Blaine. She changed the subject before realizing that doing so might lead Soren back into silence. "What restaurant did you take her to?" Soren hesitated before answering. "The Sea Witch on East Wing Street. She had the carp. I said I'd take her again before the flock left the system." "Sounds delicious," said Ensign Menet, waking from his nap. Soren perked. "Ensign, how are you feeling?" Soren asked numbly. "A bit sore from the chin down. How do I look?" Tolly shone the light from her tablet across the dimly lit compartment. She nearly let the ensign see her bewildered expression. His face was flush. He had an empty stare on, and his eyes didn't seem to react to the light. His neck was noticeably swollen, with black pustules leaking a translucent fluid onto his naval jacket. "Jackson," Tolly said, still sitting across the compartment from him. "Jackson, can you lift your arms for me, please?" The ensign's face strained for several seconds. His mouth contorted as he tried to reposition his limbs. "Nope," said Jackson with a wince. "Ensign," Soren asked. "I'm sorry, sir. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I can't." "It's okay, Ensign." "Soren," Tolly started, "I don't mean to be blunt, but you do know what this means, don't you?" "Tolly, don't. If you're going to say what I think you are, I don't want him to—" "She's saying the gods are calling my name, sir," a resigned Jackson said. "It's all right. I've served you for many years. I'm glad for it. Sure, this isn't the most idyllic way to spend my last hours, but I'm glad I had the chance. Without you, Ensign Menet, without your skill, I'm certain I'd have died in that crash. You have made me, our flock, and the rest of the Federation proud today." "I sure hope so," said the ensign. "Sir, any idea what hit us?" "I was hoping you had an idea," admitted Soren. Ensign Menet considered for a moment. "It's the damnedest. I didn't see anything on the scopes. One second we were flying, all systems green. Next I remember thinking to myself, gods, this is it." "You're saying nothing hit you?" Tolly asked, confused. "Nothing, I'm certain of it," said Menet. "Sir, if I may." "Yes, Ensign. I know the signs. I know what's coming for me. We were trained to feel for the signs in the academy, and it's not something I want to experience. Can you do me a favor?" The compartment erupted in a flash of light and rapturous noise that sent Tolly into a daze. When Tolly regained her composure, she found Soren, his arm raised towards the ensign. His hand bore an antique sidearm that had tight ribbons of smoke curling upwards from the barrel tip. In a fit of adrenaline, Tolly stood and immediately retched onto the compartment floor at her feet. The ringing in her ears, still white-hot, didn't stop her from rushing the captain and snatching the gun from his already loosened grip. "Why did you do that?" Tolly bellowed. "He was your man. You've been trying to get me to leave him behind since the beginning. Don't now switch this around. You saw it too. He was in pain. He wasn't making it out of here. You said it yourself. There aren't any hospitals in the desert." "Yes, but did you have to do it like that? He deserved better than that. You executed him in cold blood. There's no way that was legal, let alone conscionable." "It's what he was asking for," Soren argued, still sitting, his hand now wrapped around his knees as he curled against the wall. "It's what he wanted." "You're disgusting. You know that? I can't believe my sister was out with you," Tolly spat. "Take hold of your words," Soren said, and it sounded like a threat. Tolly raised the weapon, pointing the muzzle a meter from his face. "Get on with it," Soren said, his gloom returning. "I'd rather that than live in this fresh hell." Tolly's heart raced, and she felt her forefinger gripped firmly over the trigger. How she wanted to end his miserable existence, wipe the planet clean of his wickedness. But if she did, how could she live with it? She started but then stopped. Without another word, she dropped the gun on the floor and slunk back to her side of the space. The walls around her were painted with brain matter. She didn't dare look over at the ensign's doubtlessly headless corpse. She knew if she did that, she would never dig herself out of the pit that she could see Soren digging for himself. For the remaining hours of the flight, Tolly resigned herself to a shallow existence, staring at the ceiling's central lantern, flickering as the electrical current flowing through it fluctuated, or so Tolly guessed. The shipping cube came to rest in the foothills on the edge of the mountains. Far to the north, nothing but a wide expanse of sandy dunes stretched for leagues out of sight. A hot wind blew southward, shaking the small tree line of Enoch that edged the sandy plain. A gust of hot air flew into the cabin as the doors creaked open, accompanying a blast of evening light. The sun was already beginning its descent, giving the atmosphere a subtle tangerine glow. Soren stepped out of the cube before her, walking with purpose out into the open air. "What are we going to do now?" Tolly asked. "We don't have a casket." Do you expect us to just leave him here? Soren stood looking northward out onto the dunes. With his hands on his hips, his image seemed to sizzle under the beating sun. Let him lay. He's better off where he is. Let him? Are you kidding me? You shoot the man in cold blood, and now you won't so much as bury him. Bury him in what? Sand? Won't do anyone any good, unless we bury him 5 meters deep, which by the look of your gear, I don't think you have an excavator tucked away. He'll be uncovered in an hour, the way these sands are shifting. Best leave him in the box. Not likely any animal's going to be able to pry it open and scavenge him for parts. What about not an animal? The monsters. What need would they have to come out here for one pale corpse? Why not burn him then? In the past 30 hours, I've seen cities packed full of bodies, followed shortly after by hordes of unseen-before horrors, things that literally jump right out of an old vid loop. No, I'm not ruling anything out. Tolly turned and stepped back into the shipping cube, retrieving her pack and terminal. She knew how to start a fire from the weeks of survival training she had endured at the academy. Reaching into her pack, she pulled out a large field scalpel and a roll of enic-weave bandage. In a patch of sand just outside the cube's open bay door, Tolly set about stripping the bandage into tiny strips using the scalpel. Then, after she had amassed a fist-sized bundle of the stuff, she pulled out the remaining house wine. Tolly took a swig of the wine before handing it to Soren. He took a swig, then dumped the rest of its contents onto the sand at the man's feet. After pouring out a vial of potent alcohol from her pack, she held the bottle above the nest of bandage scrapings, focusing the fading sunlight until a tiny trail of smoke appeared. Quickly she added more of the bandage and blew. The fire took, and she immediately scooped up the smoldering nest on the edge of her scalpel, rushing it into the container. Much of the gore in the cabin had dried already, making lighting the fire easy. She gagged as she stepped back in, having already acclimatized to the air outside. Once the fire began to take, Tolly rushed out, not wanting to stick around. "I'm sorry, Tolly," Soren said. Tolly didn't dignify him with an answer. Instead, they took off westward, strafing the dune sea to the north while staying clear from the woods to the south. "We can't follow this route forever," she said to Soren, who was trailing several meters behind her. "Yeah, and why's that?" he said. "Desert won't go on forever. We'll hit dense woods before long." She checked a map on her terminal. The desert stretched far northward, almost to the edge of the continent and Bordeaux's northern sea. There was a symbol on the map marking her last known location. It wasn't fixed to her current location, as it should be. The symbol was instead locked onto Turnor Stadium, the place where the whole nightmare started. "You said communications stopped around midnight with your flock?" Tolly asked. Soren wasn't listening and was instead fixated on the vast, featureless expanse to the north. "Captain? Yes? Yeah, that sounds about right. Memory's a bit spotty from the crash." She stopped, letting him catch up. "Hold on," she gestured for him to stop. "You might have a concussion." She held up one finger in front of his face. "Tell me, what flock are you from?" "Cattle Heart flock." "Okay, good. And what planet are we on?" "Bordeaux. And what's my sister's name?" "Blaine." "And Blaine's last name?" Instead of answering, he paused. Looking up at her, there were tears welling in his eyes. I never asked." "Well then, you seem fine enough for now. Although we won't be able to tell for sure until we get you into a proper facility for a full brain scan. You might just be suffering a little dehydration." "Lovely," he said. Tolly stood and started off walking again. "It's Ignacio, by the way. Our last name is Ignacio." From behind her, he could hear him mutter back, "Blaine, Ignacio." Chapter 21, Beautiful Night. 3 weeks on the float. The Diggory was crippled, drifting in the dark between 2 stars. The failed attempt to evade the Mercurial had seen their rift drive take a direct hit from their new enemy's railgun. The round had shredded the drive irreparably, a wide gash in the ship's starboard hull, exposing the drive and much of the lower crew quarters and all of engineering to the void. This left them somewhere between outer sovereignty space and the vast system of Ak-Avao, though the navigation computer could not triangulate their exact location. Things weren't all bad. Saul had managed to regain control of his sullen crew in the absence of Dupal, nor anything remotely eventful. As far as everyone was concerned, they were quite literally in the same boat. Belcia still wasn't talking to him, and Saul hadn't expected much else from her. As far as he knew, in his bones he had earned her distrust. Lisa, his victim, turned hostage, turned medical patient, had glued herself to Belcia, showing little interest in mingling with the rest of her ill-begotten crewmates. Titus did speak to him, though keeping his words short, strictly restricting their interactions to the repair of the diggery, as well as the detainment of Dupal's cronies that were now packed into a makeshift brig, taking up half of the mess hall. Aiden came around to Saul's cabin every now and then, being one of the few places spared from the damage of the blast to play a few hands of cards. They talked, sure, but mainly Saul kept him around to keep his mind off of everything else. Between Aiden and Marge, the cow, who Saul had to put into a medically induced coma to survive the lack of gravity, Saul didn't seem to have many friends. Situation's still looking bleak, Aiden said, disregarding a particularly savvy hand of Saul's. Same as yesterday? Saul said, bemused. Aye, same. Just thought if I said it, things might take a sudden shift toward the divine. Aiden said, a smirk forming on his right cheek after drawing a particularly good hand. Being trapped these last few weeks, Saul had all of the man's tells catalogued. You've a pair of kings, Saul said, spotting his tell and folded, lifting his tablet to check for any updates. Shit, Calmos. Aiden spat. You can't even pretend to play through it. Saul shrugged. It was hard for him to take joy in anything these days. Maybe you need to get Titus up here for a game. Or what's that chap's name from engineering that serves under Belcia? Derek, is it? Get him in for a round. Saul ignored him. Despite his crew's indifference toward his serving as captain, he knew they still wanted little, if any, to do with him. Perhaps it was because he was captain of not much more than a dying husk of a ship. Well, Aiden said, standing, this has been a peach. Same time tomorrow. Saul nodded. For some reason, it was primarily thanks to Aiden's scheduled visits that did the most to keep him sane. When Aiden left, Saul called up a picture of his son Cole on his terminal. Switching to video recording, he let out a heavy sigh and started recording. Cole, it's me again. Not much has changed since my last, though you haven't seen that one either, so let's recap. It's now been 3 weeks since the Mercurial struck us going into rift space. We're somewhere out between the stars, likely in the very spot where I'll take my last breath. I'm so sorry, son. I regret the choices that led me here. Throughout my life, I led by the example of others. I did as they did, as I was told. In turn, I made others follow that line as well. In an attempt to break myself out of that ebb, I might have overstepped. Be that as it may, this isn't a life I want for you. I may not have been the best father. I've missed the better part of your life, and for that there's no reprieve, no way to right that wrong. The only hope I have is that you find a way to live as you wish. I want you to be free from the thumbs of others, to live by no rule but your own. I don't pray to know what that means for you, only that when it's all said and done, that sure as green old earth you rise above. You may be part my son, but I know there's your mother in there also. If the universe had offered you a chance to know her, I know you'd feel the same. I see her light in you, an incorruptible gleam. You can do great things, son. And by the time you get this recording, if ever, I hope that you can trust that despite my fallibility, I do love you. Be the best of us, Saul finished and closed the terminal. A message chimed, telling him Titus wanted to meet him on the bridge. Saul suited up in an environment suit before making his way to the bridge. The atmosphere inside the bridge had been vented just as the engineering level had, though in this case only due to a small set of fractures along a bulkhead. An almost superficial bit of damage under ordinary circumstances, it had been left unrepaired due to efforts being diverted elsewhere. In the meantime, however, the vented bridge served the perfect purpose of conducting private meetings. We've a problem, Titus said when Saul walked into the bridge. His voice came in muffled, with several skips from a faulty comms link. Yet another thing on the list of abandoned priorities. Would be stranger if we didn't, Saul said with a snort. You'll want to know this. Titus handed Saul his terminal, his thick gloved fingers covering the whole of the screen. I've had a chat with one of our detainees, which prompted me to take a look at the air recyclers. Saul took the terminal, not seeing what the initial readings meant. "They've poisoned them," Engineer Roger Derrick, Belsia's subordinate, said, having just entered the room. "Explain," Saul said, his numbness over the past couple of weeks suddenly shifting toward unamusement. "The algal soup that normally filters out O2, it's been fed a slow bleed of a synthetic cocktail over the last few weeks. Seems one of Dupal's men had some botany experience." "How were they able to affect this many of the recyclers?" Saul said, scrolling through the feed, finally making sense of the results. Titus held up a bundle of half-deflated translucent packs of fluid. "It's these packs." He handed one to Saul. Saul squished one in his fingertips, its contents leaking out in the null gravity. "The packs are filled with a saline solution, which is causing the algae to underproduce in each reproductive cycle. Essentially, they're dying out," Derrick said. "We're going to suffocate," Belsia said. "Well, that's not what I wanted to hear," Saul said. "How long do we have?" "The better part of a week, maybe more," Derrick said. "You're joking," Saul spat. "Sure as green old earth," Titus said. "So why are we all here then?" Saul said. "Shouldn't we be working on solving the issue?" "That's precisely why we're here, sir," Belsia said, stepping into the room with reluctant emphasis on the "sir." "You got us into this mess. I've run the simulations and my hands are tied. There's nothing more for it on my end." "Titus, ideas?" Saul asked. "None, Captain. We're dead in the water," he said. "Sir, if I may," Derrick said. "Please," Saul gestured to the man. "We might not be able to do anything about the scrubbers or the damage to the ship's drives." "Where are you going with this, Derrick?" Saul said. "Like Titus said, we're dead in the water. If you'll allow it, some of us would like the chance to explain ourselves. You see, some of us have families back in Sov space. I, for one, don't want them to suffer for my part in all this. Let us send a message back home and assume the blame, or even just to say goodbye." Saul's heart sank. He had hoped for a plan, some miracle that would right their course and fix their ship. Maybe they were right. Maybe all they needed to do now was to lay down and accept their fate. "After that's done," Titus said before Saul had a chance to reply, "I've instructed Belsia here to find a way to most effectively scuttle the ship. No sense sitting here waiting to suffocate to death. Make it quick, painless." Belsia nodded. "It's been done. The reactor's been rigged. So have the auxiliary generators in the crew quarters and mess areas. I've also gone ahead and placed some shape charges on the outer hull of the damaged areas of the ship. Maximum coverage, there should be nothing left to salvage. And the rest of the crew, they're unaware of all this," Saul hoped. "I for sure wasn't told," Aiden said, patching into the room's wall screen. "Would have been nice to know that we were as far fucked as we are." "Aiden," Titus chimed in, "I made the choice to not include you in this, least not until the captain was brought in the know." "Funny, you still think of me as your captain after all I've done," Saul said, defeated. "For worse, you're all we've got," Belsia said. "She's right. You're still our captain," Aiden said. "You say so, and we end this." Saul considered that. "Seems there's no better time than now for an announcement," Saul said, and opened a ship-wide channel. "Crew of the Diggory, this is your captain," he began, though noticing Belsia had already turned to leave without another word. "I have failed you, make no mistake. I know this to be true. But short of suffering the endless black while hunger takes us, we have decided a quick end be best. A few have asked, however, that before we cause ourselves to fade, that we first be given a chance to write back to those whom we have wronged, those we love, and those who beg for closure." Saul typed a command in his terminal. "I have unlocked the communications laser for general use. Let your loved ones know whose fault it is in all this. And be no mistake, that fault is mine and mine alone. Tell the quarter it was me who led you astray, and beg that no wrongs be dealt against you at my folly. You have my most sullen apologies, little good that may do. May the gods look kindly upon each and every one of you. You deserved so much better." Saul ended the broadcast to see those still crowded around him, clapping silently in the microgravity. He smiled at this. Maybe if he had at least done one thing right in all this mess, he hoped it would be this. 3 hours later, Saul, Aiden, and Titus were seated in the mess, along with a smattering of other crew members. Well, shall we? Aiden said. Titus typed a command into his terminal, sending the detonation codes over to Saul. All that's left is pushing the big red button, as it were, Titus said. Saul sighed. And everyone's got a message out. Yep, just finished the last of them, Belcia said, sitting down on the bench beside him. While we're young, Aiden said sardonically. Saul hesitated a moment, wishing for some miracle. Captain, Derek said, rushing into the room. Captain, wait. We're about to hit. Just as Derek reached them, the diggery whined and slammed. Saul was knocked clear out of his seat, and he could see several other crew members struggling to grab hold of something in the microgravity. What in old hell is that? Titus barked. That's what I was trying to say, Derek said, now clutching a bleeding gash in his forehead. Starboard proximity sensors, LiDAR, everything is out. We just impacted something that I only barely got a tertiary glimpse off of neighboring sensors. We hit something, Saul said, confused. He knew that anything this far out in deep space usually meant solid, jagged rock that would otherwise have hit with such overwhelming force as to rip the diggery into pieces. That's just it, Derek said. It's not a natural formation. We hit something smooth, going roughly along the same trajectory as our own vessel, though at a slight magnitude slower. A ship, Belcia said, checking readings on his terminal. Well, isn't that divine? Aiden said. Belcia, do we know where it came from? Saul asked, skipping straight over the crew's amusement. No transponder, no hull insignia, no outer markings of any kind, visual or in any spectrum. Belcia said, if Derek hadn't been looking, I doubt we'd ever known it was there. Derek, anything you can add? No, Captain. Whole thing's black as night, he said. Hang on, there is this. Derek flicked a reading from his terminal up on a wall screen. The readout showed a faint debris trail extending out from a complex structure embedded in the side of the ship's starboard hull. Is that a power station? Belcia said, thinking out loud. Sure as Earth was green, Titus said, who up until this point had been silently nursing a swollen knee. Seems this ship had taken a similar hit to our own, though it looks like it impacted its power generation station, being a different configuration than the diggery, however long ago that may have been. Belcia said, studying the readings, I doubt this thing is even human-made. That's because it's not. Aiden said, it's Kizabar, and a warship at that. Saul raised his eyebrow at Aiden's sudden insight. Aiden shrugged, read about their design in my training days, back when war with them seemed a bit more likely. Their capabilities far outpace ours. That may be, Saul said, but what good does that do us? 2 broken ships won't save us. Captain, if I may. Perhaps they do, Derek interjected. Saul gave him a nod to proceed. From the state of our ship, we know we lack the necessary components to repair both our engine and our environmental systems. And our hull has suffered far too much damage at this point to patch outside of space dock. And from the outside, the Kizabar warship's drives appear to be intact, though lacking any sort of power generation to fuel it. Belcia interrupted. You're saying 2 ships can make one, Saul said. In simplest terms, yeah, Derek said. Send over a boarding party, find out what can be found. If it's our fate to die in the black here and now, so be it. But I'll be damned if we do it before exploring all options. Aye, sir, Titus said, already moving to leave the mess hall, several crewmates in tow. And Belcia, and whoever else you need, begin dismantling the power station, leaving it only as intact as needed to keep us breathing over here. Have someone port the grower vats over as well, and all non-essential systems. Personal items will be left until last if there's enough air to spend bringing them over. Saul paused. Which reminds me, Derek, you and Aiden, ensure there exists a functional analogue to our own algal systems over on the warship. Seems little point to going through all this effort if we're just going to suffocate to death on the other end. The crew set about patching and repairing the damaged systems of the Kizabar warship, a flurry of workers flying about over the ship's exoskeleton with plasma cutters and torches. Over the span of 32 sleepless hours, they managed to restore both the power station and air recyclers, which turned out to run off a fast-producing fungi-like creature, as well as most minor systems. Well, Saul said, standing on the dimly lit bridge several decks inwards of their newly restored warship, this certainly took a turn in a direction I didn't see over any horizon." "You're shitting yourself if you'd say otherwise," Aiden said. "Which reminds me, before you sit yourself in that captain's chair, you sure you're the one to do it?" "He's a point," Titus said. "Now that things aren't so bleak, should you be the one that leads us?" Saul was surprised, but saw their point. After all his mistakes, should he have the privilege of the job? "He's still our captain," Belcia said over bulletin from engineering. "Short of another mutiny, he's still got rank on all of us. If we lose our ideals now, might as well consign ourselves to the black anyways." "My vote is for Calmus," Lisa said, stepping into the screen beside Belcia. "He's a known quantity. Next closest thing we have is Aiden, and damned if I'd trust him farther than I could throw him." "I resent that," Aiden said. "Besides, he's been nothing but honest since everything went sideways." Lisa continued. "I'm for the captain," said Derek and Sergeant Gall in unison. Titus nodded his approval. Aiden shrugged. Saul felt a wash of relief but said nothing. He knew nothing he could say would do their approval justice. Instead, Saul sat down and positioned the ancient-looking terminal in front of himself. "Seems our new ship needs a name," Aiden said. "If this translation is accurate, its name is Hand of the Devout," said Titus. "Sucks," Aiden said. "Captain, any ideas?" Titus asked. "We found her, a mirage in the black. Let's call her the Bête Noire," Saul said. "Betty," Aiden scoffed. "I like it." "What language is that?" Derek asked. "Something old, like her." Saul grinned. "Names aside, what do you want to do with the diggery?" Belcia said on screen. "Well, we've already made a pretty convincing case for our deaths to anyone who might come looking, and she's already rigged to blow," Aiden said. "Do it," Saul ordered before adding, "As far as the wider universe is concerned, we're dead men now." Titus activated the destruction command on his terminal. On screen, the diggery shuttered, then annihilated in a blinding flash, vaporizing most of its structure into component atoms before overwhelming the Betty's sensors. When the sensor feed returned, an empty void stood where their home had been. The ship Saul and many of his crew had spent much of the critical years of their lives in had vanished as if it had been nothing short of a phantom. "What now?" asked Ensign Derek. "Sir," Titus said, "seems the Betty's star charts are more robust than the diggery's. I'm showing an outpost system close by that seems undiscovered by the sovereignty. It's also reading as abandoned, though it doesn't explain any further. Might be our best chance at a resupply without getting shot at or impounded." Saul thought for a moment. This seemed a bit too convenient. Though without any other avenue to follow, he opted to ride the only wake they had. "Chart a course. This empty bit of space has me bored nearly to death," Saul said. "But does the system have a name?" Aiden asked, a sardonic smile stretched across his face. "No," Titus said. "My vote's for Moby if we're sticking to that nautical theme." Saul smirked. "Moby it is." The Betty's projectors fired. A rift opened and swallowed their new warship as they leapt through. Chapter 22, Southwoods. 3 hours in, and Tolly's feet were already swollen. For the last half, the two had been walking through thick deadfall, scattered trunks of fallen enoch stalks strewn about the forest floor. Tolly guessed the height of the enoch to be averaging 10 meters, making the section of growth they walked through only around 2 weeks since it had experienced its last wildfire. Tolly stepped over a wide stalk without noticing what was behind it. Her running shoe came down into a pool of ashen mud, sucking the shoe right from her foot when she tried to tug it free. Her sock came down into the puddle next. She let out a long, belabored sigh. "Need a hand?" Soren said, following up behind her. It had been hours since he last spoke. Tolly had thought about striking up a conversation with him, but it had seemed like he was mulling things over. She had decided she better leave him to it. "Oh yes. Thanks." She proffered her hand to him, and he hoisted her out. The sock on her left foot disappeared into the mud. He picked her up in his arms. He was surprisingly strong and let her down on the nearest patch of wood that wasn't also coated in mud. "You stay here, I'll get your sock," he said, and to Tolly's surprise, he flashed one of his trademark smiles. "You seem bright," she said. In the back of her mind, all she could think was, he must still be in shock. "Thanks." He offered back a soggy, mud-covered sock. "I had some time to think. We are lucky, and that's saying something. I wouldn't be surprised if we were the last living humans on this rock. Makes you think, doesn't it? That's a surprisingly optimistic way to look at it, she supposed. How's the head? Tolly asked. Oh, I'm sure it was just too much sun, like you said. I'll be fine. Hopefully we can find some water soon. Or maybe something to eat. Tolly's mouth was dry and cracked, and she found herself wishing she hadn't dumped out the last of her wine back near the cube. Here, she said as she sat down. She rifled through her pack and picked out a pair of apples, offering one to Soren. Gods, thank you. He sat down on a log opposite her. He took a large bite of his that made a satisfying thwack. He finished his apple far ahead of her, and Tolly offered him another. This is the last one, you hear? He nodded and made another crunch. I really don't see why we've headed into the forest, Soren said between bites. From what I've seen about the land out here is that it's pockmarked with near-constant wildfires. That's mostly true, although the fires aren't as frequent as that. You could expect an area to not see a wildfire for up to a month on average, in optimal conditions. It's the other things in the wilds that you have to work about. Sorry, but what can be worse than packs of rolling infernos that constantly roam around the continent, never fading? You make them sound like beasts, she said. Although it is true that the fires can often last for years, eventually they run themselves into a bottleneck or run to the edge of the continent, running out of fuel to burn. If that's the case, why doesn't someone just cut off the fire from the fuel source? Do a little preemptive burning, he asked. It's been tried. Not long after the first colony was founded here, controlled burns were attempted, she said, remembering back to that particular lecture at the academy. Problem is, the Enic burns too uncontrollably, too quickly. Every attempt at a controlled burn ended up starting another wildfire. He nodded. And you say there's something worse out here? Sure is. The rain. Wait. It rains out here? He looked puzzled. Then why are there so many fires? As I said, Enic burns uncontrollably. When a section of the forest goes up, it burns so hot that it dries out the surrounding area before reaching it. Hell, I've even seen fires go on burning in a full monsoon, to say nothing about a bit of light rain. And the rain's a bad thing? With the rain brings wet earth, and where there's wet earth, there's mudslides, he said before she could finish. It felt evident that he was remembering some connection between her and a mudslide. She certainly was. Then if that's not it, there are insects, mostly Terran species, that have adapted to the climate in unpredictable ways. Somehow the early colonists brought mosquitoes with them, likely by accident. Those hellspawn have made it to every world we've visited, one way or another, he said, happy about the shift in subject. Not like this, you don't. Without any natural or otherwise introduced predators, mosquitoes have grown. Some can get up to as thick as an apple. We have had protective electromagnetic fields, preventing them from entering the cities and the valley, but there's no such protection out here. Even the firecrawlers had protection against them. Yeesh, I wouldn't want to see what else this planet can think up. It's not all bad. Some of the insects that stowed away long ago turned into pretty marvelous things. The pond skimmers, an offshoot of the Terran dragonfly, are my particular favorite. So, fires, floods, plagues of fruit-sized insects, what else do we have to look forward to? He smiled sardonically. Starving. I've got a bit of sausage and some bread in my pack, but after that… Perfect. Tolly nodded. Where are we headed then? Surely there has to be a reason for heading into this place. God's willing, we'll head along the mountain range to the south here, she said, pointing at a marked spot on her terminal. We can stick closer to the mountains, staying clear of the thicker woods to the north. Areas like that are more likely to burn. Then we'll pass back over the mountains here. Her finger traced across the map, stopping at a point where the mountains seemed to split. Then, following on south, she tapped at a marker several kilometers past the mountains. A day's hike from the pass will lead us here, to Malfjorda Research Station. Be there any luck left in the world, there is where we'll find a ride out of here. Doesn't seem like we have any other choice then. Sure, lead on, Captain. You and Blaine had it tough growing up, eh? After your father left, Soren asked after several hours of tight-roping through deadfall in silence. Tolly's feet had finally dried, and she could feel the back of her neck burning. The section of forest they walked through had trunks that stretched nearly 40 feet above the deadfall. Tolly knew that that meant this patch was overdue for its next blaze. "You hungry?" she asked, stopping to take a look at her tablet. "No," he said, still full up from those apples. "I don't suppose you have some water hidden away in that sack?" "Not that lucky. Hadn't thought to bring any. Figures I remembered the wine, though." He shrugged and leaned against a particularly gnarled tree. The trunk was twisted, having grown out of and around several layers of deadfall before it straightened out overhead. Soren knelt against the bark, working his back up and down as he tried to catch an itch. "Need help?" she smiled. "Nope, just got it. Bitch of a rash has been plaguing me since the sand." He straightened. "You never did answer my question." "Damn, still no signal. You'd think there'd be a beacon, a broadcast, an errant transponder out here, something." Tolly looked up from her terminal. "Question?" "I asked," he said, bending to scratch again. "I asked about your upbringing. Must have been hard, no?" "You asked about Blaine," she snorted. She knew he was trying, so she continued. "It was hard at times, sure. But Blaine did all the heavy lifting. She was great that way, you know? She kept me clothed, fed in school, a lot of good that did. She let me be a kid. I only knew her 5 days before, well, you know." He paused, trying to steer the conversation away from that dark corner. "But I knew then that she was special." "That's not the top of it. That woman would put the gods to shame. And to be honest, I'm sure she is right now, putting them to shame." Soren chuckled. "I'm not kidding," she continued. "Blaine had a sort of steel heart. She was warm when she needed to be. But damn, was she hard. I couldn't get away with anything growing up with her. I saw the way she worked that poor girl at the cafe. What was her name?" "Lola," she said uncomfortably loud. Realizing she was likely dead now, she felt a tinge of guilt at the back of her throat. "Yeah, her. Poor Lola." Soren seemed to be thinking the same thing. He scratched his back on the bark again. Tolly realized that this was the first good look she had at him since yesterday in the Élysée. His hair was ruffled with what looked like a grease stain. The torn naval jacket, once pearl white, was now blood-stained and slung over one shoulder. Trousers, shredded halfway down his calf, must have caught on a branch miles back. The bloody scab underneath was long since dried. His sole was missing on his right boot, giving the impression that his boots of choice were more ceremonial than they were practical. Come to think of it, she wasn't much better off. Her torn, blood-soaked shirt had been baked in the late afternoon sun, itching her skin as she walked. It was obvious to her that she would have to ditch it soon. Soren noticed her admiring her own shirt and tossed his jacket over to her. "Here," he said. "It's a bit dirty, but it'll do better than what you have on." He turned and headed several meters away to relieve himself. Tolly slipped off her top, discarding it into the deadfall before putting on the jacket. It was warmer than it should be for a planet with a high average temperature like Bordeaux. "You wear this thing on purpose?" she said, squirming in the heat. "You'll get used to it. Besides, that jacket has seen me through a lot," he said as he walked back after rubbing up against another trunk. "God's sake, you can't be that itchy. Lift your shirt, let me see." He raised an eyebrow before capitulating. "Well," she began with a cringe, "it's not terrible." He dropped his shirt with a startle. "Not terrible?" She shrugged. "It's infected. Your rash, I mean." "A rash? Is it bad?" "No, but you really should stop making friends with the woods before you break the skin." He nodded. "And," she said, reaching into her bag, "sorry, but it looks like I'm out of antibiotics." "Well, I'm sure Malfjorda will have something," he said, shrugging it off. A blip sounded on Tolly's terminal. "Hold on, what's that?" Soren asked. "It's faint, but I think it's a distress blast," she said. The signal pulse lasted for only a few seconds before fading. Tolly tapped on the spot on a map where it had been to mark its location. "That's just west of here," Soren said, pointing at the screen. "Yeah, it looks to be just 4 kilometers out. Should we check it out?" "Malfjorda's due south," he rebutted. "True, but there's no one else around. Someone could be hurt. If we don't check it out, likely no one will," Tolly argued. He put up a half-hearted fight before giving in. The two set off west into the deeper forest. Tolly knew that the further they were from the mountains, the further away from safety they were. at least in respect to the fires. But like she said, if they didn't help, who would? Several kilometers after the pair veered northwards, they came across a glacial lake. They walked eastwards on the water's edge, heading still north, guided only by gaps in the trees and the occasional blip from Tolly's terminal. Just on the outside of a clearing, Soren stopped Tolly, a firm grip on her shoulder, partially compressing her collarbone. "Stop," he said. "Hear that?" Tolly listened. There were the sounds of insects, their wings beating as they whisked by, the waters of the lake calmly wrapped on the shoreline. Wind rustled the inic fronds, but nothing else. "No," she said. "Listen, really listen." Between gusts of wind, when the leaves were granted a few seconds of respite, there was a noise. A faint whisper of a wail seemed to echo through the trunks. It was a boy, calling for help, screaming as if he were in some sort of agony. Tolly tried moving towards the sound as Soren's grip tightened. "We don't know what it is. We can't go running after it." "Sure, but what if someone needs help? Delaying will only make it worse for them." "You heard it, I heard it. Means someone else or something else will have heard it too. I won't let you. Blaine wouldn't have let you." "Blaine's not here," she growled, prying at his hand. "Now let me go." She broke free and stumbled ahead and out of the clearing. "Tolly, wait," Soren called, rushing after her. As they neared the sound, it grew louder. The cries were from an adolescent human, Tolly was sure. She was also convinced that whoever this person was would soon alert the whole forest to their whereabouts. "Hurry," she called to Soren. "If we don't shut down that noise, someone else will." The pair crashed out of the trees into view of the whaler, and Tolly recognized him immediately. "Connor," she rushed over to find him clutching his ankle. "Tolly, oh thank gods, Tolly," he screeched. "Connor, how the hell?" He was filthy, covered in ash and bits of frond. Tolly looked over at Soren, who had an aghast look on his face. Soren pointed up, directing her attention to the broken fronds above them. Somehow Connor had fallen through the canopy several meters above and lived. She didn't have to touch it to know that his ankle was broken. Although there was no bone protruding through the skin, the whole area had turned a shade of purple. "Connor," she said, kneeling beside him. "Connor, I have to reset the bone." Connor looked at her, agony still raining on his face. With his teeth clenched, he gave her his nod of approval. "Soren, come here. I need you to hold his leg." Soren stood in mild shock, staring at Connor, a boy he had just met for the first time. "Soren, Connor, Soren," she said. "Now get over here." Soren and Tolly held Connor still, while Tolly forced his ankle back into place. She had to shove several times and had started to worry she was doing more damage than good. But finally, with a loud pop, the bone righted itself. Just as the bone popped in, Connor passed out from the pain. "Right. Now what?" Soren sighed and took a seat in the dirt. I don't know," she admitted. "He's better off than the ensign, but—" "Stow it. There will be no more killing here," she said, anticipating his next thought. "He's going to slow us down." Soren was only being frank, and she knew that. She could understand that. With all they had been through in the last few days, it was easy to take it all in, to become the violence. She shuddered at the thought. "Let him," she said. "Let him slow us down. He's family. He's the only family I have left. I thought I'd lost him with Blaine, and here he is deep in the woods. It can't be a coincidence." "You're right." Tolly looked at Soren, confused. He continued, "You're right that it can't be a coincidence. You're right that this kid showing up here is out of the ordinary. Look up. Do you see those bent fronds, those broken bows? How did he start up there and end up all the way down here?" "He wouldn't have jumped," Tolly said, matter of fact. "He wouldn't have jumped," he affirmed. "Then why? How?" "He was chased." "He was chased," he said. "He was hunted, more like. And by what, you ask? The very same monsters that led us out here?" Soren tossed his arms in the air, exhausted by his own words. "If he was chased, then they know he's down here," Tolly said, finally following. "Which means they are on their way as we stand around their afternoon meal." He stood ready to leave. "We can't just leave him here." Tolly felt as if she was torn between two widening trunks, each growing in an opposite direction. She could feel an all-too-familiar indecision welling up in her, grounding her next to her friend. She tried to stand, but just couldn't leave. Soren, I can't. He looked down at her, obfuscated by her denial. She could see the same indecision pooling behind his eyes. She wondered if it was a promise, spoken or not, he made to her sister, or whether it was due to a more vague sense of duty. Either way, he knelt beside Connor. Without a word, Soren hoisted the broken Connor across his shoulders. Come on then, he said to her. Chapter 23, Kanagawa. Consider this, Captain Felder began, his rigid face showing cracks of agony. Before he could speak any more, Miran cut him off. Captain, how dare you? She spat. It was one thing for events out of her control to spiral as they did, but for her own subordinate to disregard her direct orders as he just had. Matriarch, if you'll allow me to, he said, trying to get a word past her firewall. Allow you to, what? Derelict the orders I explicitly laid out for you. Tell me, Captain, she said, highlighting his rank, are you the one with the burden of leadership? No, Matriarch, he said, apprehensive. Then, pray tell, what is so important that you would risk court-martial in spite of it? She chewed. We have been studying your engagement with the enemy, he said, not wasting any time. I believe I have a way to strike back at the enemy. Miran felt that was too good to be true, but she had questions first. Captain, the support fleet? Safe and gone from here, he assured her. My ship met them on the edges of the system and led them out to safe jump distance. They have orders to jump for Laval and then on to Gannon. They are to await you there. Await me? Surely you mean await us. Not if my plan works, he said. Okay, Captain, I'll bite. After leading the support fleet to safety, the Hammerfist and several willing vessels have sped to meet you. We have dropped out a safe distance behind you, though I should warn you about incoming rift wake that will catch you in the next few minutes. Miran checked the telemetry on her terminal. 11 ships were now trailing 1 light hour behind hers, with the Hammerfist at the central point of the formation. And the damage your little jump has on the planet ahead of us? Miran said, concerned. That will be of little importance if our plan takes effect, he clarified. We mean to make one last jump. Dropping us out on top of the enemy just as they reach atmosphere should force them down the well. If we're lucky, it will pound them into the sand. Miran let out an exasperated sigh. An attack like that would surely hurt their enemy, but would have catastrophic consequences on the world below. There was a reason an act like this is considered unthinkable. But seeing as how the population of the planet and all those she cared for left down there were most certainly beyond reproach, she caught herself leaning in his direction. I will not excuse your discretion in dereliction of your duty, Captain. I understand, he confirmed, and under any conceivable circumstance, I would not condone any action such as the one you are proposing. She saw the man lament at this. She wavered for a moment, thinking about the numbers she lost in the past few hours. So inane was the volume of it all that she found herself desperate for Soren's timely advice. Of all the years she spent kneading him with the ways of leadership, it was him who had been teaching her to retain her calm humanity. Her eyes welled at the thought of never seeing him again, the finality of it all. She took a deep breath before finally she continued, But the matter we find ourselves living through is so far gone from conceivable, she said. Captain, you have authorization. Confirmed, Matriarch, he said, a smile on his lips. Miran thought that self-sacrifice was an odd thing to be smiling about. From all of us here, you have done your flock proud. Hail the herd, Miran said, standing, her fist raised up in salute. Godspeed, Matriarch, he said as the connection dropped. What now? Said Captain Dinesh, echoing the disquiet of his watchstanders. Now we hope, said Miran, and of the planet. Surely any left down there will be cast into far more terrible a fate. Captain Dinesh questioned. We'll just have to assume that the enemy was correct, that all of our citizens were now lost to us. She thought of General Gerard and his dwindling forces, though she knew they were beyond help now. Captain, open a wideband to any survivors, she ordered. If there's anyone left alive in the valley, I want to know. The watchstanders busied themselves opening channels and broadcasting distress pings. Over the next several minutes, all attempts came up empty. What about the Spire elevator's orbital station? Miran asked. Nothing, answered another watchstander. Shit, Miran said, finally retaking her seat in exasperation. There wasn't anything left for her to do but wait for Captain Felder's and the Hammerfist's plan to be enacted. Until then, she was helpless. 29 long minutes later, a general bulletin from the Hammerfist opened on the wall screen ahead of her. Miran leaned forward. "Friends of the flock," Captain Felder said, "I count myself in good graces having spent my life amongst you. That and all of my crew. We have been privileged to call ourselves family to you. We take this leap now, not for hubris, but to give those escaping this nightmare a fighting chance. I ask only that those strong people that do this now be remembered. For the herd." "For the herd," the watchstanders aboard the Hammerfist called out in unison as the connection dropped. Without further delay, the Hammerfist and its escort ships dropped out of existence, passing into a rift. "Telemetry shows the Hammerfist has entered rift," a watchstander near Miran confirmed. "It's done then," Miran said. Seconds later, a rift opened above Bordeaux's atmosphere, just above the enemy ships who had only just arrived in orbit. The Hammerfist and its escorts pushed their way back into real space and immediately dumped speed to relative zero. The wake caused by this maneuver tore the Hammerfist and the other vessels apart, sending a shower of debris and enormous wake squarely on top of the waiting enemy ships. With no time to respond, the enemy vessels careened into each other as they were forced down into the planet's atmosphere, tumbling as they did like logs in a torrent. The central ships in the enemy formation, along with what Miran presumed was their flagship, broke apart and added to the gathering hailstorm of debris. Ships on the perimeter were spared much of the blast. They instead remained intact, rolling outward and slamming into Risen's outer districts and farmland. The city's central core was flattened almost immediately. Erupting with the force of a comet fall, the spire, having been missed by the bulk of falling ships, took several direct hits from errant debris and ejecta, tossed up from the surface. The elevator that had extended out of the top of the spire broke apart, shattering as it did, its accompanying orbital station severing its anchor point prematurely as it drifted lazily out of geostationary orbit. From deep within the city's lower levels, several eruptions opened up the earth that contained them. Several dozen fusion reactors, which had at one time supplied the city's citizens and industry. Breaking containment conveyed an outburst of earth and structural components into the air, along with powerful EMPs. As the discharges reached the Dream's sensors, all telemetry suddenly went silent. Miran found herself on her feet again, standing less than a meter from the bridge's primary wall screen. "Well, that was something," Captain Danesh admitted from over her shoulder. Miran nodded. She had no words and doubted that there were any to describe this. All land inside the valley was now either on fire or pummeled into dust. All life along with it. Inside the valley. "Captain, expand the range of the wideband. See if we can't find anyone else outside the valley," she ordered. "Right," said the captain, snapping back to duty. After several minutes, telemetry returned to reveal a cloud of settling ash and dust in the city, pockmarked with the vague outlines of ship bows embedded in the earth. "Matriarch," a watchstander said after several more minutes. "I'm showing 3 unique signals across the continent outside the valley." "Tell me," Miran urged. "One is Vasa, on the coast, matching Ha Alteretla of a Mayamo house. The second is coming from Malfjorda Research Outpost in the southwest. And the third?" "The third is registering as Captain Djukovic's personal distress signal." Having been rendered numb by the enormity of the last few hours, Miran almost didn't register this information. "Wait," she halted. "Repeat that last." "Matriarch," Captain Danesh interjected. "It's Soren." Chapter 24, Baited Hook. Midnight winds rustled the innic fronds overhead as the sunlight seemed to rest on the horizon. The sun had just set out of view, darkening the sky to a pale glow, never fully setting without the high mountains of Risen Valley to block them. Tolly moved quickly, keeping ahead of Soren and by extension an unconscious Connor. She would move through the muddy swathes of ground, stepping nimbly over fallen half-scorched trunks and ducking under low-hung fronds in order to survey ahead. "Don't stray too far," Soren called to her. "Need a second to rest?" "No, Connor's fine, just dead weight. Besides, my shoulders went numb a kilometer ago." "Lucky you're here then." "It's nice to have someone to carry your baggage," she said, sardonically smiling before trotting off ahead again. They continued on through the warren of tangled fronds and fallen trunks, the same that they'd come through before. They knew their footsteps this time, more easily finding placement on the crisscrossed trunks as they moved, despite the added load of Connor. It wasn't until 30 minutes in that Tolly noticed something felt off. She had a strange feeling in the backs of her knees, some itch she just couldn't scratch. She stopped, rummaged through her bag, and came up empty. "Odd," she said. "Odd, is it?" Soren said, lightly panting as he came up behind her. He flexed his shoulders, shifting Connor's weight around to a more comfortable bearing. "Yes, odd. Something isn't sitting well with me. Maybe it's the lack of water, but I just know something is off. It's as if there is this nagging voice standing right behind, right beneath me." "I know what you mean. I've felt it too," Soren admitted, though I just as quickly assumed it was exhaustion getting the better of me. She cocked her head, staring off into the distance from behind where they had just come. She could feel it, almost as if something was there, standing in stark daylight, but there nonetheless. She strained her eyes, trying to see if she could see something. Anything. There was nothing. "Well," she said, rolling the pack back over her shoulder, "we might as well continue." The crack of a branch echoed throughout the silent wood. The two of them gawked at the direction of the noise, unsure what to do. Well," Soren started to say. Tolly shushed him. A frond not 10 meters away shifted and bent as if displaced momentarily. "No," Tolly muttered, just as a shape materialized. What was once empty space fractured and shimmered, filling in a roughly humanoid form. "Get out of here," she whispered to Soren. "Take Connor, go now." Soren took a few steps backwards before turning to sprint southward, without another word. The figure continued materializing, taking on the uncomfortably familiar visage of black armor Tolly had seen 2 nights before, although this one appeared to be solitary and unarmed. Its arms hung to its sides, and it made no attempt to raise them in response to her presence. It seemingly did not attempt to react to her at all. The figure just stared at her from behind its featureless helmet that glinted in the sunlight. A cold sweat began to form on the back of Tolly's neck. The figure stayed motionless, as if watching her. She stood statue still and thought about turning, about running as quickly as she could towards Soren and Connor. She knew right away that that was a mistake. The figure was large, and she guessed it could easily catch her. No matter how long she ran, and no matter how far, she would eventually tire, and she couldn't risk Soren, who, with Connor in tow, moved much slower. Their only hope was if she could lead the figure away from them. Just as she turned to run, she noticed movement in the trees to her right. Far off, something was sprinting, heading straight for her. She turned and saw another equally blurry shape bounding at her from the opposite side, perpendicular to where the black figure still stood. Her heart pounding in her chest, she stumbled off towards Soren before altering her course a few degrees westward. She would run. She was sure of it. But she was damned if she was going to lead them to her friends. Bounding over fallen trunks and narrowly avoiding the swamped forest floor, she ran. She ran faster than she had ever before. With expert footing, she launched herself from bough to bough, not missing a step. A deep fear was eating at the skin on the back of her skull. She knew if she stopped, she would die, knowing that it would be the last mistake she would ever make if one foot went out of place. Adrenaline surged through her, dominating her. Far behind her, fronds lashed and bark crumpled in the wake of her pursuers, though she didn't dare stop to look. Run. Running is all she could think of. Run or die. She didn't know how far she had run or for how long, but when Tolly began to tire, her mind managed to catch up with her. The adrenaline that had been rocketing through her had faded, and the fear started to roll back in. Slowing to just faster than a jog, she turned to look back. The sounds of her pursuers had faded away. For a moment, she thought her luck hadn't left her, that she had outrun the outrunnable. She was wrong. As if on cue, 2 sleek grey humanoid figures exploded out of the underbrush from where she had come. The world shrank away, and death called out to her on the horizon. An old friend. She smiled grimly, not bothering to increase the pace of her walk. Instead, she looked ahead to a forest at rest. It was a place so alien to her as the things chasing her were. Sure, she had grown up here on the other side of the mountains, but she was closed off from the true alienation of the place. The forest existed to die, to grow, to thrive, but ultimately to wither in fiery agony. She could see it now for what it was, a reflection of her life. It was reckless while being nurtured and closed off from what happened elsewhere in the universe. Sunlight began to break through the thick fronds overhead. Insects billowed a chorus of chirps, clicks, and whines as they lived out their short, ignorant existence. A sense of calm washed over her, and it seemed like the light had increased to a crescendo of radiance. Finally, committing to her fate, she let her feet misstep, nearly tripping herself as she did so. She shuffled almost lazily through a section of low-hanging fronds, falling out into an unexpectedly wide clearing. The space before her stretched a city block across. Half sunk in an ebony pool at its center sat an overturned firecrawler, the Perun covered in craggy roots and sun-baked mud. Behind her, the nightmare things eked closer. The sounds of snapping branches scraped at her ear-tips. It was then that she decided to live. Chapter 25, Call of the Void. Hand over hand, Tolly clambered at the ladder rung of the overturned firecrawler's top-level scaffolding. She reached, pulling herself up and onto the grated platform that sat at a slight angle suspended above a muddy depression in the earth below. The stale stink of sun-baked mud percolated through the grating, a familiar smell for Tolly. Laying on her back, Tolly's hair draped through the grated floor as she rested. At the back of her mind, she knew she should get up, sprint, run, live. All she wanted, all she ever wanted to do now, was rest. From across the field, the rapture of footsteps begged closer. Tolly could see through the barred walls of the scaffolding what that meant. Two of the monsters that had plagued her everywhere she went ever since the loop tunnel 2 days ago. And now there they were, the same pearlescent silver beasts. They were almost beautiful if one could ignore their gnashing teeth and wild, domineering arms swinging with every stride. They ran shoulder to shoulder, never looking at each other. Instead, they focused their gaze or lack of eyes on their path ahead, on the firecrawler, and on her. She was uneasy with her sudden return to the Perun. She hadn't recalled the valley they left the Perun in during the night of the storm, but she'd thought it wasn't the one they were in now. Maybe the Perun was swept up in the mud flows. Tolly had heard stories of the flows taking smaller vehicles, airships, hell, even a research station or two, but never a firecrawler. Firecrawlers, as far as she knew, were designed to stay put in a storm through sheer mass and brutish stubbornness. For all Tolly knew, it had been carried in the flows. Or more likely, she'd misread the maps that led her here. Either way, the Perun was here, and so was she. And so were they. Enough waiting to die, Tolly decided she'd let the hounds catch up enough. She worked herself to her feet. Her bones ached, muscles bruised, and her vision cut in and out. She was starving, parched, but damned if she was going to be eaten alive. Working an outer hatch of the Perun, she managed to pry it open with her fingers. Had the firecrawler still been operable, upright and powered, the magnetic locks would have prevented her from doing so. But as the current state of the crawler was little more than a mangled wreck, she popped the hatch open with ease. Hoisting herself up inside the command deck, she slammed the hatch closed after her. It wouldn't stop the creatures much if they had any sense to them, but it just felt wrong to leave it open. The command deck still bore swathes of mud, coating every console from where it had burst through the front windscreen. Shards of quartzite glass littered the baked mulch like nuts in a breakfast loaf. They crunched under her feet as she walked. She stepped over to her command console and crumbled mud off of the central screen. Staying in the command deck was indefensible, but maybe she might be able to get some telemetry, some sense of what was going on in the world outside. She had to act fast since the creatures would reach the scaffolding momentarily. The console screen was dark. Since the core had been ejected, the main power supply had gone. Instead, Tolly ripped open a panel at the console's base. She pulled the console's induction power supply free and instead jammed her terminal in its place. With her terminal acting as a power supply, the console booted to life. Guten Morgen, Kapitan, wie geht's? The console read before she switched the language to Federation Basic. Old Groen had spoken his family language, which she'd never put in the time to learn. She hadn't even had time as captain to switch it to her language. She tapped the screen and noted her terminal was only showing her battery at a third of a full charge. She queried the console for local telemetry and was shown a readout, however fuzzy with sections incomplete or outright missing, of the surrounding valley. The clearing extended in an almost even perimeter around the Perun, with the first trees starting at 200 feet away. The trees that did grow just out of that range were notably stunted, twisted, and otherwise dwarfed by the surrounding forest. Odd, she thought, but instead she queried a list of other operable systems. Bulletins out, she mused to herself, scrolling through the rest of the systems, locomotion too. Reactor data was missing. Figures, she thought, as the entire module had been ejected along with the core. The passive sensors on the outer hull displayed a large section missing several meters across of the vehicle's lower engineering deck, along with the central vestibule of the crew quarters containing the mess hall. Damn it, she said, though she hadn't expected much. No way to close this hole. She had hoped she would find a way to close the breach, or at least trigger a lockdown. Hold on, she said, and triggered the command to seal off the engineering and crew levels, or what was left of them. The blast doors didn't budge, and without power to level 3, they never would. The only power source she had on her was the terminal, and that was only enough to run the console in front of her and several sensor feeds spiderwebbed throughout the decking. Typically, in extreme cases like this, a firecrawler would default to its backup power systems. In this case, the aforementioned power systems took the form of solar collectors that were now buried under the bulk of the Perun, if she could somehow turn the crawler over on itself. She rechecked the locomotive systems, still offline. It seems power was the problem here too. If she could activate the manual releases on each leg on the port side at once, however, their combined stored elasticity should be enough to shift the crawler on its side. Tolly hurriedly disconnected her terminal and buttoned up the console panel, hiding any trace of what she had done. She didn't know what level of intelligence she should expect from her pursuers despite their outward appearance. But she wasn't taking any chances. Heading out of the command deck, she popped into the liftway and slammed the door behind her. She tried the outgoing on her hand terminal again once she reached the third level, still no signal. After she fixed the power problem, communications would be next. She thought back and hoped that Connor and Philip had actually gotten around to fixing the array that day. Under normal circumstances, she would have to activate the manual releases for each leg from the engineering level. Seeing as how the engineering level was now a smoking crater in the crawler's underside, she was forced to think of a workaround. Thankfully, she remembered that alternate releases were placed near the connections of the legs to the vessel. On the downside, these releases were on the exterior of the hull. Hurrying on with her plan, she came to the first leg's access and swung it open. The light that had been blocked by the Perun's outer walls now flooded in. She reached for the handhold, climbed out, and opened the exterior release panel, then slammed the rusted lever into position. The Perun groaned with a hidden power stored somewhere inside its frame. 1 down, 5 to go, she whispered, exhausted. The next 3 went as easy as the first. Each time she swung open the exterior panel, revealing a swathe of light, pushed the lever into position, and headed back in. All the while, she could hear a scuttling in the command deck beneath her. The creatures hadn't yet accessed the liftway, which she thought was strange. She had been hustling from each leg release to the next, but she assumed by now they would have made their way to her level. She pressed her ear to the ceiling plating underfoot and listened. The haphazard footsteps of the silverskins were unmistakable. They thrashed about the cabin with an unbuttoned rage. She wondered if they were trying to gain access to the vessel's systems as she had. That was until they suddenly went silent. The footsteps that she had grown to loathe had faded abruptly. In their place, a slow, measured pat of armored boots echoed through the plating. The black-suited soldier was here, his presence quelling the monster's unrest. Was he somehow controlling the other two? Not waiting to find out, she burst to her feet and headed to the next release. Leg 4 released just as the others had. She couldn't help but worry about what the creatures and their master were planning. Why didn't they stop her? Maybe they wanted the power restored, or maybe they wanted her to call for help. Either way, she had no other option. If they were going to hunt her down and kill her anyway, she couldn't just sit idly and accept it. She set the last of the 5 levers in the active position and left to find safety in a crewman's quarters to detonate the manual releases. The closer to the interior of the crawler, the safer she knew she would be. Tolly passed by her own quarters but decided against it, seeing how she had broken the door escaping it the first time. Turning around, she decided on Marco's and Silver's. After entering, she slid each of the double doors shut and positioned herself in the center of the bed. She looked around the room. Marco, a meticulous engineering type, had always ensured peak tidiness of his quarters. Often Tolly would hear Silver and him squabbling through the walls about something as menial as a misplaced blouse. And as such, the room was spotless, even after the disaster that had wrecked the rest of the Perun. Upon entering the space, Tolly noticed Marco and Silver's bed had pivoted on its axis and lay right side up, despite the firecrawler being at the moment upside down. This was due to the fact that all beds in every firecrawler were each equipped to overturn, pitch, and yaw in response to the current position of the firecrawler, whether that be 45 degrees sunward climbing a mountain rise, or overturned entirely following a catastrophic incident like the one that had befallen the Perun. Tolly ripped some sheets into strips and spun them together. She looped one makeshift rope through the bed frame and tied off both of her feet. Then she did the same with her hands, being sure to keep her left hand wrapped firmly to her terminal, her thumb centimeters from the release trigger. "Sorry, Groen," Tolly said at last, imagining him hovering nearby with a frown. With a short breath in, she activated the release. Her eyes pinched shut as she braced herself. It was nearly a minute before she realized something was wrong. She looked at her terminal to find an error light flashing. The releases had been flipped, the system rigged to go, and yet after all that, nothing. Tolly considered her options. She could untie herself, sneak out of the firecrawler, and run back into the woods. Little good that would do, she thought. Suddenly, an immense thunderclap rang out on the horizon. The Perun shuddered for several moments as the ground beneath the crawler began to shift. Then a fast-moving shockwave cleared the tree-lined hills to the east, splintering boughs as it rushed downslope towards the crawler. The shockwave impacted the Perun with enough force to cause the inner walls to tremble. And as they did, the emergency release mechanism fired. The crawler's 6 main appendages moaned to life and dug into the soft earth. The whole vessel shifted before finally it leapt and shuddered, forcing Tolly down into the bed and towards the bed's footrest with 8 Gs of force. The crawler remained airborne for nearly 10 seconds as Tolly's hair waved vivaciously in front of her eyes and in her mouth. As the crawler came down, it impacted the mud and sent the pool's contents below it in a spray over the wider clearing. The Perun came to rest on its starboard side at a slight angle towards the vessel's belly. Tolly moaned with the strain to her neck, and after several seconds the lights flickered on. Tolly struggled to free her hands before a shooting sensation burst from her right wrist, up her forearm, and signaled to her brain that it had broken in the flip. Trying not to move her right arm, she gnawed free her left with her teeth. After she freed her arm, she fashioned a makeshift sling out of the bedsheets she had used to tie herself off. The bed had pivoted again, as it had during the explosion, and was hovering several meters above what would have been the wall and only entrance to the room several minutes ago. She would have to find a way down, and quickly. Tolly set to work checking her tablet. The tablet's screen had fractured under the weight of her hand, coming down on it like a hammer, but was still touch-sensitive. She called up the readings from the remote sensors. Locomotion was still out, and likely never would work again after that stunt. After looking over at where she had imagined Groen had been, she smiled sardonically and looked back to her terminal. Most other systems were unresponsive as well, as she expected, running the crawler on backup. Tolly noted that although 4 of the crawler's legs had released during the flip, one, however, did not. Had she had more time, she might have liked to investigate the cause. In the top right of her terminal's viewport was a blinking signal icon. The communications array had rebooted after the reset and was now receiving. To her surprise, a bulletin request popped up in her main view. The address was unknown, but bore the insignia of the Cattle-Heart flock and seemed to be a direct line from somewhere high in the atmosphere. Without even accepting, the call activated, and a slim, middle-aged woman with Asian features was staring back at her. I detected your SOS, though the timestamp on the transmission seems to be 3 weeks ago, she said bluntly. With the power coming back on, it must have reinitialized the original distress beacon that Groen had activated during the night of the storm. Without hesitation, she located the routine to deactivate the distress beacon. Well, at least it was, said the slim woman. Sorry about that. The distress was old, Tolly explained, though I am still in some manner of distress, come to think of it. You wouldn't be able to lend a hand, would you? Come again? The signal from your vessel. Where are you, anyways? Has your ship been shot down? Ship? Tolly said, confused for a moment before realizing this woman was an off-worlder. Oh, right. No ship here. The hunk of metal I'm in now was a firecrawler. She could see the woman glance away as if she was typing something off-screen before returning. Fire-la? What's a... the woman said, the signal still cutting in and out. Hang on, said Tolly as she made some adjustments on her terminal with her free arm. A humming followed by a loud clunk sounding from outside the firecrawler as the comms array readjusted itself. It was nice to see something finally work, she thought. How's that? She asked, but the woman seemed to skip over her question. Right, she said, and what sort of distress are you in if you don't mind my asking? Oh, and do be blunt. Tolly didn't waste any time explaining how she came to be back on the Perun for the second time, how she had been lost in the wilds for days, what she had seen back in the city, how she had met up with Soren and then her friend Connor, who happened to be in urgent need of medical. She also detailed the hunting party that now stalked her through the crawler and how little time she had to talk as well. She didn't know why. Maybe it was because she was at her wit's end. Maybe it was easy seeing another human again. Or maybe she saw something in this woman, but she knew she should trust her. The woman looked pensive for a while, as if mulling over what Tolly had just said. After a long pause, she said, Seems like you've been through a lot, Tolly, or should I say, Captain Ignacio. I've pulled your file here. My name's Miran. Yes, of course, Tolly blurted out, elated in the sudden possibility of rescue. You said the man who accompanied you out of the city was Soren. Yes, I did. He said he was a captain in your fleet, if I remember right. Captain Djukovic, was it? Yes. Very well. Thank you for informing me. I have dispatched a shuttle to your location. We should be overhead in short order. If you can, please move quickly to the height of the structure, and we will be able to evacuate you. Great, she said, then suddenly remembering her friends. What about Soren and Connor? As much as it pains me, I have no way of locating them from up here. If they have in fact gone into the wilds on their own without a terminal or another means of locating them, I am hesitant to risk the lives of more people in the off chance they are located. There was a long pause. Tolly could sense an absence to her voice, almost like the matriarch was trying not to feel something. I won't stop looking, Miran said finally. I have dispatched drones to scour the forest. If they're out there still, we will find traces. Tolly nodded and shut off the connection. Miran had told her to make it to the highest point in the firecrawler, and she had to hurry. The black soldier and his pets hadn't made any noise since the flip, but she now knew she wondered whether or not that was a good thing. They're still out there, she said to herself. Surely they must have survived. A picture of hardened battle armor on the soldier and the rippling muscle mass on the two beasts that followed entered her mind. Her feet were still fastened to the bed frame, which she laboredly untied. She had to make her way up to the door, but first she would have to go down. She pushed herself to the edge of the bed and looked over. The drop was 3 or 4 meters, give or take. She would risk breaking an ankle if she just leapt off. In a sense of panic, she almost forced herself off. Then she saw the rungs. Being an engineer with plenty of downtime and idle hands, Marco had built a set of horizontal ladder rungs set into the room's outer wall. All she had to do was find her way over to it. Despite being mobile enough to turn itself over, the bed was too rigid to add any horizontal movement to the equation. The bedsheets she had torn up may have been able to have been used as an ad hoc rope, but being no more than shreds and a sling left, she had to look for another option. Remembering that a leg on the firecrawler had failed to fire, she rechecked locomotion on her terminal. If she could just budge it, she thought, it might work to ease the angle of descent towards the doorway. In the subdirectory for the leg in question, she accessed the error log. Critical release failure. Caution. Appendage 2. Starboard detected fault in socket. Alert dispatched to engineer on duty. Marco Fisk. Engineer override required. Lucky the other legs hadn't flown off during the night of the storm, she thought. She tried to access the engineering subsystem, but it was locked by a biometric lock. She would have to get access to Marco's terminal, or else his DNA to unlock it, which wasn't likely since his ashes were now in a graveyard in Libourne. Or at least she hoped it was. She pretended not to know how those silver-skinned creeps sprung into existence. With the communications array back up, and with Tolly finally giving herself time to think, she noticed a bulletin was waiting to be opened, sent from Groen. Her heart skipping a beat, she pressed it. "Tolly, my dear," the message from Groen said, his warm face beaming back at her. "I hope this message finds you well in your new command. I have spent my time on board this vessel, withering and aging, and never hoping for something more. I see something different for you than just the captainship of the Perun. So sure, take this station for the now, but I urge you to not forget about the future. You are a bright young woman, Tolly. Your sister is proud. I am proud of you. You will make something of yourself, I know." Tolly was weeping, watching the video with a bittersweet sorrow in her heart. Here was a man, lost in a tragedy, the first in a long line of tragedies, and still his words brought her hope. So much had gone wrong since then, she thought. "Be well and serve your crew well, Captain Tolly Ignacio," he said as the bulletin ended. On the tail end of the message, a data crypt file opened. Tolly skimmed the file and nestled in between lists of notarized procedures and legalese crossed out and rewritten personally in Groen's handwriting was a set of Captain's command codes. Miran copied the code and plugged it into the firecrawler's control system. Tolly triggered the leg release. The leg came down limp on the soft mud outside with a thump. Not enough to catapult the firecrawler like the combined power of the other 4 legs, but with enough force to push the leading edge of the crawler further into the mud. The firecrawler creaked and groaned, as a giant might after just suffering a mighty fall. Tolly directed the leg to push harder as it headed backwards over the outer hull. A shearing sound followed by an audible pop that was like a gunshot went off, sparking warnings across Tolly's terminal window. The firecrawler eased to a sudden halt. An error code was blinking on screen. Catastrophic failure. Connection lost. Appendage 2. Starboard unresponsive. Engineering has been notified. Tolly shrugged. The bed beneath had shifted again, as had the angle of the room. A steep but manageable slope now stood between her and the exit. She carefully heaved herself with one arm over to the edge of the bed, closest to the slope, and rolled off, sliding down the incline and coming to a painful and clumsy stop on the double doors. That's when she heard it. Sliding open the outer door, a dull duet of growls echoed down the length of the hall, accompanying the sound of dragging feet. Wasting no time, she retreated back into the Fisk's room and resealed the doors. The creatures were instantly upon her, pawing and slashing at the other side of the doors. Tolly began to heave herself up the slope back towards the bed. A new bulletin opened on her terminal, bearing the same cattle heart emblem. Gripping the bed frame with one hand, she answered the call. "Miran," Tolly said, hesitation breaking through. "Please tell me you're here." "No, ma'am, this is her pilot," said the shuttle pilot. "We've run into a little difficulty on our way to you. We hit a plume from a fire that is headed your way, so we've had to take the long way up and over." "Did you say fire?" Tolly asked. "What's that?" The pilot was cut off by his co-pilot before he turned back to Tolly. "Ma'am, I've got a call on the other line for you." "Patching it through," he said, as Tolly's anxiety level rose. She was being hunted, and now a harbinger of wildfire crept towards them. The bulletin reconnected to show a face of a young man as he pushed his way through underbrush. "Tolly," Connor asked in a raspy voice, the sound of fronds and crunching branches in the background. Connor, is that really you?" "Where are you?" Tolly asked, elated. "Yes, Tolly, it's me. We made it to Malfjorda." "Barely," he said, nearly out of breath. "Listen, Soren's hurt pretty bad. They tell me he took a beating from one of the Silverskins. He's been out cold since we arrived. I went in to see him, and he's not looking too good." "Connor, where are you now? Did you feel that blast?" she asked, but he neglected to answer. Tell me, when you found me, he continued, the last thing I remember before that was running from them. Then there was a fall. I didn't see the cliff and just ran out of the forest straight off. I've been trying to make sense of it. Tolly, I think they were my family. Your family? Who was? Connor, you're not making any sense. Them, the ones who were chasing me, the silverskins. One was smaller than the other, but they both had these haunting brown eyes, he said. There were tears now streaming down his face in the playback. Tolly was confused. The things chasing her didn't have any hair or clothes from what she could remember. Tolly, I don't know if they will find you, but I can't lose you. I can't lose you to them, he said before stopping in response to the loud pounding that rattled the door to her room. What's that? It's nothing, she lied. Just tell me I'm going to see you again. You're the only family I have left, not those things. Connor, she said, where are you? I left Soren at the station, he said. I'm coming to get you. Tolly's heart sank with this. He wasn't the first group that had promised rescue. Connor, I'm scared about what's going to happen. They are breaking their way into me. I'm coming, he said, quickening his pace. I'm coming. The pounding on her door grew louder as the beast's desperation rose. The door started to deform, beginning to fracture under the strain. The familiar thick smell of smoke started to permeate the room from cracks in the structure, and Tolly knew what that meant. A wildfire was close by. She knew the end was near, knew that rescue was on the horizon, and all she could do was think of Connor. You need to stop, she told him. You need to turn around. What? What are you saying? He said between breaths. Connor, you don't understand. There's a shuttle on its way to me. They're going to get me out of here, she said, all while not very sure if she believed that herself. Connor, you need to go back to Malfjorda. You need to get out of here. I'm not leaving you here, Tolly, he said. I'm not. Don't be an idiot, she spat. You're wasting your life for nothing. Connor stopped running, and so did the shaking of his bulletin feed. You're pale if you think I'd leave you, he said, with a sweetness behind his words. You're not leaving me. I'm going to be rescued, she said, hoping the drumbeats of paws trying to tear through the door didn't translate over the bulletin. Connor was frozen, uncertain as to his path ahead. His smile, which was the same smile she could remember from that day at parade, from their kiss at the stadium, began to fade. Tolly, he said, I've run too far. I won't reach you in time. I know, I said that. You need to head back to Malfjorda. You misunderstand, he said deliberately. I'm too far from you, but I'm also too far from Malfjorda. I think I'm going to get left behind. Tolly thought back to the events that led her here. She could see Connor's face now, sullen and defeated, but also as it was. She could see the glow on him after their first kiss, but also the terror in the aftermath of the attack on Turner Stadium. She remembered that Groen's death was what had led her to the stadium and everything since. She recalled Groen's warm face, masked by the fear of his own failure that killed the Perun. She remembered Blaine and how wonderful she looked as she headed out for her date with Soren, and how happy she had been that day in the cafe. Her mind raced, and a universe of uncertainty swirled as a maelstrom in front of her. I love you, Tolly, Connor said, his words dragging her back, screaming into reality. Tears streamed down her face, and she pressed a thumb to the image around Connor's temple. Go, Connor, go now, she said. If he hurried, he might make it back in time for rescue. Run. Connor nodded and ended the call. The pounding on the door stopped so suddenly that it caused her to shiver. The monsters had caused incredible damage to the door, but it was largely cosmetic from what Tolly could tell. As far as she could tell, the door was going to hold. Then, as if to prove one last time just how wrong she was, the door flew outwards as it was sheared straight from its hinges. The monsters stood there, waiting behind the hulking form of the black-suited soldier. Gripping the doorframe, the soldier stepped into the space in silence as an all-consuming dread swallowed all that was left of Tolly's resolve. Chapter 26. The Serpent's Wake. How is that possible? Miran grilled the watchstander. Check again and be sure. Matriarch, it's Soren, confirmed Captain Dinesh, or his transponder at least. Miran couldn't believe it. Through the dim dark, a sliver of hope opened up. Trace it and dispatch a shuttle to confirm, Miran ordered. And the other signals, Matriarch? Asked the watchstander. Send another shuttle to the Vasa. If it's Hala Alteretla out there, we brought them here and owe them a lift home at the very least. And send 2 shuttles to Malfjorda. Let's hope there's a good amount of survivors. Captain Dinesh, thank you and your crew for your service in this conflict. Miran started as she stripped off her evening dress. As she fitted an environment suit on at the back of the bridge, Captain Dinesh stopped her. Matriarch, what are you doing? He questioned. Don't tell me you're going down there personally. After all of the death we just witnessed, Loretto, I need to try. Captain Dinesh stepped back and flashed her a formal salute. For the herd, he said. Miran smiled a half-cocked grin. Without another word, she rushed off to the shuttle bay. As Miran's shuttle cleared the bay just behind the other 3, it boosted off towards the planet at maximum velocity. In the intervening hour between the dream and the planet's surface, Miran tried her best not to let her mind race. She hoped that Soren would be there, waiting in the forest for pickup. Matriarch, are you seeing this? The shuttle pilot asked. Show me, she said. The pilot flashed an image on the shuttle's wall screen. See this ping? There's another distress signal at the site of Captain Djukovic's transponder. It's coming from a firecrawler by the name of Perun. Miran called up the firecrawler's dossier on her terminal that showed the vessel was registered to a Captain Tolly Ignacio. What the hell is a firecrawler? Miran scoffed. The pilot just shrugged. Timestamp on the distress signal is old, though, said the pilot, dated near 3 weeks ago. Strange, Miran thought. How could a vessel be stranded this long in the outer continent? Well, take us in, Miran commanded. I'll see if I can reach them. I'll need to take us on a bit of a roundabout. There's fresh wildfire dead ahead. Seems to be headed straight for the Perun. Miran opened a bulletin to the Perun's general channel. As the bulletin established, a battered, somewhat familiar young woman stared back at her. Hello, the young woman answered. I detected your SOS, though the timestamp on the transmission seems to be 3 weeks ago, Miran said, just as the distress signal terminated. Well, at least it was. The young woman introduced herself as Tolly, the same Tolly Ignacio registered as captain to the vessel Miran's shuttle now headed toward. After the connection static cleared, she continued on rapid-firing her life story up until now. It wasn't until Tolly mentioned Soren, Blaine, and the hunters that plagued her that Miran's skin started to buzz. Tolly insisted that rescue be sent for Soren and her friend Connor, who were now lost somewhere in the fiery wilds, to which Miran offered to dispatch drones to search for them. As the rolling mountains and endless smoky treetops gave way to a shallow valley, Miran could make out the Perun floating atop the ashen mud in the central clearing, looking like a mammoth spider struggling to free itself. Picking up 4 life signs, said the pilot as he moved the shuttle closer. 3 of the life signs tore through the structure's levels, heading directly toward the 4th. Tolly, if you can, get yourself to a higher point in the structure, Miran instructed. We are coming for you. As the bulletin closed, Miran instructed the pilot to hurry. The pilot didn't argue, but pointed out a fresh wildfire that had sprouted near the crawler. Just then, the dormant firecrawler springs to life. The structure shifted slightly. What is she up to? Miran thought. As the shuttle approached the upper level of the Perun, Miran couldn't make out Tolly anywhere. Scanning again, the 4 life signs were converging at the structure's center, several levels down from where the shuttle now hovered. Arming herself with a sidearm and a rifle from the shuttle store, she leaped out onto the slanted rooftop of the firecrawler's mud-plastered hull, despite objections from her pilot. The shuttle drifted away, keeping Miran in line of sight as she moved slowly across the muddy grating until she slipped into an open hatch and out of sight. The interior of the firecrawler was dark and mud-laden, smelling of wet peat. The lighting that did work seemed to exacerbate the smell, heating the mud that obscured them. Miran switched on the torch of her environment suit's helmet and gripped her rifle. The life signs showed on her helmet's display, blips popping in and out as they passed behind shielded bulkheads. Miran found the liftway and pried the doors open. The lift wasn't running, so finding the ladder rungs on the inner wall, she leapt down them as quickly as she could manage, urgency driving her. Nearing the central crew level, Miran could make out gnashing sounds, interspersed with screams of a young woman. She feared she was too late. Rounding the last corner, the gnashing stopped. Miran auto-targeted the two larger life signs that were at rest down the corridor. As if they were waiting for something, Miran could make out the silvery skin of the two monsters shimmering in the relative dark. They were massive hulks, and Miran knew instantly what they were, the monsters that had once been human citizens. Without stopping, Miran charged at the beasts and opened fire. Two shots rang out, aimed directly at the monsters' skulls. Miran shot twice more for good measure as the hulks dropped to the floor. Now lifeless, Miran leapt over the monsters as she neared a doorway partway down the corridor. Tolly's screams were increasing in desperation and pitch as Miran stepped into the room. Before her, a black-suited soldier stood with its back to Miran, facing Tolly, where she clung in fear to a bed's frame. "Hey, asshole!" Miran wailed, hoping to get the black suit's attention. She succeeded, momentarily locking eyes with Tolly as her shrieking halted. The soldier turned, raising its arm to Miran, just as she ducked out of the room. Miran hustled down the hall, hoping to lure the soldier out with her and taking cover around the corridor corner and into an open doorway. The hauntingly familiar bootsteps grew louder as the soldier drew closer. As the soldier neared her position, Miran called up a voice recording of herself on her terminal and dropped it to the floor. Knowing that her shots were useless against the soldier's armored exterior, she kicked the terminal into an open doorway across the corridor and concealed herself behind cover. As soon as the soldier took the bait, stepping into the room opposite to her own, Miran took aim and fired at the room's door panel. The panel shattered into a shower of sparks, triggering the door to fail closed, trapping the soldier inside. Knowing she likely has only minutes before the soldier breaks free, Miran rushed back down the hall toward Tolly. Tolly was just helping herself out of bed with a fractured wrist, moved slowly as she navigated the room's angled floor. Miran climbed up, meeting her halfway, and took her weight onto hers. "I've got you," Miran said. "I've got you." Tolly seemed to relax at this, and showed just how exhausted she really was. The two of them hurried down the corridor back the way Miran had entered, passing by the soldiers' prison and the loud clangs and reports of gunfire within. Miran pushed Tolly to continue on, urging her forward up the several levels to the Perun's rooftop exterior and to the awaiting shuttle. The two of them hopped in, collapsing to the shuttle compartment floor as the shuttle drifted up and away. A few pot shots registered on the shuttle's hull, which Miran assumed was the vengeful soldier finally having freed itself. No matter, they were safe, Tolly was safe. And despite all that had happened in the last few days, Miran was satisfied to count this as a win. Hoisting Tolly into an awaiting seat, Miran buckled her in, before dressing the girl's arm with a brace from the shuttle's medkit. Tolly drifted to sleep as she did. Taking a similar cue, Miran instructed the pilot to head for the Dream and strapped herself in, fading as well. Back aboard the Dream, the last of the shuttles docked just after her own. Miran sat in her shuttle seat, a hand tightly gripping Tolly's, as a frantic Captain Dinesh stepped aboard. Raising a finger to her lips to not wake Tolly, Miran urged him to speak. He said in a low but sullen voice, "All of the shuttles are on board, Matriarch. I will be brief, however. A few dignitaries were rescued from the point of the Vasa signal. Also, Soren and a few others were pulled from the research station. The less than golden news is that the enemy stirs once again. Their ships have begun freeing themselves from the earth that buried them. I fear that they will be able to fire upon us momentarily." Miran, elated at the information of Soren's rescue, couldn't show it. She was wistful, beaten, and all around exhausted. "Get us out of here, Loretto," she said, before resting her head over Tolly's and closing her eyes. This concludes Bordeaux's Folly, Book 1 in the Obsidian Gods series. Stay tuned for Book 2, The Augur's Phage. Original content written by Eric Burnt, all rights reserved. This book and its sequel have taken literal years to write and edit to this point. If you liked it, please think about subscribing and liking this video. Also, if you would like an audio-only audiobook version, you can find that among other benefits on my Patreon. Thank you so much for listening. And again, welcome to the Rift Quarter and the world of Obsidian Gods.